It's very hard to talk if you want to talk personally about deep personal things. It's very hard to express yourself. It's very hard to explain yourself. For me, I have no problem with my own self. I have no problem with my own sexuality, my own inner being. I feel like I am growing as a person as much as I am facing difficulties. My life is difficult. My world is difficult. Our world is difficult. We all live in the same world. It's a world of, I don't want to focus on the negative, but we live in a world where there is injustice, there is corruption, there is malfeasance, there is a focus on the negative in this world. And I don't want to be this person that continues that focus on the negative. My own life has been, I'm very fortunate. I have loving parents and family. I'm fortunate that I have people around me, even though I'm isolated and I don't have many friends. I still have things that are keeping me going. What I want to focus on is letting people know my own me. My whole life, I've been made fun of. I'm different. I've had developmental problems, and those things have caused a lot of pain, and they've been there my whole life. And while I've had to go through those things, they've been there while having to go through the same thing we all have to go through, which is living life, family, schooling, work, dealing with yourself. I've had to deal with all those things. And I've had to deal with a lot of other things which I can't speak of because they're too painful. What I'm doing is I'm working through those things and I'm letting them go. I'm giving them time to be there and I'm letting them go. It's hard. It's not, well, it's very difficult because what happens is they consume you, they take over your being. They prevent you from doing the things you want to do. They stop you from achieving. They stop you from loving the people you want to love. You want to love these people. You can't, because you try to, but you can't be there for them because you're consumed. You're being taken over by things that should not be there. What I'm trying to say and what I'm trying to do is express the pain that I've had in my life. And it is real. And it is ongoing because I can't escape it, because I am so sensitive to the slightest thing. And this is what I'm learning to let go of. I'm learning to let go of these things. There are human behaviors that are so ingrained, that are so part of all of these life systems that we live within, that are we have to deal with them. We can't escape them. We have to deal with them. The problem is for me, and what I've experienced is that every time every time it shuts me down. It puts me into a situation where I I shut down, I react. I very rarely react. Most likely I shut down. Most likely I freeze. I stop doing what I'm doing. And because it's such a personal thing. When anyone questions your sexuality or questions you as a person, that is the deepest attack they can make on you. So if you're sensitive to these things, you'll become more sensitive to these things. If people know that this is something that you're sensitive to and they are narcissists, they will attack you in this manner. Even if they don't mean to, they will do it for their own self-preservation. There are there are the problem with this situation is that it is such an ingrained thing in not humane, in human behavior. We I don't do it. I don't question people's sexuality. I don't question their position politically or spiritually. People do it though. I do it maybe subconsciously, but I don't judge. People judge automatically. They do it. They do it as a group. They do it as a collective. They do it unconsciously. This has great effects on people's their person, their person, their personality. It changes the way they behave themselves. It changes the way they act in social situations. It changes everything. It's it's a, it's not just a learned behavior. It's a subconscious behavior, but it is a behavior that is just destructive. It is destructive to people. We need to show compassion and not judgment on other people. As long as people are behaving appropriately, we should allow them to be. I have no judgment towards people who are attracted to the same sex. My whole life, I've been called faggot, poof, homo, all this stuff, and I have no. I'm not. I. I don't have any attraction to men. So this is a personal attack on me and as a person, and it hurts me. This is done by people who don't care. Well, they have no care. They are wanting to hurt me, or they're wanting to lower me down. In most cases, I don't listen to them, and that's the best thing. You don't listen to people. If for some if you are attracted to the same sex and people are making fun of you, don't listen to them. If you're not attracted to the same sex and people are making fun of you, don't listen to them. It's the same thing. Humans make fun of each other. They don't just make fun of each other, they use this as a method to shut people down. They use this as a method to destroy people's own inner being. I'm telling you now, I was harmed by both male and female while I was a child. That's why I said content warning. And this is confronting. My family don't want me to say this stuff. I probably won't keep this video up for long, but I'm saying it now. It's the truth. It is the absolute truth. I My sexuality has been harmed. part of my trauma is the fact that my sexuality has been harmed when I was developing. I, as a person, I am in touch with the masculine and the feminine. I understand both, right? I have an understanding that we all have the masculine and the feminine, and they are both aspects that we share. We live in a world where the more you expose yourself emotionally, you become more vulnerable, and people attack you on this in certain situations. I personally have had ongoing questioning as to who I am. I know who I am. I'm comfortable in my own sexuality. I love women. I will probably never find a partner, but I will always love women. I have no problem with men who love men and women that love women. That is okay with me. I have no problem with that. I love that. They can be parents themselves, right? I myself, as a person, have had people come at me over my whole life from a young child, make fun of me. And because of what I went through, I'm highly sensitive, very highly sensitive. Anytime people question or assert their perception of what I am, it hurts me deeply because it takes me back to that place. The people that do that most likely have never gone through that experience themselves. And all they're doing is continuing a human collective behavior that is to push people down and to attack them at their most personal, most vulnerable position, which is what is their heart. And I don't think there's there's no need for it. Obviously, there's no need for it. People do it, right? People gossip. I'm different. I'm always been different, right? I've had things happen to me, and I've also been a certain way in the fact that I'm different. We're all different. We all share that. There's no need to single someone out and say they are a certain way. I'll explain a little bit further. My complex post-traumatic stress disorder has put me in a position where I have reverted to the fawning, which is to over exert yourself, people please, act exuberant, be a little bit silly. All of these things that I've done just because I have been in a state of shock. And it all comes, I'm learning how to deal with all this stuff. I have gone through, and I've explained in previous streams, and I don't know if I'll keep them up. I might remove them. But like, I've talked about my self-harm, and it's not about, I've talked about this with psychologists, and they've said, well, maybe there's a part of that self-harm where you're getting joy out of the fact that you're harming yourself. It's not that. It's a continuation of what you've been through. I I I'm learning to love myself. It's not difficult. Well, it is difficult. Sorry, it's not easy. I've gone through some extreme things in my life, and I've been going through letting that go, of forgiving, but I I still can't escape the fact that I'm so sensitive to people questioning my sexuality. Why? Why do people do that? If I was attracted to the same sex, I would say so. I wouldn't be afraid to do it. I'm doing a fucking live stream right now. I'm telling you right now. This is me. I love women. And I have no problem with men that love men and women that love women. That is, they're like, that's okay. There is no thing with that. I don't have any fear of that. There is no fear of that. I have no fear in my own sexuality. Yet I still have people question me. Why? I don't understand. Is it because I haven't had a girlfriend for like 10 years? No, it's more than 10 years now. I haven't had sex for 10 years. You know, I'm a recluse. I'm isolated. Is that the reason? You know, I don't care. I don't care what people say, but it still hurts. You know, problem with humans is that they know there are these basic things where they can hurt you, and they'll say things to you, or they'll say things about you, and they will make you upset. And that's narcissistic behavior. The problem is that's ingrained. It's ingrained. I didn't mean to have chat on for this live stream, but obviously there's a message there. Thank you. Thank you so much. I just read your comment. I'm here this is probably the most personal and vulnerable time in my life. And I've lived alone for so long. I've had opportunities for love, but my trauma has prevented me from being in the I've worked at it. I worked at it. I worked at like improving myself. I've worked at becoming employable, or like I worked for myself and built a business for a while. But I couldn't actually do the thing that I needed to do, which was just be comfortable. And you know what stopped me from being comfortable? Other people. Other people making fun of me or putting me down. And that's what really hurt me and kept me down. So we can't stop that. It's a human behavior. It really is. And it's ingrained. And you know what else is a human behavior? Is helping people and uplifting people. And that's what I just read in that comment. It's there in the chat. Those are the things that keep people going and like remind people that you live and we're here now. Problem is that, and that's what I was talking about, is that I'm comfortable in my own sexuality. It has been harmed. It has been, and I've said this many times. I am comfortable in my own self. I love myself, even though at times I feel like I can't be what I want to be, but I still one of the things that I would do would be, before I face the world, if I had to go and work or be outside, I would, or if I was to go and be in public amongst a lot of people, I would look at myself in the mirror and not like a narcissist, like the classic tale. I would look at the mirror and I would love myself. Not not out of not I would have to. It was the only thing that would actually get me to see a music go see a band play, because it would I would be too afraid to go be amongst people. So I'd look at myself, and often I would like do that and then give up and not go. And then I would go and lie down fully dressed in I'd spend all this time getting ready to go to a music go see music, and then I'd go and lie down. But I practiced that, looking myself in the mirror and saying, you know, "You're worth it. Don't listen to other people. Don't worry about it, other people. You're going there for yourself, and you might find some nice people." And whenever I did that, I would go and I would be amongst nice people, and I would hear lovely music that was played live by musicians, and I would feel great. And I would have a conversation with people that were strangers, and we would sit there and we would have a drink and we would laugh. People, why are people so cruel to each other? Why are people so cruel? And why do people just say these things to each other? People know what hurts me and they say it to me, right? If I was, if, if I, if I was not afraid, then I would be afraid. That's a contradiction, because you're, well, it isn't, or it is, I don't know. I'm not afraid. I'm comfortable. I am sensitive. I have had very little amount of love in my life, and person and like interaction. I haven't had much success in love, and it makes it difficult for me to talk about. But I I'm di- I'm difficult myself. You know, that's the thing, and I'm working on that. I know that there is opportunity to love and for love. I'm not giving up on that. I know that I've been so broken for such a long time in my life where that is absolutely impossible. And that is painful for me because I've got all this lost time, all this lost time. But I know I can I can still I feel and I can give love in, even if I can't have the same love that people get from having a partner. I can still give and receive love, and I do. I'm a very particular person, like I've been through a lot, so much, and so much I can't, like, well, I don't want to talk about, and I can't talk about. But I know I'm a good person. I know that. I know the things that were done to me were wrong, and I know that they didn't help me. They didn't make me stronger. They hurt me. They made me lesser. The things that hurt me made me stronger, but they hurt me more. The only thing that actually made me stronger was myself. When I looked in towards myself and I was comfortable in myself, and I just said, I'm going to keep going. And that came from having support around me. So I'm so fortunate that I had support around me. I had parents that always gave me shelter and love and food. And most of my adult life, I looked after myself. But I'm living at home with my parents now, and they're looking after me, and I'm looking after them as well. So for me, I'm so sensitive. I'm so sensitive, and that's why I get hurt. I get hurt from the attacks, but I also get love. Today, I was in a shop and I saw there was a woman there, and I smiled at her and she smiled back, and I felt so good. And there was a connection there that she could tell how much it meant to me just to be friendly, and how difficult it is for me to just be in public is such a massive thing. um, I used to be in public all the time, and that's what I was talking about like a while ago. Like, I used to have to prepare myself. I wanted to go see a music gig, and I would not go. I would, like, I'd get dressed up, I'd wash and shave my head, I'd, like, trim my beard, I'd like brush my teeth, I'd do everything. And then I'd look myself in the mirror and I would say to myself, you know, it's all good. And then at the last minute, I wouldn't go. And then I'd spend the rest of the night lying in bed, dressed, ready to go to a concert, wishing I was going there. And I mean, those things have got like, we we have to give ourselves courage to do these things. But for me, I'm so sensitive. I'm so sensitive. I I've been harmed by both sexes, and people make fun of me or question my sexuality. Why? If I was afraid to, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm right here now. I'm doing this live. If I had anything in me that, and I have no question, I have no qualm, I have no problem with people having attraction to the same sex. I have no problem with that at all. I think it's part of a natural thing. But people attack me on that. People question me on that. And they have done so my whole life. And because I was harmed as a child, it is so sensitive to me. So whenever someone questions my sexuality, it fucks me up. It hurts me deep. At the same time, I've become strong. I've become resilient. I don't care. I love women. That's me. If if I had an attraction to the same sex, I would say so. I would say it right now. I would. And I have no problem with people who do. I have a problem with people that use that as a means to actually attack you or question you. Just questioning you is an attack. And it takes me back. That's my thing. That's why I made this thing tonight. Like, I was like, well, why is it so personal? It's because it is personal. It is. It's because it takes me back to that. And I never got a chance in love because I've only had a few relationships in my life. I've only had a few girlfriends. The relationships haven't lasted that long. The longest was like 2.5 years. Um, I haven't had much chance in um, having just sexual relationships where it's casual because I well personally I put more I have I would like to have interaction, but it's difficult. So it's even more difficult. So I'm lacking in all these things, and I've gone through all this pain, and then I'm lonely and alone and have had not a relationship for so long. when someone says something that says, like, it hurts me more, but then I have to put up the strength. I'm just reading the comments, man. I'm not going to read out the comments, but I'm just reading them. I'm here. This is like real. I'm just being honest here. People attack me, and it takes me back to my shit that happened to me when I was a kid. And it's not fair. It really isn't fair. I am comfortable in my own sexuality. I love myself. I love women. I have no problem with people who are in love with the same sex. People question me in my own self as to whether I am not that. And that is a deep hurt to me. Fuck those people. Sorry to swear. And I don't mean to curse or swear, but that's it, man. That's it, brother. Like, people just, what they do is they attack. And I don't know if they do it consciously or unconsciously, but they just do it. And I think, again, this is, things like this have been going on forever. We have to just become more strong in ourselves. Be sure in yourself. Like, if you don't know, you know, if you don't know, like, because of what happened to me, I had a moment in time where I wasn't sure. And I was like, well, no, I'm sure of myself. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter because the way I am, I go into the fawning. Like, you, you, like, the four responses: fight, fright, flees, or fawn. Flee or fawn. I would go into the fawning response over and over. That's me. I would, like, people please. I would, like, be exuberant. I would, like, do everything to please the person, you know, and I would do all these things, and they would look at me in pity and shame. Then I would go into shame. I'd go into shame response because I would be like, I'm ashamed for being this person, because just reading your comment bit there, brother. And when you get stronger, it's hard to break out of that. Hey, that response is the hardest thing to respond, like, to actually break out of, because um, it's the natural response. You know, you get triggered and you're frightened. Well, and this is where I think not there are orders in how it all happens, and it happens differently for everyone. But like, it happens so quickly as well. It happens like that. It could be a single word someone says. It could be something, but you go into that response. And for me, yeah, totally, it's fawn and freeze. Like, usually I freeze first, and I'm just like shock, and I stop. I don't respond, and I'm just sitting there in shock. Or I'll instantly go into fawn response, and I'll just be running around doing everything I can to like please the person, and like, like be over exuberant, and like be like, I'll do this, I'll do that, and I'll like do everything I can to make the person happy. I'm not being myself in that, because these are responses that we've been stuck with, like they're trigger responses that we don't get a chance to respond to. And people see that. So people would see me go, like in workplaces, I would go into fawn response constantly. So I'd be submissive, and I would act exuberant, and I would like overexert, and I wouldn't have self control. And so people would laugh at that. They would sit back and go, ha 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 ha, look at this guy. They would do that because I would be in that fawn response. And I'd still be doing this, running around like an idiot. I'm still learning how to control myself. It's such a difficult thing, man. And it's not helping me being so isolated and not actually like being amongst people. I totally, yeah. Just reading the people can be so demonic. They can be. It's unreal. It is totally, and they don't mean to. I think it's automatic in most situations that people are in that. They don't mean to be the way they are. You know, um, it really is that way. I think people, most people have got a heart, and most people have got a they care. But the problem is that we are in these social situations where um, all those things just go out the window, and people forget about themselves. And you know, but for me, like the biggest pain that I have, and is, and I'm just talking personally, like I've gotten every time that I've had gotten close to having a relationship, or um, being close to a woman, it fails. because I've been going through one of those reactions, you know. I'll revert to, like, I'll be triggered, and this is where I'm learning is I have to process all this shit before I can actually be functionable enough or find someone who understands me, and then I can be in that state and they can actually accept it and then know that it's not going to be forever. And so, oh, that's a good comment. They're unconscious, and it's not an excuse. That's true. They are unconscious, and it still is not an excuse. It's, you can't, like, because, and so what does that do? Like, do we have to, like, we have to remind them, but where in problem is where if we're in that state of fight or fright, I don't get into the fight. Sometimes I do, and I won't put up arms, but I'll like say I'll say shut up. You, you know, sometimes that'll be me. I'll be just like, nah, get away from me. Like, I don't let, you know, you're being an asshole. You've been like, I don't want to listen to you. Sometimes I'll say that. That is very rare for me. I don't get the chance to actually stand up for myself. Most of the time I'm in fright or flight or freeze or fawn. So they say it's the four, but it's like five, really. No, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, fuck yeah. Enough pleasing the narcissist. That's what they want. The narcissists just want you to please them. They just do that. They want you to please them. They want to be the emperor. They want to sit back and just watch you go through pain and misery. Safe, from a safe place. They want to be safe themselves. You rarely find a narcissist that will be vulnerable themselves, because, you know, eventually this is the thing. Eventually it comes back on them. You know, they'll hurt you, and then it'll come back on themselves, or they'll have to go through pain themselves, but they won't actually necessarily realize where it's coming from. Big hug back to you, brother. Thank you for being my friend. You know, it's good that we have this internet, and we have like YouTube algorithm that, like, I try and make it so that only people come here that have got complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't want like people seeing me talk about this stuff that have no idea, but maybe they should. But it's good that I'm just loving the fact that I just started this stream and I just talked about the most vulnerable shit. You know, it's just basically me saying people have called me gay and poof my whole life, and I love women. You know what I mean? Like, and it hurts me when people say that shit to me. And I'm really sensitive. I'm so sensitive to it. In Australia, like, it's like a colloquialism to call each other poof. Everyone calls each other gay or poof, or none of that. They just call each other poof, right? And I've got nothing against like anyone who is same sex attracted. Nothing against that at all. But if you're not, it's pretty offensive, and that's what I've copped that my whole life. Just because I'm different and I act different, and I'm so sensitive to it. Whenever people say it, it hurts me more, you know. And like, I don't care what your sexuality is. I love the fact that if you're comfortable in yourself and your own sexuality, that is what the main thing is. I'm comfortable in my own sexuality, right? If if I had any instance where I was same sex attracted, I would say it. I'm doing a fucking live stream right now, right? You know, if that was the case, I would say it. That's it. Cat's here. Everyone's here. Like Quadrata's here. Hayoka's here. M and Bell's here. Like there's people here. That's awesome. I'm just. This is a big thing, Cat. Like I've been like talking deep about my own sexuality and like people making fun of me and stuff. So how much it hurt me in my life and how sensitive I am to it and how, you know, you can put up a barrier to it, but like if it happens to you over and over, like it wears you down. So it's I've I've been talking and it's really great to see everyone here. This is what I love about this channel. Like we're a small group of loving, friendly people, and we're all like trauma affected, and we can talk and be together. That's it, Cat. We can all be ourselves. But I see I haven't read out any of the comments yet so much. So, but I see Loratus Quadrata says I've always had a really bad relationship with it as well. I've had no sex for most of my youth, and I get many friends though. I was gay as well at one point. I know. Yeah, I start to act like it just to confuse. Yeah, it totally. I was molested and peer molested. So it's people question my sexuality, and it's not fair. It really isn't fair. We live in this world where people should understand. You know, I love women. I'm not attracted to men, and that's just me. Um, it shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be a thing. Why is it a thing? You know what I mean? Like, why? They do it to attack you in most cases, you know, or make fun of you, or, and it's not fair for people who are that way, you know, because they should be comfortable in themselves. You know, we should live in a world where it is that they can exist without having to be conscious and aware or worried and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I love these comments coming through. Working. Quadrata says, yeah, and working people that act mainly. I always say to them, I no need to prove to them I'm a man. I prove to them. Ha ha ha. They shut their mouth. Yeah, that's it. Like there are ways to shut them down. There is totally. It's it why is it the thing? Why do they like? Why is it like it's always in the workplace? This is the thing. Like, I'm smiling now because I'm like thinking it's like okay, but it's in the workplace where it happens. Where people like make fun of you or they question you or whatever. You're there to work. Like yeah, like it's not fair. And most of us we're all like most people are like we don't care, but for some reason some people like want to make it a thing, you know and if you're someone who's been affected, and like myself, like I've said earlier in things in the stream, and I've said before, it's personal for me because I've been affected, and it's caused me to question my own sexuality at times, and I've gone, no, I'm not. I'm. This is my sexuality. I love women, and I don't have this attraction to men. I have no problem with people who do. The fact that I was harmed in that way, I'm dealing with it, and I understand, but I don't understand why that people do these things. Like especially when you're a child, like it's not right. It's obviously one of the most evil things that can be done is to harm children, and yet it still goes on. And in society, we don't realize that also I was harmed by a woman as well. And yes, women can do the same thing. So it's not talked about. So, and that's another thing that has affected my sexuality. And that's why I'm saying tonight, my sexuality, it's been harmed. I'm comfortable in my own sexuality. I don't have much, I don't have a sex life. I don't have a life in general. I don't get outside, but like, uh, I don't have a sex life. I never really did because I couldn't. Um, I I had troubles with having one night stands where everyone else was able to have interact and do all this stuff, and I only had a few one night stands. I had only a few relationships, and they were painful. They were great, but they were also painful. And I've spent most of my life alone. That's just my story, and I think that's a story that a lot of people have. I think a lot of people have the same story, that we've spent our most of our life alone, and we haven't had much. There's only a few people, and even the people that have lots of sex, they might have a lot of regret from having all that sex. you know they mightn't have had great experiences because they've gone through all these difficult times because they've had lots of sex and not got meaningful experiences. So for me, not having got to have lots of, because having physical connection is a powerful thing, and like I miss it. I wish I had it, but at the same time, I'm just glad I'm alive and I'm still learning. You know, I'm sad. I miss out. Um, it's not everything. You know what I mean? Everyone's saying hello to each other. Hayoka says, yeah, they make anything a thing. That's it. Totally. in workplaces, especially, like, gossip and, who's who, what's what, like, this person, that, like, fuck that shit. Sorry to swear, but, like, I don't have anything to do with that stuff. Like, when people used to go into that stuff in workplaces, I used to just, like, turn away, because it's like, why even go into that? I mean, that's Loretta's Quadrata says, yeah, true. I always, in the workplace, in my opinion, always, because it is one of the places where people are allowed to put on the ego mask. Yeah. At home, they will transform into the original fragile child. That's a great comment. They can. And when they're in the workplace, they just, like, they can walk around and they can just be like, yeah. And they can spread rumors, and they can be the person who, like, oh, this and that and that and that. We're there to work. Like, like, if you just focus on what you're doing, like, all that other, like, sometimes it's boredom. They're bored because they're bored, and they just, like, got nothing else to do. But it's wrong because it's social. Like, if you're in a workplace where everyone's cooperating and they're there for each other, everything can fall apart, and, like, you can all be there for each other. But if you're in a workplace where, like, everyone's, like, all, bickering and gossiping and all that stuff, when things get bad, no one wants to do anything. They just put their hands down. It's such a different environment. And cooperation, the difference between cooperation and, like, cohesion, the cohesion is only just holding it together. And they're only just holding it together because they're just, like, they're still fighting. They're fighting each other. Why? And the problem is it's built into it all. So if you're the new person, they'll test you. They'll say, yeah, so what can you take? How much can we make fun of you before you break? Or how, and then when you break, or you say, shut up, I won't take any more of your shit, they go, oh, fair enough. It's okay, we won't do it anymore. So they give you respect. They shouldn't have to give you respect. It should just be, like, built in. It should just be like, it should just be like, it should just be there, And the same thing for sexuality. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point of what I think tonight. I'm just saying, like, who gives a fuck what your sexuality is? Who cares? Who fucking cares what your sexuality is? Like, really, you should respect it, but you shouldn't care about it. Like, who cares? Unless someone's cracking onto you and, like, being, like, all, like, trying to, like, make, crack onto you and stuff, and it's making you uncomfortable, that's when you should just say, back off. Any other time, you should just say, like, don't even mention it. Like, don't even give a shit. Like, respect people. I love it. I saw some hearts there. Yeah. Hayoka says no life here as well. Yeah, brother. I spend most of my time in my bedroom. I spend right here is, like, most of my life at the moment. I'm trying to get out in nature. I've got just enough fuel to go driving up into the bush a couple of times in the next week or so, but, like, I've got no money for the next, like, 3 months. I've got to pay off, like, when I had a car accident last year, I've got to pay it off. And was when I had my um, problem where I was not well, and I've got to pay off a couple of grand, and that's the only money I've got coming through in the next few months. So I'm basically broke for the next like 2 months. I've got no money. So I'm stuck. I've got like I will be able to leave the house and go traveling, but not far. At least it means I won't be like, you know, um, spending money on tobacco or alcohol, because I that's my thing where I'm trying to get off that. And um, I'm doing pretty good so far. Um, it's not easy though. True, always in the workplace, in my opinion, because it's one of the places where people are allowed to put on the ego. Oh, I read that one. 100% says Hayek to Loratis. Totally, man. The workplace you're allowed. Kat says life experiences definitely impact our sexuality, our perspectives on sex, also, and energy transfer. Totally, it is a big thing. It's like it affects your whole being, you know, and negative negative experiences affect it so much. That's so true. It's like, because we are like it is us. It is us, and we have this. It's this thing. It's so sensitive that and then people who are intimate and they get to share an intimate thing that's very personal. Some people are very like, well, it's okay, and they can just like do it, and it doesn't matter. Other people, it means it's connecting your soul and your spirit, and you're vulnerable. It means a lot more to most people, so it shapes you. You know, Quadrata says, yeah, we're just the honest ones, and we embrace the fragile side, not being afraid of showing the whole of ourselves. That's it. It is. It's our personal thing. It's our personal thing. Hag says, yeah, I need to trust so much to ever let a woman in my life again. I'm theoretically open, but she'd have to be from another planet. Yeah, but it'll happen, man. You'll find it'll happen, you know. And it'll happen when you don't expect it too, probably, because you're working on yourself, and like you're like me, like now's not the right time, but there'll be time when it happens, when things happen, and it's like in that Pete Walker book, he talks about like the guy who found the woman that like accepted, understood, and let the guy be through his moments, you know. Um, I'm going through that a second time now. It's awesome book. It's heavy. Um, Quadrata says, "Yeah, we're just honest ones, and we embrace the fragile side, not afraid of showing the whole of ourselves." That's it. Erica says, "I need to trust so much to ever let a woman in my life again. I'm theoretically open to it, but she'd have to be really from." Oh, yeah, I read that one. Sorry. Maybe I read them both. I'm sorry. Kat says, yeah, trust is a huge number one priority. Yeah, it is. Trust is a big one. Like, um, trust is massive. Like, once you've lost trust, I've never had anyone like cheat on me and stuff, but like trust, um, yeah, trust is a big thing. And not just, it's trust is not just like fidelity, it's also like believing in you, like it's trust is like believing in, like listening to you, and not just, it's more about like caring rather than actually just believing in you. Hayoka says, yeah, Cat, exactly. Quadrata says, yeah, INFJ, sorry to hear that, but not lose hope. There's plenty of nice people. Yeah, that's it, mate. You'll find a nice woman someday. Cat says, be right back. Quadrata says, yeah, totally. Cat, totally. Hayoka says, the writers, I don't even think about it much. I got other priorities, but thanks to your kind words. Thanks for your kind words. That's it, man. It'll it'll happen someday, and when you least expect it. And it's because you're working on yourself. You're doing everything, man. You know, you you enjoying. I've been watching your videos, and like I enjoy watching them, and um, I like I can see that you're very vulnerable, and you're sharing your personal shit, just like I am tonight. I'm talking about sexuality tonight, and it's the same as what you're talking about when you in your videos. You're talking about very personal stuff, and you're not afraid to do it. So that shows strength, strength in strength in you being vulnerable and having strength. So I don't. Hack says, yeah, Loretta. So I don't even think about it much. I've got other priorities, but thanks for your kind words. That's it. Well, maybe that's a good thing. Like, you don't think about it and focus on what you need to focus on. Hacker says, yeah, I learned that people in general are more nice than I normally assume. That's a big improvement for me. That's a good thing. I had that today. Like, I went to a shopping center, and there was a woman that works there, and she's really nice. She's always nice to me. And I smiled at her, and she smiled at me. And like, I felt nice. I felt good, because it was like, I could tell she's a kind person, and she's caring. And I was like, I'm glad that my experience today was like reinforced by like someone who was nice, and that really made a difference to my day. And I hope I made a difference to her day by the fact that I actually gave her attention and just smiled and turned back to what I was doing. I wasn't being creepy or anything. I was just like being nice. You know what I mean? So like, I didn't freak her out. She knew that it meant more to me, or just as much to me as like when you're working in a service industry and you have to deal with people every day. I've only worked in the service industry for a bit, but I have for quite a while actually. When I was delivery driver, and you're constantly in that role. You're constantly being like in the service industry, and you're having to be nice, and you're going out of your way to help people. So it really means a lot when someone's nice to you, and you can tell when they're genuine. So I was being genuine today to this woman, and it was just like a brief moment. It was like a second, where we looked at each other and smiled, and like she knew that it was nice to actually have an interaction without it being anything more than that. In Hayaka says, "Yeah, I learned that people in general are more nice." Yeah, that's right. I read that comment, but I'll read it again. It's a good comment to read again. I learned that people in general are more nice than I'd normally assume, and that's a big improvement for me. And that's it. That that's a good thing to reaffirm, because I have that. I had for a while that stuck in my head that most people out there are nasty, and it would affect me. So it's good to know that there is that. And I think also Haga says totally just fine, just say celibate, just stay celibate. Probably spiritually speaking, it's a huge advantage. Yeah, it's good. But at the same time, like at some point, it would be nice for us all to have a partner if that's what we want, you know. So it it's all about what, if you want something, then try for it, but don't like expect it. Quadrata says, I have to go to work, brother. Thank you for the honest and kind energy. Life is hard, but I'm happy to have met you, and I'll go through the day knowing I'm not alone. Thank you, brother. I hope you saw that message I sent the other day. I read your last messages on the live stream, but they disappeared. But yeah. I don't know whether to keep this going or like I've got to do a toilet break, so I could keep this going, or I could like end this stream. Like I'll just keep it going, and if I come back and there's people still here, we'll keep chatting. But it's been awesome so far. It's been a pretty extreme live stream for me tonight. Like I've talked about some pretty deep shit, and I'm glad that I've got some friends here that have been able to give me confidence and share their compassion towards me and towards themselves at the same time. It's heavy topics, you know, like I talked about like my own deep personal feelings, and my vulnerabilities where people have um, sometimes they've made fun of me, sometimes they've attacked me, sometimes they've just questioned me, and either way it's always like put me in this situation where it's like, yeah, like what I was talking about before, like I would go into the fawn response or the fright or the sometimes flee. I'd never go into the fight. I rarely go into the fight response because I just don't do it. Awesome, brother. Hayoka says it brightened up my mood. See you pop out of nowhere suddenly. That's awesome. It's made me smile. I like, yeah, and it's good to know you. And it's good that we're all becoming friends, and like we can share. Like we all have complex post traumatic stress disorder. We all have this thing that we're dealing with, and we also have the other eh, complicated situations. And um, you know, you're a strong person sharing what you do, and I like how you're mixing up the sometimes in German, sometimes in English. I'm happy to read the subtitles, you know. So, but it's good that you're doing English, and you're proud to, like, you've learned English. I learned a little bit of German, but that was only grade 8 and 9, and then so I can't remember. I can't remember what we learned. I learned a few words, and that's it. You must have done it through your whole school. You speak very good English, fluent. You speak it fluent. But yeah, like I'm I felt vulnerable tonight talking about this stuff because it's like sexuality, and I've been talking about how I've had little sex and very little relationships, and people questioning my sexuality and how it feels. It's fucked. Why do people do that stuff? I don't even know. It's the more sensitive you are to it, the more isolated you are. Like, for someone who's married, got kids, someone calls them a poof that or gay or some shit, it's not going to hurt them. But someone like me who lives alone with his parents and hasn't had a relationship for 10 years, it's going to fucking hurt them. Like, it's just the way it is, you know. On top of that, like, I've gone through the self harm. That's why I put content warning in the thing. So, and like I said in the thing, like content warning. So everyone knows that if I put content warning somewhere, you know, if you're going to be triggered, but you're not, because whoever's here tonight are resilient and strong, and you're not going to be affected by what we're talking about. But I don't know. I think I've said enough. Maybe I've said too much, but I don't think so, because based on the comments, everyone's been like receptive to what I've been saying. It's like I'm saying things that I'm being vulnerable, and I'm saying things that people understand. Like, we do live in this world where people are Um, Hayaka says everything else but your stream is triggering me. That's awesome. Well, it's not awesome because that means the rest of the world's triggering you. But it's awesome saying that, like, my stream is like giving you hope and giving you solace or something, you know. But yeah, dude, like the world is pretty rough. So um, I've been lucky. Like I've only had a few triggers in the last um, week. I had a pretty bad one the other day where um, it was a pretty big trigger. Like I misheard someone. Like someone was saying something to me, and the way that they were talking to me was like in a way that I couldn't hear what they were saying properly, and I didn't know what they were saying. And I went and asked them. I said, "What did you like? What did you just say to me?" And they were like, "Oh, nothing. You know, I was just saying nothing." But I was triggered already at the time, you know, like, and it really upset me because it made me question what I heard. And that, to me, for someone who has been paranoid in the past, I'm not paranoid at all now. I don't think people are out to get me. I don't think that there's agencies or churches or whatever are out to like try and run me into the ground. I don't think that. You know, I don't think that at all. My paranoia has gone. Um, but I still have the effect where when someone says something to me and I can't hear them properly, I couldn't hear what they were saying properly, and it made me worry because I didn't know what they were saying, and then I got triggered by that, and so I was proactive. I went and asked the person. I was like, "What did you just say to me? Can you repeat what you just said to me?" And they didn't actually repeat what they said to me. They just said, "Oh, I was saying nothing. I was just, you know." So it made me even more worried because they couldn't just repeat what they said to me. But at the same time, what I did was it really upset me. It triggered me majorly, and it was only because I've gone through um, so much narcissistic abuse from workplaces and friends and people that um, direct, like most narcissistic abuse is done through words, and I I I had to like really just focus on the fact that they didn't, like, I couldn't, I still, like, they were trying to talk to me and I couldn't hear what they were saying because there was other people talking. So I didn't know, and to me it sounded like they were saying something to me that was offensive because I couldn't hear what they were saying. And I went and asked them what they were saying. What did you just say to me? And then they couldn't answer properly. So that made me more worried that they were saying something to hurt me. And I had to actually say no, there was no reason for them to say something like that. So I I did everything, I believe I did everything the right way. When I couldn't hear what that person was saying, there were other people talking in the situation. I went and personally asked the person What did you just say to me? I just need to know what you just said. They couldn't answer properly, but I still didn't get offended or upset. These are things you have to do. If you're in a situation where you're worried that someone's saying something directly to you and they're not, and you're worried that you mishear, because you can easily mishear what someone says. Words can all sound the same. If you're in a crowded room and there's all people talking, like someone says something to you, you can easily hear the wrong thing. It's not like you're having an auditory hallucination at all. I'm saying that you need to clear that out of your mind, that you're having that. And this is where communication is a big thing. If you're sensitive to that, if you've had narcissistic abuse and people have been mean and rude to you over and over in your life, if someone is saying something to you and you can't hear properly what they're saying because of the background noise, go and ask them, say, can you just repeat what you just said to me, because I couldn't hear you properly. That's the best thing to, like, clear the situation. And if they can repeat back to you what they said, it clears it up. But the human can mishear. It's not auditory hallucinations. That's what I'm trying to say. I've been predisposed. I've had that much narcissistic abuse and bullying and people making fun of me in my life, that if I don't hear clearly what someone's saying to me, I can think the negative, and that's a big problem, because direct communication needs to be done clear and concise. If you're speaking to someone, you speak to them directly and you make it clear what you're saying, and you make sure that they can hear what you're saying. If they can't hear clearly what you're saying, and if you're in a crowded room where there's other people making noise in the background, and it makes it difficult, and if you're not speaking loud enough, I don't do this. If I'm talking to someone, I'll speak loud enough. I'll talk directly, and I never say anything that would make well, I won't say never, but I'm sure I don't ever mean to say anything that will make someone upset. But I am predisposed. I am sensitive. I'm so sensitive to people. It's like, hey, okay, when you say, well, people make faces and stuff, I'm the same. People make faces, I get shocked. And in the same thing in, like, Pete Walker's book, he talks about making the face. Totally. When people make a certain facial expressions, I'll be shocked. That's they wouldn't. Herc says, yeah, they wouldn't tell the truth even if their life depended on it. That's the problem. Is you confront someone after they say something, they won't admit to it. It takes a honest person that is really happy to, like, otherwise they won't admit to it. So for me, this is what really affected me, is because it made me question, because I was like, it sounded like you said something to me that was offensive, and And then I went straight away and said, what did you just say to me? And I didn't get a clear response, which should have been easy to do. They can't admit it. It should have been clear. It should have been, this is what I just said to you. Did you not hear me? And I've talked about this when I had a live stream about narcissistic abuse. This is exactly what they do. Yeah, it is. They're just emotionally immature. And what do you do? What do you say? What do you say when someone says something rude to you? Like what I do is I don't say anything. I just take it. When someone says something rude to me, I just take it. I rarely respond, you know. And like I've said in another stream, I just say, I smile and be nice to the person. What can you do? I'm afraid for most people, giving an honest response is actually the hardest thing to do. That's true. It is. If someone asks you, like, I don't find it that hard, but for most people, what you're talking about is for most people is that it's hard for people to actually deal with. It's really hard for them to actually be honest, because what they've just done is, like, if they've delivered an attack, they're not going to admit to it. And this is communication, and this is why, and I've said this only like earlier, communication, if you're sensitive to communication, you need clear, direct. If direct communication, it needs to be clear. If it's offensive, that's okay. It can be offensive, but they have to be clear about it. They can't hide it. If they hide it, then that's an attack. If they do it, yeah, narcissistic society. Our society is overall got a problem with narcissism, and that's our biggest problem in society is narcissism and psychopathy. Is that it's overall got that nature. Saying that, and again, this is going back to Pete Walker's book, and you've mentioned this before, and you mentioned it yourself, is that, most people are friendly, and you have to remind yourself that, and that is the best thing to actually do, is to, like, realize that there is still, like, good people out there, and not think that everyone out there is, like, nasty, because most people are nice. Or a lot of people are nice. I don't know what the percentage is. Yeah, it's such a difficult thing. But communication, it used to be a thing that we like we if you communicate honestly from the heart, and, like, you project, like, a friendliness, you expect to friendly, expect that. But then, like, I saw a really great Hey Oka, I saw one of your shorts, and it was like you had the sunglasses on, and you were like pretending to be the narcissist, and you were like, "Ah, I'm the narcissist. I can see you. You come, you have you're friendly and you're open, and you're like, like you have you're open and friendly, and I can see you from a mile off." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's exactly. You did it right. That was perfect." Most people wouldn't have understood like that. You're being like cynical, and you're like putting on the moniker of the narcissist. I could understand what you were getting at. You're talking from the perspective of the narcissist. You know, you're trying to teach people that this is what they see. They see you from a mile off. They see you from a mile off. They can tell. And if you're friendly and like you expose yourself, they're like a predator. They're like see you as prey and they just attack you. And it's just like it's that's the world we live in. So what do you do? Do you put up a guard every time? Like do you like um protect yourself always? Because I, I find it hard because I, I do that. I put up a guard sometimes and I shut myself down, but like mostly I'm like friendly and happy and like, you know, I think really now that most people are friendly and peaceful, but I guess they'll still be immature if confronted. Yeah, that's interesting. I think that's yeah, that's a really, really good comment. Like it took me a while to like really think about it because it was like so much in that. Um, they are they are peaceful and friendly, but then you if you do confront them, they revert to like a really infantile or immature because uh, even though people have this social intelligence, they might have lost it in true social intelligence, like being confronted with authenticity. So like most sort of negative interactions are based on um, plays or like throws or attacks, like they're but if you just go like, nah, sorry, let's have a conversation and just be peaceful here and friendly, they're like, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's too much. I think that's what you're saying. It's like if they get confronted by that, then it's too much for them. Harrick says, yeah, but um, well, true, but actually find myself in an ultra narc mindset, but I'm working on it. Yeah, it's difficult, brother. Um, that you're being honest. That's why I like that short that you made where you had the sunnies on and you were like, I am the narcissist. I can see you. You come at me with your openness and your friendliness, and I can see you a mile off. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what they see. They see that. So it's educating people, you know, in that's what they see. They see us as prey, as targets, as like food, and they feed on our energy and emotions. So I yeah, you you continue. I expose a narcissist by exposing my own narcissism. Like, I was talking about that before, like with my own self, like looking in the mirror and like looking at myself and shaving and like cutting my beard and looking at myself and going, yeah, but then I wouldn't make it to the concert. So like but that's a different type of narcissism, I mean, the the classic narcissism of the thing was looking in the mirror of the Greek tale. But what you're saying is like I think what you do is you're being vulnerable. You're talking about your own personal stuff. Like what you're talking about recently about like worrying about people coming into your house and stuff. That's very vulnerable, man. That's like me talking about sexuality tonight. Like what you were talking about recently is just like what I'm talking about tonight. So you're being very empathic and vulnerable, and you're talking about it like, and then you went through saying how I realize that it's not going to happen. I realize that I'm just thinking that this is like a fear. You're talking about your own fears, and you know your honesty on your channel is awesome, brother. Like I really respect what you do. You're very honest, and yeah. Hayek says, yeah, when I went to the job center, it was like, oh, such a nice lighting in the sun in our hallway. He couldn't even speak for one or two sentences after that. That's bizarre. Like you're making like an awesome positive comment of how nice it was, and like it was too much for them. So having conversation is just impossible. Emin Bells is here. I was on phone call. How are you feeling now? I'm feeling okay. It's been a bit weird tonight. I've been talking about some deep stuff. That's why I said content warning in the video. And I feel better for it. I was talking about some of how things that happened in my life affected my sexuality, and how I'm comfortable in my own sexuality, and how I get offended by people questioning my sexuality. So it's pretty heavy shit. And I can understand why people question me because I'm different, you know. But why? Like, what's it got to do with them? All it does is just make me upset, you know. Evan Bell says, "Yeah, I was on the phone call. How are you feeling now?" Yeah, there's nobody home. Nobody here? Question mark. Hey, Erica. Evan Bell says, "Have you been checked your page as well? Great research." Yeah, that's it. Um, that's he, he's researching the world, researching himself, and researching his past, and researching psychology and everything. I think it's valuable, and you're doing like, you know, you're showing like, I feel grateful for where I am. Like, you know, I like I was saying, like um I've got to pay back like a couple of grand in this from my accident last year when I had my mental health episode, when I had crashed my car. So I've got no money for the next 3 months, and I've got rego to pay for my car. So I've got nothing. I've got like no money, but I've got food and shelter. I'm really grateful for that, but I've got nothing. Like I can't spend any money on anything for the next few months, and that's also money that I'm getting for being a carer for my mum and supported by the government. So I'm grateful for that as well. But at the same time, like, it's still a struggle. Like, I should be I should be like healing and growing and stuff much faster, but I can't because I've got nothing. I've only got myself to blame for that because I caused the damage when I had my um I don't like to say it, but suicide attempt last year. I've got to pay money towards fixing the damage that I did. And that's all the money that I'll have coming in for the next couple of months. So I've got nothing coming in for a few months. And so I've got to actually deal with that. But at the same time, I'm getting given that money to live. And I also have a shelter and food. So I'm so grateful for all that stuff. So in reality, it's giving me a place to heal, even if it's happening slowly, if that makes sense. So I'm still great. I'm so grateful for that. But at the same time, I'm watching Hayoko, I'm watching your channel, and showing us the food. You only have so much money, and you're buying your food and you're buying your tobacco and your filters and thing. Like, you're you only have so much, and you're showing us what you're showing us your life and what you have, and it's you know it's really powerful powerful to see how you are enjoying life, and you're showing us what you're going through. So um, and you're enjoying it. I know what you're saying, man. Like, when you're talking about like wanting to just like stay inside for like 2 days and smoke for 2 days. I totally get that shit. Like, I've done that, and I've done it many times. I've done it for a long time, and I love doing that. It is therapeutic. You need to do that sometimes. You need to do that, but it's also, I don't know. I just love how honest you are with what you say. That's Hayoka saying, yeah, synthetic cannabinoids. That sucks, man. Like, it should be all natural stuff you get. Evan Bell's Oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear that, Evan Bells. I'm having a really rough time, but now I'm here. That's all, man. Awesome. I'm sorry if I like it. I'm sorry if I Yeah, well, that's what I was worried about, Hayaka, man. I was just talking about you, and I was worried I was like upsetting you because I was talking about you and your videos. Because I enjoy watching your videos and seeing how you're working through stuff and enjoying like, you know, it does come across your struggles come across in your videos totally. Like you want to go to the court office and, you know, go through that name change and things, and you writing letters, and it's heavy stuff, man. And also just dealing with like what you're dealing with, limited, you know, what you've got. Like in that last one, you had, you know, the money and you were counting it out, and you're like, oh, I got this and that. I feel for you, and that's why I was saying what I was saying just before. Like I've got to pay back this 2 grand for the car accident, and that means that my 2 grand plus my car registration means that for the next 2 months I've got nothing. Like I'll barely be able to put $50 fuel in my car every 2 weeks. I've got nothing, and that's my like that again. That's because of what I did to myself last year. So it's fair enough, but like that's yeah. You don't offend me at all. That's all good. Thanks, brother. That's good because I worry about that stuff. I worry about like if I'm talking when I'm talking and stuff, and um, I really appreciate the um, your insight into psychology. It's something fresh. It's, you know, something that, you know, you can speak from experience. Plus, you can also, most people like psychologists and psychiatrists are too afraid to actually talk about research. They really are afraid because they can't say anything about it, because it's like if they say anything that's too not, you know, like not necessarily offensive, but like if they say the truth, whoa, they're in trouble. Whereas you can like you can call it out and you can talk it, you can experience it. And the way that the the thing that really offends me with psychiatry is they have so many different disorders, and they call them disorders, you know, like they're a problem. But really, most of the things they talk about are just behaviors. And so, and in most cases, they're just behaviors that are different to the normal. So the normal is someone who doesn't say anything, and the other side is they don't actually focus on disorders that are associated with um, like psychopaths, um, um, negative behaviors. They mainly talk about disorders that are to do with behaviors that are not like they're just behaviors that don't necessarily, they're not violent, they're not dangerous, they're not destructive. They're more just something that causes someone to not behave the way that society should want them to behave. So they call them a disorder, and they come from a result of someone who's gone through most of the time major trauma or abuse and those sorts of things. So it's like they're an effect that come from being abused or neglected or attacked or and they call these disorders, whereas they're just effects of people who have gone through various types of trauma. They can't actually explain it properly, and they're only sort of what they come up with is just to drug these people with all different drugs. So explaining it is a really good thing. Emin Bell says, yeah, what do you guys think about meds and CPTSD and EMDR? I'm open to EMDR, but there are, like, I saw a thing the other day where it was like you can do your own EMDR with you don't need to pay someone big money to actually do it. You can do it with your eyes closed, and because it's all about keeping your eyes moving while you're thinking about things. So rather than paying like someone hundreds of dollars an hour, you can learn how to do it yourself. And I'm learning mindfulness, and that's a big thing. I think meds for complex post-traumatic stress disorder should only be necessary in some situations. I think the main thing is to actually try and process it and heal your nervous system. So vagal nerve, I'm learning all about this stuff. So vagal nerve repair, and there's ways you can do that. Even simple 3 deep breaths, and there's so many ways you can keep repairing your vagal nerve, and because that's the nerve that goes from your brain right down through your body. But your whole nervous system, repairing your whole nervous system requires being able to control it, and that can be through different things for you. But from what I've found is breathing techniques, grounding techniques. It depends. Well, getting your, like, resetting your going from dysregulation to regulation. So when you get triggered, the hardest thing, and this is again Pete Walker's book, there's a whole chapter on it, working about when you get triggered and what you do, and he's got a whole checklist of things. And you can make your own checklist, but his stuff, it's on his website. He said you can, like, download the checklist and read it. And so when you get triggered, you got to ask yourself all these questions, and so you can work out. And this is what I've learned for myself in a simpler way, is when you get triggered, you think about what it is, what's going on. You have to ask yourself, Am I triggered? Am I like, what is the trigger? What is it that upset you? Can you think about it? Because often you can't. It depends on whether it is um, a body stored trauma or whether it's like in the mind. If you can identify what it is, that makes it easier because you can then, but either way, it doesn't matter. Like, there's ways to calm your nervous system and like get your heart rate down and re-regulate through breathing and calming yourself down. And you can grounding techniques, breathing techniques, mindfulness techniques, they all can benefit. And you got to find what works for yourself. As soon as you find something that works, you'll know straight away. You'll be like, oh my God, this worked. Because you've gone from being stuck in a trigger. And that's sort of what I talked about. I think in the last video I did, where I talked about that, where I did. It was in the last short video I did. So what I did was is I just sat and I closed my eyes and I identified that they were there, but I didn't actually focus on them. This is a big thing with mindfulness, is non-judgment and not to actually focus on it. Because if you focus on it, it makes it bigger. You think about what it is, it's going to be stronger, and the words, the whatever it is, it's going to be bigger and stronger. So like, give it space, let it be. Just like, you close your eyes if you can. You don't have to close your eyes, but if you can close your eyes, it helps a lot. And wherever it is, whether it's in your mind or in your body, and most emotions and thoughts are all over your body and mind, but like, you just let it be, and you don't judge it, and you don't think about it. Like, it's there, and it's hurting you, and you're triggered at the moment, but you're just giving it space. You're giving it. It's very difficult to do, but if you can just let it just be there, it's like someone's hitting you, and you're just like, yeah, I'm getting hit right now, but I'm not going to be hurt by the punches. It's hard to explain. But if you can do that, if you can like think, let it be there, and you let it do its thing. You don't give it attention. You just let it be there, and it will wear itself out. It won't stay there for it wears itself out. The thing about these thoughts, and even the most intense feelings and thoughts, pain, like intense triggers, if you can give it space for a minute or so, it will calm itself and it will dissipate. But the problem is as soon as you just think about it a little bit, or you keep feeding it, it will just keep going. It'll keep going. And I know this, like, it's gone for hours, weeks, days, months, and even years, like in my life, like where I've been, not the whole year, but like for most of the whole year, like I've been continually triggered and never got a break from it, because you're constantly feeding it. But if you can give it that space, it works. So you just let it be, and then don't think about it. It's there. Don't think about what it is. And if you do think about it, don't judge it. Don't 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 make judgment on it. Just let it be, and just keep breathing. Focus on your breathing, and just after a minute, it's just gone. And you can go, wow, you know, and it really does work. Like I've had this work for me. I need to keep practicing this, and I'm just going to keep practicing this. Yeah, it's been a while since I read the chat, but like back to that EMDR and meds and stuff. I think meds for some people, if you really need them. If you don't really need them, maybe avoid. I'm personally avoid meds as much as you can. Um, you know, I think lots of things are medication. So it, EMDR works really well. I've heard it works really well. Somatic therapy. Um, I just was explaining mindfulness and how that works for stopping triggers. So you get triggered and you stop and re-regulate your nervous system through breathing and allowing the thoughts to be there without actually thinking about them. It's really hard to do, because if the problem is with triggers is you start reliving the experience, and then it compounds. You start thinking about all the other stuff. If you can stop that and just let it be and give it a minute or 2 minutes in that state, it will dissipate, and it really works. But it takes training, and I'm learning this stuff now, so I can't say I know it works. I know it's worked. It's worked for me, and it worked for me just the other day, and it was amazing. It was like I couldn't believe I went from a deep painful trigger, and it went to calm. And then afterwards I didn't even feel like I'd been triggered. Whereas normally, like when you get triggered and you finally go through the aftermath, you're exhausted, your whole adrenal system's fatigued because your body's been like pumped with adrenaline, and your brain shut down for so long. Whereas this is like stopping it, calming your brain, reconnecting your brain, your main brain to your amygdala by slowing your system down. Like it's amazing how this works. It takes simple processes. It's really profound how much it can work, and you don't need meds. So um, Hayoka says, yeah, Emin Bells. I never got treated for CPTSD. I only got offered me amphetamines for ADHD, even though I was really addicted to them. I don't like meds at all. I only abuse them. That's a good comment and response, because that's the thing is they do become addictive, most meds, and also um, they're not always the thing that is going to actually help. So like Hayoka was saying, he was already had amphetamine. He liked taking amphetamines, and then he was offered them. So it was like, well, he wanted to get off them, and he's gotten off them. So that's really good. So CPTSD addiction is one of the most common byproducts of it. Is you become addicted to things. EMDR, Herrick says EMDR cells to Emmett Bells. Yeah, EMDR cells sounds interesting, but with regular insurance, it's pointless anyways. Yeah, but you can do it. You can do it for free. Um, yeah, that's it. Let's all learn EMDR, and that's it. I saw what was it? The crappy childhood therapist or whatever. Her channel. She talked about it the other day, where you close your eyes and you imagine a figure of eight, and you just like move your eyes and you follow, and while you follow the figure of eight, and while you're doing it and your eyes are following it, that's when you start thinking about the thing that's causing you pain, and you try and process it, you know. And if that's like you're doing it for free, and there's other, there's other ways out there, but that's a really good one because you're just following the figure of eight with your eyes, and it's all about eye movement because um, by moving your eyes while you're thinking at the same time, that's the whole um, central part of it. So if it's free and it's not costing you $300 a session, like, but I can see people get results from it from like a couple of sessions. So if your insurance will pay for it, then go through, and they'll set up the thing, and they'll have like they'll have camera thing, and they'll have like a um but you can do it just by closing your eyes and imagining a figure of eight. You know, I tried it, and it worked really. Yeah, crappy hot childhood therapist. Yeah, she's good, eh? She's good. But Emin Bell says, "Yeah, I hate taking them. I stopped 2 years ago, and at least now I get to know myself. But when I read my old medic records, I could cry. It made me an addict with these prescriptions." That's really sad, or hard to hear, and tough to hear. I I was forced to take medication for 5 months. I was forced to because I attempted suicide and had an episode in that process, and I understand why they did that. But at the same time, I think it's inhumane. I think that I should have been given another option. Um, you should never be forced to take anything. Um, I was at no danger to other people or myself at the time, but there was a tribunal that made a decision, so I had no choice. Um, had I known at the time I could have asked for a second opinion, I probably could have avoided it. But I was already um, drugged up, so I had no idea what was going on. and I did actually violently try to hurt myself. So I understand I was forced to for a reason, but at the same time, like that's my experience, M and Bells, of taking meds. So I've never taken them for a long period of time. Usually people get asked to take meds and they take them for 6 months or a couple of years or sometimes indefinitely, but they they affect you. They don't, most of the time they don't actually fix what's going on. And with complex trauma, like, um, you need to process the trauma and become clear of it first. And you don't necessarily need medication. Like, I mean, I talked about this in my early streams where I was self medicated and took drunk alcohol and took a lot of cannabis and stuff like that. And it allowed me to function and I could live, I could work for long periods of time. So it's no different to like taking a pill or something. I was just actually just getting it myself. But then I look back and I think the same thing. I think, well, I was drunk for so long and it didn't do me any good. I look back and I cry thinking about those times. Um, Hayaka says, yeah, Emmon Bells, they made me an addict as well. They're ice cold. There is something about, like, like, I'm sure pharmaceutical companies are probably, I hope they're not watching this channel. I hope this channel is just for like sufferers of CPTSD and trauma and things like that. I don't like the idea of people. I like the idea that we can talk about this stuff critically because it's not a big channel. It's only very tiny, and I don't want it to be a big channel. And I want to be able to be critical about this stuff. But there are big channels out there. Like there's an American guy. Um, he's Aussie, but he's American psychiatrist, and he's actually very. He's not. He's his whole psychiatry practice is to get people off the drugs, and he talks about it. He talks about the side effects and how damaging they are, like sexual dysfunction, emotional blunting, like all these things. He talks about all this stuff on his channel, and he's like going against the grain. So I'm sure like he's got people calling him up saying, "Shut up," yeah. But like at the same time, he's helping people because they've been overprescribed. Often, what happens with prescription medication is like they'll give them one thing and then it doesn't work. They up the dose, then they give them another drug and then they up that one and then they just keep going until they're on like 5 or 6 different medications at once and they wonder why it's causing harm. But the thing is, just one drug at a time can be doing the same thing, you know. Um, I don't know. Like, I think there is a place for medication, and antidepressants can really help people. Side effects, sexual dysfunction from antidepressants. Could you imagine? Like, there's like I don't know how many, like hundreds of thousands, even millions of um, young people now who are just like 18, 19, just going through puberty that have been given antidepressants that are now sexually dysfunctional because of the drugs they've been given. They've been like neutered, male and female. This is a scandal, and it's only just become like they've only just put the warnings on the boxes of these drugs after like 10, 20 years of people saying this is causing this, and they don't say anything. So it's big companies that are making lots of money, and the side effects, they just pass off as side effects. They say, well, yeah, like even with what happened to me, it's like, oh yeah, well, the side effects, So I had blurry vision. I had emotional blunting. I cried on the last few live streams, and I haven't been able to cry for fucking 6 months. It was over 6 months I wasn't able to cry. And I finally started to be able to cry again. And my mother's ill. I should be crying over that stuff and all this other stuff. I couldn't cry because emotional blunting, because it fucked my dopamine in my brain. Right? The drug has shrunken my brain, even if it's a little bit. It's shrunken it. It's caused me brain damage. A small amount. I was lucky I was only on it for 5 months. If I was on it for years, it would have caused my brain to really shrink. I was only on it for 5 months. I was lucky to get off it, and I had to fight to get off it because I've no danger to myself or others. There was no reason they could force me to take it anymore. So I said no more, and they agreed. So I was really lucky that people who are stuck on this for years, I had fucking twitches in my arm like this, akathisia, and it was my right arm, and it was like I was getting them like many times a day, like this. It's faded away, and I'm not getting them anymore. I'm still getting the odd like little murmur, but it was like there. And if I'd stayed on this drug, it probably would have been there my whole life. I would have had like this shaky arm. People get in their face, like their face starts going twitching and shit like this. I had sexual dysfunction. It's coming back. Like it's not fully returned, but it's not like what it was. But that took months, and I went through months of like hell with that. But I mentioned blurry vision. I don't know if I did. I couldn't see properly. Like 20 meters in front of me, it was all blurry. My heart was all fucked up. I was getting these like irregular heartbeat. It was because my blood pressure was so low. I fainted at one point. I had a fucking glass in my hand when I fainted, and the glass smashed on the ground next to me. And luckily, I didn't get cut from it. And these are just side effects. And the whole point of this drug was to stop you from like hurting yourself or hurting other people or whatever. And it was all just because I had this one time I fucking lost my shit and I tried to kill myself. It's not like I had like a history of like doing this for years or anything like that. No violent history. One time. And the other side effect is, and I've got to get ultrasounds now, which is good. My doctor said get ultrasounds because I was complaining about it for months. I wake up in the middle of the night with intense pains in both arms, right where the fucking needles were getting put in. So they put in a clot. They put in the drug in your arm, and it would be a clot that would sit there for a month and slowly dissolve, like over a month. So like they're putting a clot in your muscle. So I've got this damage, like I've been told massage it, drink water, do all this stuff, like, but my coordination, I feel like my coordination is lost in both my arms now. And I used to play guitar, and I'm worried about getting back into guitar. Like, I used to be really, my hand coordination was really good. Maybe it'll come back, but it's not psychosomatic. This is real shit that actually happened to me. I'm waking up with the pain is like exactly where like they put the fucking clot in my arm. So I'm going to get an ultrasound to see if there's any damage in the muscle. But I haven't had I think in the last month I've woken up 2 or 3 times with the pain. But it used to be like every night or second night for months because of forced injections. Just because once, I mean, it was fucking, what I did was pretty serious. Like, I crashed my car. Like, it wasn't violent. Didn't crash it into another vehicle or anything. I crashed it into a fence. And I did it to hurt myself. It was, that's content warning in the story of this fucking, in this video. Yeah. I'm sorry to upset people if I am, but I was in a really bad state, and I'm not there now. I'll never go back to that state. I'm healed. As soon as I survive that, I'm never going to get to that point again in my life. I will never get to that point again. If I start having any form of ideation, wanting to hurt myself, I will reach out. I'm not going to do that. But I also understand, that people who have that, they get to that point in their life and they can't think of any other way out. I don't judge them, because I know I have a lot of friends who've ended their own lives, and it's very painful. And you have to understand that they were in a really difficult situation. I was in a really difficult situation, and I'm really glad to be alive now. So I just think that, there are countries in the world that don't do this stuff. They don't force medications, and they have really good results. So hopefully in 10 or 20 years, every country will have in their mental health wards the option to not be medicated. And if you choose not to be medicated, you have to go through a different process of rehabilitation. And that will require psychoanalysis, that will require other therapies to prove to all the doctors that you're not going to hurt yourself, you're not going to hurt anyone else. It's different for violent offenders, and I understand there are medications for people who are really, really mentally ill. My situation was, it was a one-off, first time. It had built up over time. My life had fallen apart, and it was non-violent. The only violence was towards myself. So, but it is the go-to. Anyone who harms himself, they just give him these drugs. They just go, attempted suicide, or give him a tablet. There's no alternative where there should be an alternative. Sorry, the chat's gone quiet because yeah. Well, that's probably because I've been talking heavy about this stuff. And like, yeah, no, it's heavy stuff, man. Like the side effects, like the sexual dysfunction's coming back. And it's gone. I mean, but it's still for a few months there. It really upset me. Blurry vision, emotional blunting, of not being able to cry, not being able to feel. And that's the whole point of these drugs. That's actually what they're designed for. They're like, yeah, it causes impotence. Yeah, it causes sexual dysfunction. Yep. That's what the psychiatrists say. Yeah, it's part of it. So it's a side effect, but it's an effect. They got to stop saying it's a side effect. It's like actually an effect of the drug. And in some cases, that is what they're trying to do. For some, there are some people who are really mentally ill with serious stuff, and like that's what they're using it for. But the problem is they're using these like what Kat just said, risperidone is wild. How much it blunts emotions. Exactly. Um, they're giving that to dementia patients. They're giving risperidone to people with insomnia. It's being prescribed off label. So it's, from what I understand, what that means is like it's originally got approval for a particular thing, and then they're saying we're just going to give it to these people now. Oh, you've got insomnia. We'll give you a risperidone, a low dose, but yeah, we'll give it to you because you can't sleep at night. Oh, you've got depression. We'll give you a bit of risperidone. You know, it's the other thing. It is the most profitable drug in the world. Like as far as psychiatric drugs, they're making so much money off this drug. It's not just risperidone, but like all the antipsychotics. They're making so much money off it because it's such an easy thing for them to do. It's like giving amphetamines for ADHD. It's the same thing, but that was 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Now it's like it's been 30 years since those modern antipsychotics were approved, and they even make your breasts grow. Like my man boobs have grown a little bit since I was on it for 5 months, just a little bit, but like I put on a bit of weight. If you stay on it for if you're on a heavy dose for a year and over a year, you're going to have diabetes. Like, I don't know how they think that that's safe to give to people. There's got to be other ways. Like, if you can, if you can sit down with a psychiatrist and say, look, I'm not going to hurt myself. I'm going to improve my life. Get me off this drug. They should say, yes, we will get you off this drug. Whatever it is. I'm sorry if I sound. I'm sure everyone here is like on my side as far as we understand that there are places for these things, but in most cases, they just cause you more damage and they hurt you more. So I'm just catching up with the chat. Emin Bell says, yeah, they even wanted to give me 5-year-old Ritalin. It's insane. Your your 5-year-old, that, like, I can understand there are times where it can be okay to give children drugs, but like kids are kids. They're growing up. Like, they're going to be ADHD already. Like, you know, we don't. It used to be like you had to go run out and chop wood and like collect firewood and like do stuff. We live in this modern age. Like the reason, like it's so difficult. Like why are they giving? They're prescribing. A friend of mine told me that his grandkids have been diagnosed ADHD and they're only like 2 or 3 years old. And I said to him, I said, mate, they're only they're only toddlers. How can they like no, they're older than two. I think they're like preschool or something now, but like I was like, how can they diagnose them as ADHD and they're little kids? And like what so I said to him, I said, so what are they going to give him drugs or something? And he's just like, oh yeah. And I don't know. I didn't say anything. I felt bad because I didn't want to make him upset because you're in that position. He was in that position, you know. I'm just catching up with all the chat. I'll do it quickly. Same. Hayeka says, yeah, same here. Trauma trigger. They're so hard to identify in the case of covert narcissist parents. Diagnosis is such a thing that they do so quickly. Like psychiatrists only have like an hour, or not even that, like 20 minutes, 40 minutes, and they look at the person and they say, oh yeah, DSM-5, yeah, you've got this. We'll put you on this. And I'm not saying all psychiatrists are bad or anything. I'm just saying like it's a system that causes a lot of harm, and it's a big money earner. So it's something that should be taken. You know, there should be a healthy resistance against it. Hayeka says it's so nice you're learning. There's mindfulness course, Luke. Thanks for sharing, connecting to the CPTS triggers. Thank you, man. Like that's really worked with the man. Anything I learn, I will share. But like, there's YouTube's good for that, but also it's look, it's life changing. Like non-judgment, letting the thought just let it be. Like somehow let the thought don't the thought might be in here and here, but allow it to sort of be out somewhere out there, and like don't judge it. Don't even think, like, the more you think about it, like just don't let it be there. It's going to be there, but like don't. And then after a minute or so, it's going to sort of fade away, and it's amazing. It works. And there's so many mindfulness. There's hundreds of mindfulness exercises. I mean, it's been practiced for thousands of years. And so like we can learn from all that stuff. And if it doesn't work for you, you'll find something that will, like, or there will be, out of all of the different practices, you will find something that works. And it's what stuff, man. So thank you so much, Hayaka. It means a lot to me that I'm able to share that stuff, because it really does. And it's in that Pete Walker book, man. He keeps talking about how much importance it was for him in his healing. It wasn't until he did the mindfulness that he couldn't do all the other stuff. So, and then I'm catching up with the chat. Yeah, crappy childhood therapist. That was from before, when I was talking about like the EMDR, because she did that the other day. This was only from the other day. I saw her video, and I was like, yeah, that totally works. And I tried it, and it worked. Kat says, yeah, risperidone is wild, how much it blunts the emotions. Yeah. It's not nice, hey. It's not nice. And the good news is that the emotions come back. The emotions come back. They do come back. You've seen me cry on here. I couldn't cry for like months, 6 months or more. Eric says, yeah, I'm just so grateful to be here, guys. Big heart. Kat says, big heart. Kat says, yeah, my 6-year-old son was prescribed an antipsychotic for autistic aggression. Threw that script right in the bin. Yeah, good on you. That's it, Kat. Good on you for doing that. Because how can they, how, that's 6-year-old autistic aggression does not need to be addressed with antipsychotics. It's just part of the condition. And being a compassionate parent, you have to deal with it. Like there are autistic children that have an aggressive side, and it's very difficult to deal with. I can understand that would be very difficult as a parent or a teacher, and teachers probably the ones who are saying it, you know, like, oh, he's aggressive. But like, so are other kids that aren't autistic. They're aggressive. They're just afraid, and like they're just like, here's a simple answer. Just put them on this, dumb them down, blunt them out. Like, good on you for doing that, throwing it straight in the bin. It's like autistic kids need to grow up naturally without having all the drugs, you know, and they need to be able to like learn. It's harder for them because they have to like, everything's more difficult, like emotions and everything's more difficult for them. So why add another thing to it? Like, Evan Bell says, Cat, I said no as well several times. Even his father wanted the treatment, but I insisted no. I was shocked about how they wanted to convince me. They're still trying. Like, it's convenience. It's the same reason why they're giving dementia. They're giving dementia patients the same drugs in old people's homes to slow them down so they don't get out of bed at night. It's elder abuse, and this is the off-label prescription. They're like, okay, we made this for people for this scenario, and now we're going to give them to all these other situations because it and it has all these side effects. So I'm sorry if this is all becoming traumatic for people talking about this stuff, but it's good that we're able to share this stuff and to know that, you know, you guys are talking to each other about it, you know, and sharing within each other, like your own experiences. This is heavy stuff. Like my, you know, my my grandmother died in an old people's home because she got out of bed in the middle of the night and fell and broke her hip, and then she died. And these days they probably would have given her some bloody drug to keep her docile so she didn't get out of bed at night because she had dementia at the time. So I think about that. I think if my grandmother was alive today, she would have been one of those people that they just give her antipsychotic so that it's but what it does is it blunts your whole life. You can't think properly. You're you're like you're like a um you can't think, and you're just like this. You're in this state of like it's terrifying. When I was on it, I was like 24 hours a day. Like my dreams were nightmares, and my daytime was just terrifying. And then I would have insomnia, so I'd only sleep 2 or 3 hours a night, and all day long was just terrifying. And to think that they're giving this to dementia patients and autistic people, children, obviously much lower doses. I was given a high dose because of my attempted suicide, right? So I was on a higher dose, but like even on low doses, it's not, they shouldn't be giving this stuff to people. Like my seriously, my heart goes out to you all, especially Kat and Emin Bells, for what you've been talking about because it's personal. It's personal for me. Like I'm telling you about my experience with it, and they're trying to tell you to give it to your kids. Like like kids grow up, like they go through, even if they've got autism, you know, like they can grow up from the autism and become adults, and they will not be the same as they were when they were a child. They'll become an adult. I've got a small, on the spectrum, and I grew up with difficulties, and I eventually learned social intelligence. I'm still have problems with stuff, but like I'm on the mild spectrum. I can imagine even people who are like there is severe and then medium and then mild, you know. But it's all about management. It's like it's easy for them, and that's why I get so upset when they say they're giving them to dementia patients in hospitals and in old people's homes. Imagine being in an old people's home and they give you like antipsychotic just to keep you dumb and like I know it makes it easier on the nurses maybe because it's difficult for the nurses and the staff that have to deal with severe dementia patients that are causing problems. But there's other drugs that can calm them down that aren't so destructive, like drugs that actually make them feel good. I don't know, or nothing. I don't have an answer, but I think it's inhumane to give children and elderly these drugs. I think it really is. And same with the ADHD with Ritalin and amphetamines and stuff like that. Like, there's got to be methods. There's got to be ways. It's just it's an easy solution for them to just say, yeah, we'll just put them on this. Evan Bell says, yeah, Cat. I said no as well several times. Even, oh yeah, I've read that one. Insisted no, but I was shocked to know why they wanted to convince me. Yeah, well, there is coercion involved and money's involved. They get paid for prescriptions, and there's also an agenda to keep them to do it, to have a certain amount. I don't know. Cat says to Emin Bells, I'm sorry you're going through that. Well done for standing up for your son and not going with the meds. Keep strong. I really think there's like a whole generation that's growing up now that are just drugged. Emin Bell says, thank you so much, Cat. Big heart. Cat sends heart back. Emin Bell says, yeah, it's inhumane proof we're living in a toxic, narcissistic world if we treat the most vulnerable like this. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, you'd think with all the resources we have and like compassionate people out there, I thought it was all about integration and allowing people to have, like when I grew up, I'm 46 tomorrow, I'm turned 46. And when I was growing up in the 80s, I was different. And I was a trouble, you know, and I wasn't that bad, but like I had difficulties with learning. I had learning difficulties, and I because I was on the milder edge of, like, they hadn't diagnosed people with autism at that stage, but there's certainly much more severe cases that you see these days. But even that, like, one thing that I thought was really good with education is that they're integrating. They used to have special schools where they kept all people that were different in the one school, and all the normal people were in the other schools, and then they started integrating them all, and then they started just giving drugs to people. Like, surely, like, there's better ways. Like, I know it takes more work. Maybe they just need, like, more teachers, support staff. the same staff could actually be watching the other students and like helping them out, because we all know that people in the normal part of school, so-called normal, um, learn and develop negative behavioral behaviors. And that's what was I thought was great about having um, people that had impairments or disabilities to be part of normal schooling, the same school. And so people could grow up learning, oh, so and so's in a wheelchair, so and so's like can't speak properly, or so and so can't communicate at all. But they learn growing up about that, and they don't actually appreciate it, and they see the other person and they become friends with them. They learn to empathize. And I thought that was a great thing that was like it slowly becoming part of the education system. That it used to be, they used to have special schools for people with disabilities, and then you had the normal schools, and they kept them all separate, and then they started integrating them. But if they're integrating them and then just drugging the kids that are from that part of the thing, are they really integrating them? Like, it sounds like it's actually abuse, you know? I'm sorry if I'm like, my speaking is like, I don't know. I'm not I'm not like completely anti medication. I think we need to be very careful of how we use it and when we use it. And certainly, like, you know, I think there's a lot of cases where it's causes much more damage. I hope I haven't like upset anyone. I mean, we've all sort of taken this conversation towards this direction, and that's sort of what happens with me with these live streams. I go off on tangents, and like I answer the questions, and then I go off on a tangent. And but it seems to be that, from what I've been reading in the comments, these are personal things that um, these are real experiences that you guys are living through, and decisions that are being forced on you, and well, not necessarily forced on you, being pushed on you. Emma Bell says, yeah. Ultra Hayoka says, Emma Bell's 100%. Emma Bell says, yeah, I missed the main speech. Yeah, it talked about trauma affects sexuality. It's hard to find in literature. Yeah, you can go back and watch it um, if you want. It's it's mainly me just talking about how sensitive I am towards people questioning my sexuality, and how I'm comfortable in my own sexuality, and um, how workplaces have been a place where it's always been a thing, and where people, because I'm different, people have always questioned my sexuality, and uh, I used to sexually self harm, which is content warning. Sorry, didn't need to say that, but um, it's one of the byproducts. Like, like with people self harm. It's I don't even want to. I'm sorry I even brought that up. Like, but it's long in the past now. I'm not what I was. I'm a different person now. It's a long time ago, and if the sad thing is that it takes a long time to forgive yourself for doing or putting yourself through those things, and um, I've come to understand that um, I was really messed up at that point, and I've like um, sorry, yeah, I should just really quickly go on to another topic because it's really um, somehow I got onto that. Um, but yeah, that's got nothing really to do with my sexuality. My sexuality is, and that's my main point was it's personal, and people don't make it personal. They make it their business. You know what I mean? They and that's something that really offends me. So you don't have to go back through and watch that stuff. But I mean, for me, it was pretty. Um, for someone who's like, you get to a certain level of bullying and harassment and narcissistic abuse where you just learn to live with it and you just take it and you don't let it affect you, but then it still affects you. You like it still hurts you and it still goes on. Like, and because I'm isolated, I haven't had a girlfriend for like over 10 years. I'm vulnerable and it's affected me having the chance of having a relationship. Like I haven't been now I'm learning how to heal from all this stuff. I think in the future I will be capable of having a proper relationship and that I wasn't for a long time because I was still trapped in the constant triggering, getting triggered, self like mild self harm through substance abuse and not caring for myself and stuff like that. Even though like I'd stopped going, like I'd been through all the bad, worst times of my life. So there is hope for the future, But at the same time, and again, like I think Hayoka was saying, yeah, I'm happy to be celibate at the moment. Like I'm the same, like I know I've got a lot of work to do, and so I'm in no rush at the moment. But there was a long time in the last 10 years where I was wishing for connection, um, and it never happened. And there was a few opportunities, failed opportunities, and I would blame myself for like I just wasn't in the right place. But yeah, what you said, Emmon Bells, it is hard to find in literature. People don't talk about it because of the effect of it. Um, how much it damages people because it happens to boys and girls, and then they grow up, and then um, it affects them as they're adults, and no one wants to really talk about it. All they really say is you either become hypersexual or hyper frigid, and I became hyper frigid. I became super, like if someone touched me, I would flinch. You know, I would like I can hug people and stuff, but I love a good hug with someone. Um, but I touching and things like that is still very difficult for me. I am getting better at it, and um, Hayoka says, Emma Bells, you mentioned reading other books from Bessel van der Kolk besides Body Keeps the Score. Yeah, I keep hearing that Body Keeps the Score is a really good one. I keep hearing that. So that's on the top of my list, I think. Sorry, Luke, it was the wrong question. It's often excluded this it's just often excluded this chapter. No, that's okay. Um, I think it is. I think it is. I think it's just not talked about. Like, um, I think the it's like complex post-traumatic stress disorder. It's such a widespread, common. It really is common. 1 in 4 people have got it, um, and yet it's not on the news because even PTSD, like for veterans and people from other traumas, it's not acknowledged like it should be, and I think that's really sad because given the right therapies, people will, um, yeah, they'll recover and heal, and not always, but there's hope. That's the main thing. Emin Bell says, yeah, I like the book from Judith Herman and the insights from Dr. Martin Schwartz. It's hard to read when I start dissociating. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, um, that's what I found with Pete Walker's book. is it's such heavy stuff. Like you're hearing these, like I start getting traumatized hearing the stuff that he talks about. Like, and it's like, he does also center on it being family orientated trauma, and my trauma came from non family. So, but I acknowledge that most people have their trauma come from their family. So for me, it was like I was trying to hear other perspectives, and like there was traumatic stuff within my family, but for the majority, it was um, had nothing to do with my family. Um, but that was his story. He had a really difficult, abusive upbringing, and that's how and he grew through he learned how to heal himself over 20 years it took him, or something like that. Yeah, um, I think that's a good point, Emin Bells. Like trying to read the literature and not dissociating, because it's too difficult or too painful. It's very confronting. Oh, Hayaka says, "Yeah, Emin Bells, don't even do that." He's pointing upwards, saying, "Yeah, Martin Schwartz's book is a little bit too hard to read." It is good when someone writes a book that's readable, you know, even though like the may sometimes the some of the best information's like in those heavy books, just too much. Herrick says, yeah, Judith Herman I know from Object Relations, but I asked AI to explain it to me. Interesting. I wonder what the AI said. Herrick says, yeah, I'm going to check out Schwartz for sure. Big thumbs up. I'll try and read the I think that's German or Swiss. Die toxic match der narcissism. The toxic power of the narcissist. Marie France Higueron. Uh, yeah, Her Hergoyen. That's it. Erica says, yeah, I'm going to fast from coffee and weed for 3 hours, guys. That's good. 3 hours is long enough. That's good. 3 hours. You can do this. Yeah, totally. I can do this. 3 hours. And you got the best coffee in the world. You showed it on the video. Is that ground coffee? I don't know. Yeah, you can totally do it. What time is it now? 1 o'clock. It's almost midnight. No, it's after midnight. It's almost 1 o'clock. in the morning. Oh, midday. I got it wrong. I just saw 12:59. So yeah. So where you are, it's almost midday. Yeah, nice. 12:55. That's it. Man, I can't believe this chat's gone for 3.5 hours. I started off talking about like all this stuff, and then it's good. It's good we can go off on different topics, And I'm glad I had this chat. I'm glad I did that tonight. Like, it's something means a lot to me because I'm ultra sensitive. I'm super sensitive to this shit. Like, and I've copped a lot of bullying and just for no reason, just for being different. And I wanted to make it clear, like, why why do people do this stuff, and why do I have to take it? That's awesome, hey Oka. I'm glad I was there. Like, so if it's like 3 hours, like you've been here through the morning into the afternoon. That's it. Emin Bell says, "Yeah, it's always good to see you. Thank you so much." We've got a nice, friendly like group of friends now. Like Kat was here for a long time earlier, and it's just been us. And it's really great to see like Emin Bells, you and Kat got to share some personal stuff together, and that you're both going through. Like how often do you meet someone on the internet and you can talk about this stuff? Like, so it's good. Yeah, I'm so thank you, Emin Bells. I'm glad I did too. Like, I think I had the feeling like I was just like, I've got to just let this stuff out because it happened to me earlier this week. I got really sensitive and I misheard someone, and like it really triggered me. And so I was like, I've got to really deal with this. I have to like, I can't let it be something that affects me moving forward because I'm comfortable in myself. I know I know where I stand, and I need to let people know where I stand. And once I started the conversation, we just started chatting, which is great because that's what happens. Because it's something that means a lot to me because I am going through this. We're all going through this healing process in a way, in lots of ways, and we're sharing together what we do. And literature, like you only go back a few chats and you're talking about great books to read. I know I have to read Body Keeps the Score. I keep hearing that, so I will buy that book as soon as I can afford it. I keep hearing that, like from different sources, like saying, "Yeah, this is one of the really good ones." And oh, hey, Oka, man, dude, That means a lot. I'm so glad I was there for you when you needed someone. Like you said, no, no, really, guys, I was not okay. But then Luke popped up and out of nowhere. That's what. So, thank you, mate. Like, I'm glad. I'm so glad. I'm grateful that I was there. You know, um, and same here for you guys joining. When I first like started the stream, I thought, "Oh, do I put the chat in there or not?" Because I was just going to do like a short stream, and then I didn't. I just thought, no, just put it up, and like if people join, they can chat, and it was great. Lots of people joined over the time. Quadrado was here, Cat was here, Hayaka's here, Emin Bells. Like we're all friends now, and it's it's really great to have a small community of friendly people that you know we can actually talk about stuff without judgment, and listen to each other, and it's pretty special. Yeah, Hayoka says, Emin Bells, yeah, I wrote your reading recommendations. Thanks again. Yeah, Schwartz, was it? Toxic, The Toxic Power of Narcissists by, oh no, Marianne France, Hergoyen. Is that how you say it? Hergoyen? 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 I'm not. Sometimes I can get pronunciations right. Sometimes I'm pretty bad. Evan Bell says, "Yeah, you're welcome. Hey, do you guys have Discord or Skype? I used to have Discord, but I uninstalled it. I do have Skype, so I think I'm on Skype. You can find me if you look for me on there. I'm just it's my full name, Luke Alexander Johnson. I'll know it's you. Like I don't respond to most of the people trying to. Um, you get random requests on there, but yeah, if you type in my full name, there's probably not that many, so you'll find me. Evan Bell says, "Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it either." That's all right then. Yeah, no, look, I'm really glad I did this stream tonight. Like the I've spent my whole life being made fun of, and it's really got to me, and it's caused me to have low self-esteem and low confidence, and I, it's caused me to miss out on relationships. So if I can get past all that shit now, maybe I've got a chance for a relationship in the future, you know, especially if I work on everything else. And if I don't, and I stay celibate for the rest of my life, that's just the way it is. So at the moment, healing from CPTSD is the main thing. Hoga says they don't let me log into Discord. I create a new account soon. Yeah. Yeah, I had Discord for a while, and then um, I have this thing where there's when you have too many social media things, you know, So I'm just like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. That's about it. I had WhatsApp for a while, but then I got rid of it because I found it annoying. But it's like, I don't know. There's so many. It's ridiculous. So you got Snapchat's massive, but I never got onto that. Like, I guess because I'm like 46, like Facebook's my thing. I was around when Facebook started, even though like half the other bloody, what do you call it, social media things started around the same time. It's been good tonight, like sharing this stuff. Like for me, even if no one watches it, it's not about that. And maybe if people watch it and get confidence themselves, because who cares what people think about you, you know? Um, that's something I think about. But it still gets to me when people say stuff to me to try and knock me down. Um, Erica says, yeah, I got an email address to my channel description, but I'm hesitant to use old Skype or Zoom. Facebook is the worst. I'd rather create new accounts there as well. Yeah, that's fair enough, brother. You don't have to like M and Bells. Yeah, go to what's Heyoka? It's the real no. What's your YouTube channel? It's the real INFJ Ultra Heyoka or the true. Actually, you should be able to right click on your name. Oh no, not right click, left click on. If you're using a mouse, M and Bells, you should be able to left click on the name and go to channel. I'm just doing it now. Actually, your channel name is exactly the same as your chat name. Often people's channel names are different to their chat names. But yeah, there you go. That's what we were talking about the other night. And I kept saying right click, but I got it wrong. You just left click on the name of the person. If they've got a channel, you can go to their channel. Maybe that's just me because I'm hosting, but I'm pretty sure it's everyone. I'll tell you what, it's been an awesome chat tonight. Like, we did talk about some interesting topics. It started off with all about me. Yeah, I do. Em Bells. I got my Instagram. Oh, you found Hayoka? No, that's it. Yeah, you found Hayoka's channel. So Em Bells has found she's going to subscribe to your channel now. Hayoka is like, he's a legend. And yeah, it's good. I like the same, like what he said earlier about when I popped up today. It's been the same for me, Hayoka. I've had a few like tough days, and like I've logged onto the internet and I've seen, oh yeah, Hayoka's got a new video, and like it had just been posted, and it like the you know how it takes 10 minutes or so, I don't know, like for the translation to generate. And then I'll wait 10 minutes and I'll go back and it's like, oh yeah, it's translated now. I can listen to what he's saying. And then you're doing like videos in English and you're like, yes. And you're like, yeah, I'm proud I can speak you, man, you speak perfect English. So it's good. Yeah, telepathically 24/7. That's it, man. Connections. But yeah, Emin Bells has found your channel and like it's got your email. So she can email you and you can like chat to each other that way. So that's really good. I like that. And Hayoka's like me, Emin Bells, like we don't always, it might take a few days for responses. I don't always respond straight away. So Hayoka's the same. He's given me that warning. He's like, oh, if you email me, I might get back to you in a day or two. I'm the same. Like it might take me a few days to get back to people, but we all once we understand that it's all cool. There's no hurry. That's the main thing. There's no hurry for any of us. Man, I'm so glad we've all found each other. You know, we had Quadrata in here earlier, and Kat was here, and Emin Bells, and Ultra Hayoka, and like it's we're all we're all like friends, you know, and we can chat even though we don't know each other. We sort of know each other now, you know, and it's a pretty friendly place. I want to keep this a friendly place, you know. So I'll just keep doing these streams. I'm going to do another one on Sunday, which will be your Saturday or Sunday. I keep doing them on a Sunday night at 6 o'clock. So that's about the same time. I don't know. Same time I do it every week at the moment. So hope to see you all there for that, which is a couple of days away. And it'll be like I turn 46 tomorrow. And so it'll probably be the same date when I do the live stream. So it'll be still my birthday. So you can all wish me happy birthday, even though I don't, you know. I'm just laughing at the last comment, but like I'll go back to last few. Hayeka says to Emin Bells, yeah, cool. I'm glad I found you, Emin Bells. And then Hayeka says, yeah, more like a week or two these days, but isn't time an illusion anyways? I think that's it. I think he's talking about like emails and stuff. Like I'm the same. It takes me ages to get back to people. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like it should be like you get a letter and you open a letter, you know, like it's going to take you time to get. You shouldn't have to respond straight away. You need time to think about it, especially if you know. And I'm laughing at the last one. 10 minutes into fasting, and those cravings are already kicking in, brother. Mate, I used to be like a chimney. I used to roll 3 joints at a time. I used to roll like not the big ones like you roll. I used to roll like ones this big, and I'd roll 3 at a time. So I'd finish one, and then like I'd have another one. So I know your situation. Yeah, that's it. No, it's tomorrow's my birthday, and then Sunday I'll do the live stream the same time I normally do it. So it'll be your late night Saturday night, Sunday morning. So yeah, next time I do the normal live stream, it'll be my birthday still. Not so. No, you didn't miss anything, Em and Bells. Like, it's my birthday tomorrow, but like, I'll be doing my live stream Sunday here this time. So it should still be the date. It should still be like technically my birthday when I do the live stream. Yeah, Ultra Hayoka says, yeah, I see emails almost equivalent to letters. I grew up having goth pen friends. That's it, man. You said it perfectly there. Like, emails are like letters. Like, you get, you click on update and it's like opening the letterbox. It's like, oh, I've got a letter. And you read it. And you take time, you think about it. You know, it could be a day, 2 days, 3 days, and then you can get back. If someone sends you an email, says, I really need your response, can you please email me straight away? That's different. But no one says that unless they really need an email straight away. That's what I like about emails, is that you can take a couple of days to actually respond. There's no hurry. There shouldn't be a hurry. But yeah, man, goth pen friends. So did you have like calligraphy pen and like do the full letters? That's pretty cool. It's amazing, hey, we grew up and we've gone through that era of like going from just letters to emails to instant. So I've gone, that's my old phone, and it's now like they're about to shut this network down, like because they don't want to use these old phones anymore. And I used to love it because it was just text and call, or and if I had to send a text message on this phone, it would take me like 20 minutes to like send a long message, like, and I used to avoid sending text messages. And I finally just got one of these again. I haven't had a smartphone for like since 2018. So that's a long time now. 6 years. I've had this phone's lasted me 6 years. And I tell you what, not having a smartphone was the best thing for my mental health. Like, not having a smartphone. Although now that I've got one again, you can see how it's the same as my t-shirt. That's like in that last video I did, I stitched up my shirt. It was all ripped and I stitched it up. I used the whole sewing kit. So like I used every color, and it's still got few little holes, but like I've got most of it done. And this side had to do there as well. There. But yeah. But it's a nice phone. I got this, my sisters gave it to me for my birthday. And it's good. I did buy myself one, but it didn't work. I had to send it back. I bought it and like the internet didn't work on it. It was like halfway between this and that. So it was a dumb phone that had internet and Google Maps and stuff. And when I tried to run it, it was connected to an American network, and I had to send it back. I was like, and this doesn't even work. So we ended up getting this, and it's an awesome phone for like cheap. And I'm only going to put a few apps on it. I'm not going to put many apps on there, but it works. So that's the main thing. Evan Bell says you're coming live at your birthday, or did I? No, I just read that one. Yeah, no, that's it. So you'll see me in a couple of days. What I'll do, Evan Bells, you'll see. I'll do a scheduled scheduled live. So you'll see if you've got me on your notifications, it'll come up on your YouTube, and you'll know when I'm going to do the live, which will be in 2 days or 3 days, and that'll be, they'll be same as sort of usual, about 6 or 7 of us having a chat, and that'll be fun. We always, yeah, we have great chats, which is really good. And um, but it is like, yeah, it's my birthday tomorrow. Um, and then like by the time I do the live stream, it'll be still my birthday in Europe, technically. But that, I'm sort of, I don't have parties or anything for my birthday, so I'll be glad to have you friends here for a chat. That'll be my birthday party. Yeah, so Emin Bell says, yeah, so fancy. I miss these days so much. You mean the old, this phone? Totally. It's so good. The last 6 years of just having a dumb phone has been so good. If I have to go travel somewhere, I have to write down like on a piece of paper where I'm going, and I have had a tablet at times where I could like use maps on that, but most of the time, if I'm going anywhere, I've got to write it down, and I've got a Refidex in my ute, which you know what a Refidex is a book that's got the maps of all the streets. So I use that if I have to, but I hardly go anywhere. I'm an INFJ as well, so like I like I hardly leave the house. I need to sort of break out of it a bit more, but it's pretty hard these days because I can't leave the house most of the time. Someone's always got to be here for mum, and dad's going out a lot during the day. And then, so if I was to go anywhere, it'd be at night time. So, and I've pushed away most of my friends over the last while, going through my own trauma. I still have old friends, that would love to catch up with me, and I'd love to catch up with them, but it's then difficult to find time to actually do it. And I spend most of my time just on my own in my room, and have done for a while. Like more so, especially the last year. Before that, I was working for myself. I was working as a handyman, gardener, doing a bit of construction, building things, making retaining walls, and fixing things around people's houses. And so I was busy. I was getting out around the city, but I kept my work mainly to my local area, so was never traveling far. And then my life fell apart, and um, I had mental breakdown, and then stopped everything. And then my mum got sick, and at the same time, while she got sick, I was recovering from my own illness, and then that's where I am now. So I haven't, I barely leave the house. So I'm really glad and grateful to have you people as friends now, and we all share common connection with being affected by trauma. I hope I'm not traumatizing anyone by the stuff I say, and I keep saying that. People say, "Don't worry about it. You're doing okay." Because I want us to be able to talk about trauma, but I don't want to trigger people. I don't want to have people upset from what they hear. But sometimes I will be talking like I did tonight. Like, I don't know, and I did a video last week where I forgave a lot of people, and I wrote this sort of piece which I read, and I forgave all these people from my childhood up until I was 19 years old, and then I said, for everyone after, I'm not going to speak about it anymore. I'm just going to forgive you all, because there's a lot of people from my adult life that did me harm, like real serious shit that really messed my life up. But I'm not even going to talk about them. I just wanted to say it. I wanted to say, like, you're all forgiven. But especially, I went through all the stuff from like childhood through high school, and just said, you're all forgiven. But I made it private. Removed the video because I figure people don't need to see that. I don't know. I do think about, what I say. It's good to be able to talk about trauma and bad times if it's helping people, especially. Um, I mean, that one did help a lot of people. People really actually told me how brave I was for saying what I did, and it did make a big difference to my life. And for some reason, I made it private today. I don't know. Maybe I'll open it up again one day, but it it means a lot to me that I actually did that. I was able to actually go through that process. People say, it's hard to forgive, and it is. It's very hard to forgive. Evan Bell says, "Yeah, you can't because you're taking care of your mum, but at least you're willing to go outside. What What would you do if I isolate completely when even grocery shopping is hard?" Yeah, that's it. Um, I like my dad does a lot of the grocery shopping. I only go like once in every 4 times, maybe. I keep saying to him, like, give me the shopping list. I'll go shopping for you. But for me, I can only go shopping at night time, late at night. I can't go when there's like busy. It's got to be like late at night, just before they shut. No one's in the store. Mate, that's I get too much anxiety trying to go when there's busy. Um, Look, at the moment, it's pretty easy looking after mum at the moment. She can take care of herself most of the time. It's mostly just making sure there's someone here. Like a few months ago, it was completely different. It was like 24 hours a day we had to be watching and looking after her. But she has gotten better, and now it's companionship. So I sit with her for a couple of hours a day and try and have conversations. But sometimes she doesn't want to have a conversation with me, so I just sit with her and just say nothing. Other times she's happy to have a great conversation. So it changes, you know. But I'm just really grateful of how um, we can still have these conversations when they happen. You know, like today, I had really great news for her. I found out that there's a um, like a organization that's going to help me with me getting back to work and getting like to do what I want to do, like with the um, I want to help people spend time in nature as a healing thing, and I want to like make that my job somehow. And I've been looking at all the courses I need to do and insurance I need to get, and um, I was in tears on the phone with this dude today because they called me up straight away. Like I thought it was going to be a week or so before I hear from them. And like, yeah, person was just telling me how they're going to do what they can to help me, and I was in tears because I couldn't believe it. How well I did believe it, but I couldn't believe how, how quick it happened and how much like I just for me it was just like wow, how good is this? You know, someone's there to help me, and they're gonna help me achieve what I want to achieve, and that's really special. I'm really fortunate to have that. You know, Aoka says, yeah, I often go grocery shopping very early, but today also before the shop closes. That's it. Yeah, either early or late. Me too. Like they open pretty early here as well. Like you can go like real early in the morning, or you can go like late at night. That's the key. Man, we've gone 4 hours and 10 minutes again. That's pretty epic. I had no idea I was going to like be chatting for this long tonight. Like I started, and this is what's so good for me because um I've gone from like sitting, being full isolated recluse for so long to actually having these long conversations, and it's really helping me like being the person who talks, like and um, yeah, it's really I get a lot out of this, and I really enjoy having these conversations, and also knowing that people are in the chat chatting to each other and sharing, like sharing books to read and getting in contact with each other, and like and we all becoming friends. So and we like with stories too about this, like having troubles going shopping, and when to go shopping. It's like something that we all share. It's anxiety. shopping anxiety. You know, it's it's not easy, eh? I have a lot of shopping anxiety, so for me, it's just like, yeah, I make sure it's like late enough just before they shut or early in the morning. But I'm rarely up early in the morning these days. I used to be early. I used to be up every day early, but these days, because I have late nights, um, I'm often asleep. It all changes, you know. Cat's back. How you going, Cat? Good to see you back in the chat. Yes, shopping anxiety with the big hands up. Oh, that's it. We're all friends here. We're all sharing. Yes. Yes. You start at one end of the shopping center, and then you go all the aisles, and then you get to the end, get your milk and that, and then you go shopping. Yeah, and gone. That's what I do. No, that's all good, Cat. It was good you were here before. We had a good chat. It was we've had a good chat tonight. And it's like over 4 hours again. Like, I can't believe it. Like, I've been sitting here cross-legged for 4 hours. One thing I need to do is actually sit better. I need to sit. I hunch over when I'm doing these live chats. I need to like practice sitting properly. All I have to do is like cross my legs and like rest my arms a little bit differently, and have my back straighter, because 4.5 hours of sitting hunched over like this is not good for you. It's not good. It's all right for a little while, but after 4.5 hours of it, it's not good for you. So I need to sit. And I can sit upright without it. That's all I have to do is remember to do it. But yeah, in and out as fast as I can. While Kat says, "Yeah, sorry, I've been in and out tonight." That's all right, Kat. You're back here now. I don't know how much longer we're going to go for, because I'm starting to wear out. Ultra Erica has a scary face, and the worried face in the shopping cart. That says it all. That totally says it all. I literally like write the shopping list as being like aisle. I know what's in different aisles, so I'll just. The goal is to like, and I tick it off as soon as I go through the thing. If I have to go back to another aisle, I'm upset. If I can be out of there in like 10 minutes, I'm happy. Yeah. That says exactly 20 minutes. Whole food shop done. Yeah, 20 minutes. That's gold. That's it. 20 minutes. That's perfect time. That's the whole thing. 20 minutes. No more. No more. 20 minutes. If you get everything done in 20 minutes and you're in, and that includes like the checkout. If you can be through the checkout at the same time, that's we're all in this. We're all in the same boat here together. We all just like shopping anxiety. That's exactly it. Evan Bell says, yes, in the city it's always crowded, even in the mornings and before they close at 8 p.m. My body screams, get out, as soon as I see more people in the store itself. Oh, that's the worst. When you walk into the store and it's like quiet, and then like you see all these people walking in, and then like you're looking around and it's like suddenly busy, and you're just like, oh, it's the worst. My first job was in a grocery store, and like that was the biggest thing. When it was busy, you had to like work faster and stuff. Oh, it takes me back. Maybe that's why. No, that's not why. I think it's. I mean, I had a bad accident when I worked in the grocery store. Almost killed me. Um, so that's part of a reason. Like basically, in the suburb I live, I can't walk into the shopping centre there. I can't, because that's where I had an accident when I was 17, and it almost killed me. So I can't go shopping there. I can't even. I can go around it. Like today, I went to the post office outside. I can go to the blood center upstairs and get a blood test, but I can't walk in there. I can't. It's too much. And I've done it once in like 20 years. It's too painful because of the work accident. And today I was at the post office outside it, and I went there. I can do that. You know how you have pain association stuff? I was fine to go into the post office outside and that. I was able to drive in, but I can't walk in. Especially, I could never walk into that supermarket ever again. I drive to the I drove a couple of k's away to the nearest closest one, and I had to explain that to my parents a few times until they understood it, and people once they understood. Oh, don't ask Luke to go down there. They just know if I'm going shopping, it's to the other one. And I even, yeah, to this day, like I still won't ever go back there. It's just painful. I will go into the same company shopping center at another place. It's the same brand shop, but I just can't go into that place. It's But today I went to the post office to take my phone, the phone that didn't work back, and I was able to do that because it's outside, and it's not the actual supermarket where I almost died. So that was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. That one. You don't need to hear the story, but I basically fell 2.6 meters on the ground. Yeah, and it was unsafe. I should have sued them. Um, I was I didn't know what to do at the time. I survived it. So Ultra Hacker says, yeah, 35 minutes into the fast. Yeah. Hayoka's having a fast from not having a smoke or a coffee. Kat says it gets so busy. Oh, in the shops it totally does. It gets so busy. Suddenly it goes from quiet to busy. Kat says also, yeah, to what I was saying, that's really good. You're able to still go. The complex itself, though, it's an achievement in itself. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Like I can go to the outside of it, and I have walked inside to the fruit shop, and I haven't walked any further. It's painful. Um, but everyone I've explained it to understands. You know, I just say I'm not going there. I, you know, I'll go to another one. There's one a few kilometers away, so I'll just go to that. And yeah, this happened like on graduation day of high school. It was the worst thing. Just after graduation, work accident. Yeah, Kat says you got this INFJ with big heart and the hands up. Totally. I think he said he's only going to do a 3 hour fast, which is it's not too bad. It's not all day. It's just 3 hours, I think. But that's still a decent amount of time. And he's half an hour into it. Yeah, because like I can't work out what that emoji is. It's like a flag or something. Emblem. Oh no, it's a rocket ship. Is it a rocket ship and a big heart? I can't work it out. I used to smoke. I used to like having a smoke in the morning, and then not smoking all day long, and then having a smoke again late at night. Not too late, like, and then stop at about like maybe have a smoke around 9 o'clock, and then stop 10 or 11. So I'd like smoke in the morning and then smoke in the evening. Sometimes I'd smoke all day long too. Like, Kat says, yeah, 3 hours with no coffee or cigarettes is a long time some days, lol. It is. Totally is. Yeah, it's Emin Bell says, yeah, good job, Hayek. As a chain smoker myself, I lift my hat. That's awesome. See, we're all like here for you, Hayaka. You'll make the 3 hours. We won't keep the chat going for another 3 hours. Just to make sure you're gonna. We'll keep it going as long as we can. Kat says, "Yeah, I've switched to vape now, so I can chain vape instead." Haha. Nice. That's it. Except they're making them hard to get anymore, aren't they? They've like made them difficult. Unless it's like a herb vape as well. That's different because you can always refill that with the herb. Hayoka says, "Yeah, thanks, Emma pals." Yeah, we're all. I mean, I've been doing like a. I've tried smoke. I've tried quitting smoking, and it's not easy at the moment. It's for me. It's I do the same. Like I'll have big breaks where I don't smoke for hours and hours, and but yeah, it's not easy. Hayoka says, "Yeah, I'm having a weed and coffee fast since fasting from chain smoking is impossible." Yeah, so you're still smoking ciggies, but you're just not smoking the herb. Kat says, "Yeah, it's limited supply. Pharmacies are supposed to be stocking them, but they haven't found one that does." That's interesting. That You'd think if they're going to bring in this law, they'd like have to uphold it, make sure. Um, they'd have to make sure they should have a like a list of places that have them. You know, Hayaka's got like the eyes looking to the side. You're getting there, mate. 3 hours. Evan Bell's like texting while smoking. Hayaka's like, oh, coffee. Oh no, emojis. I actually haven't had a. Oh no, I have. I have had one coffee today. But yeah, sometimes I'll go days without coffee, but other days I'll just be drinking coffee all day long. I think that's probably what gave me like partly what I had stomach problems because I was drinking too much instant coffee. But it's better now. Cat's like, yeah, exactly. Evan Bell's crying, laugh crying, sames. Makes me want to have a smoke too now, but I don't want to smoke while I'm on camera because I'm trying to quit. So for me, it's good to actually have as much time. Ultra Hack like, Maxwell's instant coffee ruined my life. Yeah, totally, dude. Does. Just it's too easy, yeah. You start off with like, 1 spoon in your coffee, and then you go 2 spoons. Man, I got up to like 6 spoons of coffee into instant coffee. That's what I do at the moment. So that's why I only have like one or two. But I love coffee. I love grinding coffee beans and having coffee in a plunger. But that takes effort, and you got to clean it and stuff. So I used to have a coffee machine, with the and that was the thing. I was like coffee, 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 and then I got into like just grinding beans and using a plunger. That works really well. You can have just as good a coffee, but then I got into buying ground coffee and using a plunger. But then instant coffee is just too easy. So it's yeah. Oh, that's it. That's it. We're all in the same boat here. Kat says, "Yeah, I survive on instant coffee and nicotine." Lol. Yeah, we're all brothers and sisters here, Kat. We're all the same. I am trying to quit cigarettes though. It's the hardest thing to do. I'm happy to keep drinking coffee all day long, but I just I need to I need to stop it. But it's such a difficult thing. How do I do it? I've tried. I went 2 weeks a few months ago. I went 2 weeks without it. It's such a difficult thing. And smoking pot, I can do that. Like once I stop smoking pot, I can go without it, but I can't stop smoking cigarettes. It's so difficult. Hayek is like, yeah, cat with the smiley face with the sweat. And Hayek says, yeah, wow, found my coffee master. Coffee fiend, says cat. Hayek says, oh, I'm going to have to brush my teeth now. Yeah, well, actually, that's one thing with coffee, you get the stains. I used to drink espresso coffee with like ground coffee and stuff, and like you get the coffee stains on your teeth so bad from it because it just like soaks into your teeth. Even if you brush your teeth a lot, it doesn't actually get rid of the stains. You got to bleach it or something. And I never got around to that. Hey, Oka's 50 minutes into the fast. Yes, you're going to get there. You're going to get there. 50 minutes. We're not going to make it for the 3 hours, though, dude. We're not going to be here in 3 hours. Like, it's already 4 hours 32. But we will be here for a while. We're having a good chat now. So that's good. Hey, Hoka's got a lot of coffee in it. Is that like a vampire emoji? Looks like it. Yeah, vampire coffee fiend. Yeah, it is. You've got even got the arrow. I just read it. I totally lived on coffee for early part of the year. I was just drinking like 10 cups of coffee. No, more than that. More than 10 cups a day, I reckon. It was like every half an hour I'd have a cup of coffee. Hager says, yeah, I discovered a new band yesterday, Vampire State Building. That's a pretty cool name for a band. They've playing off the name of the building. Kat says, "Yeah, I guess we got to have some vice, anything that helps. That's it. That's totally it, eh? Although, I mean, it's good you're on the vapes instead of the cigarettes. You know, as long as, especially if you're wanting to get the vapes that are proper ones, because it's the illegal vapes that are bad for you. They got toxic chemicals and stuff in them. But um, gotta have something, eh? Take the pressure off." Ultra Hacker says, "Yeah, cat with the big smiley face, with the cheesy grin. Cat's got like the vampires in a row with the heart. That's like the whole band. That's gold. Coffee and cigarettes. There's a movie called that. I haven't seen it, but it's all about people having coffee and cigarettes. Apparently, it's a black and white film where it's just like people smoking and drinking coffee. From what I hear, I might actually. You guys keep the chat going. I'm going to make myself a coffee. Like we were talking about coffee so much. I need to have a coffee. Oh yeah, Hayaka says I own that movie on DVD. So there you go. You know it. Is it good? Like it looks like it's pretty cool. It's like one of those art house movies, Wim Wenders or something like that, or one of those. Um, yeah, that's it. Band members and actors in it. Yeah, it's the same one. I wonder. Yeah, it wouldn't be on YouTube now, but you know how sometimes those old movies. It's now like 20 years old. Sometimes those movies are on YouTube now. But I think I have to go make myself a coffee. Now we've been talking about coffee and cigarettes for so long. So we'll keep if everyone's happy to stay here chatting to each other. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Iggy Pop. Jack White from the White Stripes was in it. Yeah, that must have been like right when the White Stripes were just like fresh when they first started because it was an old movie. I've got to see this movie now. I'm sure it's. I wonder if it's on YouTube. Sometimes these movies are on YouTube. That's like I was saying, that Pete Walker book's on YouTube. If you haven't read it, it's on there for free. Just type it in. It's like 11 hours of audiobook. But I got to see this Coffee and Cigarettes. It's because I do remember it being like legendary, like this movie that everyone loved because it's just like people just chatting. It's like us now, or except we're not having coffee and cigarettes. Except Hayoka's on a coffee and pots pot fast for 3 hours. You're halfway through it. You're 1 hour. You're 1 hour in, mate. You're almost 1 hour into your fast. Emin Bell says, "Yeah, do you remember your first coffee and ciggy?" Wow, that's a good question. I remember my first ciggy, but I don't remember my first coffee and ciggy because that's different, isn't it? That's a good one. Especially, actually, after you've had a joint, you have a smoke, and then you have a coffee and cigarette. That's even better. I do remember those times. They're pretty special. But yeah, I think I probably would have been around 17 or 18 when I had first coffee and cigarette. Hayoka says, yeah, Jar and Iggy Pop. Yeah. Kat says, yes. Hayoka says, yeah, Emin Bells. Yeah, I almost passed out in the school toilet and I thought I was so cool because I look so pale as a goth then. That's gold. That is gold. I actually, you know what? Before I even smoked cigarettes, we smoked cigars. Like we started, me and a few friends, we before we smoked cigarettes, we started smoking cigars. We thought that was cool. And then didn't smoke anything for a while and then like maybe a year later started smoking cigarettes. Or it might have been a bit later than that actually, because I didn't really start smoking cigarettes till I was like in end of high school, like grade 12. I started smoking cigarettes. Yeah, like I smoked a bit of pot before I smoked cigarettes, and then I started smoking cigarettes. Ah, those are the days. Takes me back to when I was, yeah. See, I'm 46 tomorrow, so that takes me back to when I was like 20 years ago. Time flies. Wait, 30 years ago. Not 20 years ago. That's 30 years ago. Oh my gosh. Wow. These are real grey hairs in my beard now. I'm actually getting old. It wasn't until a few years ago I had no grey hairs in my beard at all. Like nothing. Now it's like it's all just starting to appear. But I'm embracing it. Just like I'm embraced being bald, except I wear a beanie, but that's just because I'm cold. But yeah, I it got to a point. I think I was around 30, and I started going bald when I was like early, like 19, 20. I started losing hair, and then I look. I just let it. It was like Krusty the Clown. I just let it go wild, and it was all just. And then like I cut it, and then I kept it short. And then at some point, I'm just like, nah, I'm just gonna just shave it. And I just shaved it, and I just felt so much better once I started shaving it. And now I'm too lazy to shave it every day or every couple of days. So like, it grows. So um, it shows where I'm bald. It looks better when I shave it, and it's fresh. There we go. See, I haven't shaved for a few days. I don't like it when it's not shaved. When it's shaved, it's neat and clean. Tayoka knows he shaves his head as well. And the longer you wait, like if you shave your head every day or two, it's good. But if you like leave it a few days, or if you leave it a week, like the razor takes like forever. If I shave every 2 days, it takes me like 3 minutes to do my whole head. But if I wait a week between shaves, it takes me 15 minutes. It's like, yeah, it's a big difference. Ultra Hairika says, yeah, I've got to go shopping later. Mate, I thought you bought all your, like, you showed on that last video, you got like food for a few days, but you got to catch up for the next few days. Kat says, yeah, my first try of a cig was 8 years old. My cousin stole her stepdad's smokes. Classic. That is classic. I remember, so you didn't even do, I remember my very first one was like tea bag. You empty out a tea bag in a bit of like paper and you roll that up. We actually did that. Smoked tea leaves. I don't get that. Every, but that's classic. So yeah, that's it. Stealing your cousin's stolen stepdad's smokes. Ultra Hayoka says, yeah, and a Valium melting sublingual, never mind. What that was that in school? Is that does that hit you like because I've I never really felt much off Valium. It just gives you a calm feeling. But oh, thank you, Kat. Kat says, I hope you do something nice for yourself tomorrow and enjoy your birthday. Thank you. Um, my sisters are coming over, and me, mum, and dad, and my sisters are going to have pizza and ice cream. So that's going to be one thing. Maybe I'll go. It's going to be a sunny day tomorrow. Um, maybe I'll go watch the sunrise. That would be a cool thing to do because I haven't seen sunset or sunrise for a week and a half now because it started rain. Like, how awesome has it been? Like, I really wanted rain, and then after that last live stream, it's rained all week, and we don't get rain this time of year. Normally in Brisbane, there's no rain. We normally get the westerly winds and stuff. Yeah, yes, make the sunrise. Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll. I'm going to set my alarm. I'm going to set my alarm on my old phone. I was showing these guys. You probably weren't here before, but Kat, this is my old phone, and I finally upgraded to a smartphone. And see, yeah, it's like a photo of my shirt. um, so I'm going to set my alarm on this phone to wake me up. So that's going to be my thing. And I'm going to watch the sunrise. And I'm going to put the phone like way up there somewhere so that I have to get up out of bed. And I'm going to look it up right now. I think it'll be 5:30. 5:30 a.m. No, saying 6:17. I got it way off. I've got to get up at 5 o'clock. That's right. So I'll set the alarm for 5 a.m. Yeah. I'll set a few alarms, 5 a.m. and then 5. This is what I do. I set 3 alarms because the first alarm's not enough. 5:04. And then I'll do 5:06. That is going to wake me up. And I'm going to go take this phone and I'm going to go put it up. It's got enough charge. I'll put it up in the corner of my room and I'm going to wake up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. But I'm going to go make a coffee. So hopefully everyone's still here when I get back. Because we've been talking about coffee and I need one. Yeah. Awesome. Hopefully everyone's still here when I get back. And everyone's having an awesome chat. That's the main thing. Awesome. Oh, you got hot chocolate here, Kath. Cat. Nice. I'm tempted to roll a cigarette, but I'm trying to make it a rule that I never smoke on stream. I'm trying to quit cigarettes, so I'm going to stick to that. So everyone enjoy a cigarette if you if you're going to do it. Oh, your coffee machine's broke. That's no good. Is it one of those like ones? I used to have one of them, and they were the best. I found like the cheap one worked really well. Like it's really noisy, but it worked really well. Um, I don't. I'm not the biggest fan of the coffee pod machines. Yeah, I survived 1.5 years for 2 coffees a day. What did I do wrong? That's all right. Like 2 coffees a day is pretty good. That's 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 usually what I used to do with the. If you have a coffee machine and you have like strong coffee, or a plunger with like strong coffee, that's usually what I'd have. 2 coffees in the morning, and that's it. I wouldn't drink anything after that. But that's yes. Cat, new phone, pics of the sunrise. Great, start the new year ahead. That's an awesome idea. I will. I will. I'll try. I'll take the other camera, this one here, as well. But so there'll be some. You'll see on Instagram. I'll put on. There'll be photos. That'll be awesome. I I'm excited now because I haven't done anything all week. Like I've just been sitting in my room most of the week. Besides being upstairs and that. But like even that, like it's been a pretty quiet week. I I couldn't really do anything in the garden because of the rain. I spent, an hour or so getting rid of all the leaves and stuff, but um, it's been quite a lazy week for me this week. And yeah, I got majorly triggered 2 days. Oh, yes, not 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago, I got triggered, and then I spent basically yesterday lying in bed all day, which wasn't good. But I got through it all. When you get triggered and you don't let it drag you down. But it was something pretty hurtful. But I had to actually process it in a way that I shouldn't have gotten so upset. So it allowed me to actually, yeah, process it better. But it's good you got hot chocolate. Hot chocolate's the best. The only problem with hot chocolate is it keeps me awake. I end up staying awake all night if I drink hot chocolate. But I love hot chocolate. It's the best. Emin Bells is from Switzerland, so she'd know all about hot chocolate. I'm craving for coffee, but my machine is broke. That's what I read that one. But you got yeah. When my coffee machine broke, that's when I stopped using. I never bought another one, and I used it for years. Like I had it for like 3 years, and I just actually that was the second one. I had one before that. I don't know how long. I don't know how long I had 2 coffee machines, but they were both like the cheapest ones you could get. They were like $150 each, and they were really noisy and like, meh. real rattly and stuff, but like they made good coffee. So I was like, who you don't need to spend like $1,000 on a coffee machine. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kat says rest is a good thing. Rain forces us to rest. It did, and in fact, it did. You're right. I really rested through that. I did. I really rested, and I had a big weekend because I had the weekend of study with the course. So I had 2 days of like intense listening and following and watching and contributing, and we were doing exercises during the day, and they were like, um, some of them are really tiring. Like at the end of it, you'd just be like, I am so tired from like the mental activity. Um, but yeah, I guess like the more you, I guess with that stuff, the more you build up your stamina, you can actually do it longer without being so tired. The idea is you don't get tired. If that makes sense. So that you can always be present and always be like focused without getting worn out. But at the same time, like the teacher of the course was smart. She like gave us breaks. She'd only do it like she'd do for an hour and a half or an hour and a bit and then stop and gave us a break and just kept doing that all day long so that we were able to stay focused all day. Yes, Kat says Lindt chocolate, ultra Herrick is like, yeah, Kat, yeah, nice. Yes. It's good chocolate, especially when it's on special at the shop at the supermarket. When Lindt chocolate's on special, you buy like a couple of packets of it. It's the best. Ultra Hayek says, yeah, and Bells maybe wasn't busy enough. Cat says, INFJ. Smiley face with the tongue out. Cat, INFJ. Ultra Hayek says, cat with the heart. And then he says, I brush my teeth with the big crown. Yeah, well, good on you, man. You're doing better than me. I haven't brushed my teeth since this morning. They're feeling a bit furry right now. I need to brush my teeth. That's my biggest problem. Like I don't have like bad teeth. I've got pretty good teeth. I need to keep brushing them. So like I do have fillings. I got a lot of fillings, and I got one crown, which I got, and I got two. My upper wisdom teeth have got to get pulled out, but it's going to cost $800 to do, and that's going to be next year before I can afford that. So I could go through the public health system to do that, but you know, apparently you can get it done for free. But I don't know. I'd rather save up, and my dentist is really awesome. So it's just when you can afford, like I don't earn money. I'm on a pension, so I don't. I've only got a little bit of money, and like I was just saying before earlier in the chat, I've got like 2 grand I've got to pay for my last year when I had my um, episode and I crashed my car. I've got to pay for that now. It's like I don't have to pay for the whole thing. It's better I only have to pay 2 grand of it, but at least I'm going to pay it, and I'm going to be feel better for it because it'll be done, and I'll have it paid by the end of September. I'll have the $2,000 paid off, and that'll be before I had the accident. So it'll be like literally a week before I had the accident, 1 year before I'll have it paid off. So after like Hayoka's like, yeah, with the brush the teeth, Cat's like got the heart and the hands up. That's it. Hayoka's like with the big swords and the heart and the swords, cross swords. I love that emoji. It's like strength. It's like, ha, yes. Yes, Hayoka. And bells. Hayoka's got the hands, praying hands. Or not praying hands, the peaceful hands together. There's no one. It's not no one religion. Eh? I love that. It's there's all these sort of symbols that like really mean something. It really it's like that. Or that the hands together is like it really it's a special meaning. I love it. Kat says dental care is so expensive. Yeah, it is, man. It is, Kat. Just one filling's like $300. Dent like a clean and X-ray and stuff's like $200. I've never had private healthcare, so I don't know what that's like. If you've got private healthcare, it's cheap, but you got to pay for the private healthcare. We're at like 5 hours here. Hayoka must be like an hour and a half into his fast right now. Easy hour and a half. Must be. I'll tell you what, it is tempting, like watching Hayoka, watching your videos, like not smoking pot. I'm just like, oh, I want to roll a joint right now. I've got to stay strong. And I've said that to my psychologist. I said, I've been 3 months without a smoke, and you know, I said to him, I want to have I want to have a smoke right now. They can't like this is the worst thing because I went into them because I spent time in the mental hospital last year when I had my incident. They won't give me medical marijuana. I can't like get it. It's fucked. I'm pissed off. It's not fair. But I can do without it. I can do without it. Although I wish I get so much. It is medicine. Like I get so much. Like for me, like for with complex PTSD, it's one of those things that it's so much better than alcohol. It gives you so much stress relief. The only downside is it can cause if you smoke way too much, or some people they don't need to smoke much at all. It can cause like major paranoia or psychosis. But that's any drug. Any drug does that. Any drug, especially the stuff that the doctors give you, do the same stuff. So my personal opinion is that it's medicine. It should be available. You should be allowed to grow it. Um, as the number one thing is that it shouldn't be available to um, like people growing up, like you should be a certain age before you should smoke. It's not good for like young people to smoke it, so should be restricted. Yeah, Kat says I was going to ask for a medical script, but it sounds like I might not be able to either. That sucks. That really does. That's they go through a list of stuff and they go, oh, have you been diagnosed with such and such, or have you spent this much time in a um, mental ward or whatever? Not it's not fair. I think it's because it's experimental at the moment. You know, it's not fair. You know, I mean, it's a plant that grows in the ground. You know, funny. There was like I was just watching before. There was like 6 people in this chat in the video, and as soon as I started mentioning like cannabis, like 2 people just disappeared. But that happens because people drop out and stuff. But like, it's funny when you think that stuff. I'm not advocating for stuff, but I think it is a medicine. I think it is a medicine. I think, and if those people, if they were like people watching that, like thought, oh no, this is not medicine. I can't watch this. Like, which they weren't. It was just people that were watching and disappeared for some reason. I'm just having like a fun speculative thought about it. Is that the second I mentioned it, I also mentioned how it does have adverse effects on people. You know what I mean? Like it does cause negative effects. So it should be treated wisely. So I don't know. Maybe maybe try for it, Cat. See if you can get it. Give it a go. And if they deny you, then all you tried, you know. And oh, you know what, Cat? You don't even have to ask. You live in Adelaide. You can grow a plant in your garden. You should do that. We should have that in Queensland as well. You're allowed to do that. Do it. Do it. Yes, do it. No, I'm not advocating for you to like, yes, yes, do it. Do it. You don't have to ask. You can just like put a plant in the ground. You're legally you're allowed to. That's what I'm saying. You don't even have to ask for a prescription. You can just put it, you can grow your own. And that's much better anyway because no chemicals and exactly 1.5 hours. Yes. That's awesome. When I was smoking heavy, like I was saying before, I would like roll. I'd chop a bowl, and then I'd roll um, 3 joints at least, and then I'd have a bit left over, maybe enough for another joint. And I'd smoke one joint, and as soon as that joint's finished, I'd like literally pick up the next joint and smoke it. And like sometimes I'd wake up in the morning and I'd have like one or two joints rolled already from the night before. So I used to smoke heavy. I know what it's like. I used to be a heavy smoker. It's you know what, like for everything that I got to tell you, I'll tell you about like my history with cannabis is that was the marijuana or the herb or the sacred sacrament, whatever you want to call it. It saved my life for so long. It got me through so much tough, difficult times, and didn't. I was able to focus, and I was able to work hard, and I was able to let go of pain. I was able to just be in the moment and chill and just relax. And it, it, but then I had problem with the the chemical stuff, like I did have paranoia at times. So I did have a negative thing, and um, I still love it. Even though like it caused me difficulty, I love it, and you know, on FJ Hayeka says that's bad. I don't know if you're talking about when I used to smoke like 10 joints at a time, because I used to have them rolled up, lined up in a row. I'd chop up like a big bowl at a time. But I used to use like just normal papers, you know. So like my joints were only this big. You roll like big ones. I used to only roll small ones, but they still trumpets, like they were still big. Single paper, like, but I used to time my joints. My single paper joints used to last, when I did them perfect, for 14 minutes. 14 minutes. That's longer than a cigarette. Like 14 minutes, I'd like sit there and smoke a joint slowly, and not too quick, like 14 minutes. And I used to start time it with my watch. 14 minutes. So you could like I used to enjoy, like, I used to love smoking. One day I'll get back and have a joint, and that's what I said to my psychologist. I said, look, I'll smoke again. I'll have another joint one day, and I want to have a smoke right now. And I said, I haven't had a smoke for 3 months. But that's a big thing for them, because of what I went through last year, because I was smoking heavily when I had my um, I don't want to keep talking about it, but when I went through what I went through, and I was drinking heavily, and I think alcohol was probably just as much a factor as the cannabis. And the psychiatrist said, "Oh no, you can't have psychosis from alcohol. It just exacerbates the situation." And I reckon that's bullshit. I reckon that's just the alcohol lobby have said. How many times have people done fucking crazy shit because they've been drunk? That's a load of shit. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm sorry if I just got loud then, because I've been quiet. But you know what I'm saying? Like, people demonize the wrong things sometimes. I'm trying to say that cannabis is awesome, but it is also dangerous if you have too much. It's a medicine, but it is also, for some people, for a small, like, it's only like 5% of people. It will, like, 5% of the population have one smoke and they're super anxious and they have a anxiety, panic attack. Small percentage of the population, it'll give them psychosis. It's the same. It's the exact same thing for any, like, antidepressant or any, like, Valium or whatever. Like, can do the same thing. So you can't demonize it just because a small amount of the population is going to have this adverse effect. When most of the people are going to, you can smoke most of your life. Like, I smoked for 20 years or longer than that. And it was only this one point. I've had one time in my life where I lost my shit and I fucking lost my shit. And I smoked for 20 years. Didn't do nothing. Kept me calm and safe and passive, and gave me solace. So I do see it as a medicine, but I also see it as it is dangerous. And this is what my psychologist explained to me. He said, problem is that you can have it. You can have it for like 10, 20 years or whatever. And then one day it will give you a reaction and you'll have an episode. And that's fair enough. I believe what he says. But I also believe that if you're going to get to that point, it's not just the pot that's done that. It's all this other shit that's fucking gone off in your life and you haven't dealt with that shit. So if you're going to smoke pot, you also have to like be working on yourself, and you have to be healthy and do all these other things. Like, I've gone through paranoia, and my paranoia didn't just come from smoking pot at all. My paranoia came from having been in bad situations, serious situations, scared the shit out of me. Um, I didn't just start thinking people were out to get me. I was worried that not that were people out to get me, but I became paranoid that I was I wasn't seeing things. I wasn't hearing things. I became scared of what was around me, if that makes sense. So I wasn't paranoid. I wasn't thinking that there was microphones in the walls, or I didn't think that everyone was talking about me behind my back and stuff, and all this stuff. But I became paranoid. But it was because I'd been through these situations that had made me paranoid. Had nothing to do with the pot at all. The pot probably just like exacerbated it. You know what I mean? So that's my personal experience. I don't blame the pot for making me paranoid. I became paranoid because of other things, if that makes sense. It will make you paranoid if you smoke too much pot. And I did become paranoid because I smoked too much pot. Not in a dangerous way. Most of the time, if you smoke too much pot, just become oversensitized to everything. So you become worried that you said the wrong thing, or that people are thinking about you in a bad way. It doesn't mean you're going to actually do anything about it. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make you paranoid like a coke addict or a um, crystal meth or something like that. Something that really makes you paranoid. It's a safer drug. That's what I'm trying to say. If that makes sense. I'm trying to like show the dangers of it, but also say that it's really safe. And I'm just catching up with the chat because Kat was saying, yeah, you can grow like one or two plants in your personal use. Yeah, you should totally do it. That's what I'm saying, Kat. Like, you're allowed, do it. Don't listen to me. Except I'm just saying, like, I wish I could. I did. I've grown a couple of plants in the backyard here, and just gone. Oh, I wonder if anyone's going to catch me. And then, like, they never got big. They only got like to like a meter high, and I gave up. Bush turkeys, you know what I'm saying? But like, there's like, and really, that you you literally are allowed to do it in South Australia. You're allowed to do it, so there's nothing stopping you to actually just do it for yourself. You know, um, that was one thing when I was. I loved it when I was in Adelaide. It was 10 years ago. That was I only went there once, and like someone, I was there waiting for the bus, and this woman was walking. She'd just finished work, and she was walking home from work, and she was smoking a joint, walking along the road, like outside the festival centre. And I watched her. She was walking up, smoking a joint. Just as she was walking, she was just smoking it, and like I was like, oh, she's smoking a joint, and she got to near me, and I could, oh yeah, she's smoking a joint. And I didn't say anything, and I was just like, thought this was the best. I was like, you're allowed to just have a smoke a joint. Wait, like, who cares? And like, she must have just had like a full, like you have a whole long stressful day, and I could just tell this woman had worked all day long. She just finished work, and she had a joint rolled, and she was smoking a joint on her way to get the bus or train or tram home, whatever. And I just was like, oh, this is so awesome, you know. And it's still you can't have it's still illegal to have a plant in Queensland, you know, but you can get the medical marijuana. So they've made it legal. You can just go buy it through a doctor. With all you have to do is, if you've got insomnia or pain, physical pain, or anguish, there's a whole list of things that all you have to do is just say, look, I need this, and they'll give it to you. It's expensive. It's more expensive than to buy it off the street. If you buy it off the street, it's like, $100 for 7 or 8 grams, whatever. And then if you buy it through them, it's $150. So it's a lot more expensive to buy the medical marijuana. But it's all imported at the moment. Mostly 90% of it's imported from overseas, even though we could grow it here. And they're building up companies, but they're still making it hard for people like us, Kat. I'm not allowed to buy it. I'm not allowed to go and get medical marijuana because I had a mental episode last year. I had one episode in my life. I tried to kill myself. No, sorry, you're not allowed, man. You're not allowed marijuana. And I understand, because but the problem is, this is what fucking gets me angry, right? Sorry to pull faces then. I'm fighting I'm fighting for what the mental hospital said to me is because they gave me a diagnosis which I didn't agree with, and I wanted to just say it was like drug-induced psychosis because it was. And I have to spend a couple of grand to a psychiatrist to actually go through my story, review everything, and give me a review of my diagnosis. I can't actually get a review of my own fucking diagnosis. I am so pissed off. I went to the medical health board. I sent them emails and said, look, I want a review of what happened. I said this was a first time one off incident. I've I've like I I don't have a ongoing mental illness. I have an underlying condition which is the complex post traumatic stress disorder, but I've functioned my whole life up until this point. My life fell apart. I explained everything, and they sent me to my GP and said, "Oh, your GP can fix it." I went to my GP and she said, "No, I can't do anything." I knew when they said that, I knew that they couldn't do anything. They were sending me on fucking goose tails, red herrings. And then I sent back to them. I said, because I really, I'm gonna, I'm gonna fight this because you guys have watched my live streams. I'm a normal person. I've got problems, but I'm not like I don't have. I'm not like I don't have. I've got a byproduct of complex post traumatic stress disorder. I don't have um, most of what psychiatrists will diagnose is false. Is that they don't actually properly diagnose. And I said to them, I said this is a misdiagnosis. I want a review of my diagnosis, and they said we can't do it. We won't do it. You have to actually go through a private psychiatrist to do this. I've got to spend thousands of dollars to actually go and get a review of what happened because I had a one-time event where I hurt myself. Sorry if I just went off on a tirade there, but it really upset me. And this is what I've been living through the last few months. Back and forth, emails, calling them getting back to me. Oh yeah, we'll help you out. Yeah, you do this. I go to my GP. Yep. Oh, she goes, no, I can't do anything. Before I even went to my GP, I knew they couldn't do anything. So I felt like I felt like a fool when I went in there, saying I was like, did you get contacted by the mental health unit? Oh yeah. I said, so what did they say? She goes, yeah, I can't help you. I said, yeah, that's what I thought. Why did they tell me to go to you? So there is no actual they will not review their own decision within their own system. I have to go to a private psychiatrist to get this done. And I have to save up money, which I don't have, which is thousands of dollars, just to clear my name. Because I don't want to have this thing. Because the thing is once they diagnose you with something, it's like a mark against your name. It's bullshit. The system is fucked. Like I should have been able to actually get a formal review through the same system, but they refused that to me. So I have to do it privately, and I have to save up money to actually do this, just because of one event in my life, which alcohol and drugs weren't induced. So you could. This is my claim, is that it wasn't a prolonged mental condition. It was something that was exacerbated by the alcohol and drugs, and it was also a condition that had built up. I totally acknowledge that I became paranoid, and I went and I spoke about all this stuff in that live stream. I talked about all this stuff, but the fact that I had gone through that, asked for a review, sorry, we can't do that. They didn't actually say that. They said, oh, you can go and talk to your GP, even though they knew that GP couldn't do anything. I went to the GP. The GP said, oh, we can't do anything. I knew when I spoke to the person, I was like, how can the GP, like, what? And then the penny dropped, as they say. I have to spend thousands of dollars to go through a private system to get someone to then re-diagnose what happened at that point. It's bullshit. You first time, one time, psychotic episode, suicidal not ideation. I went through. First, I tried to hurt myself. No, sorry. First, I decided to to go through the process. I turned back and decided not to. Then I was sitting in my car, my ute, and I got triggered after I'd like decided not to, because I'd gone through the process of like, I can't leave my parents, I can't do this stuff. It's bad, it's wrong. I can't leave my family, I can't do all this stuff. And then bang, I got triggered, and then I fucking crashed my car. It it was, and then I'm it's not like I was mentally ill. You know what I mean? Like, I was paranoid. I was paranoid at that time, and that lasted for a bit of time. And I can explain that, and I did explain that in that video where I talked about how I went to the police about childhood historical molestation, and how when I went and did that, I became very paranoid because I thought that the people were out to get me or watching me because of the situation. I'm sorry I'm going into this stuff right now. But this is the problems with the systems we live in, and oh, I'm sorry if I've just gone off on that tirade. I've just got to chill out for a second. But look, everyone here, you know me. You know me. That's my guitar over there, See that? I used to love playing guitar. I can't play guitar anymore. Ever since I was given fucking risperidone. Fuck, I'm pissed off. Maybe I'll pick it up again. And people are telling me I should just pick it up again. I'll do it. the system, mental health system is. I can understand the difficulties that they have to deal with. They have to deal with some really psychotic people at times that come into the hospitals, totally, totally mentally deranged and psychotic people come in. I went in there a week after I'd had my accident. 1 week after I had my accident, I was peaceful the whole time, and I was peaceful with everyone around me, and I was remorseful for a week, and I still got put in there. My only fear that I had was that I was going to get put in a mental ward because I'd done that. I do like, and I still have a shoulder injury from my accident. You know, when I had my accident, I had no seatbelt on, and the only thing that saved me was the fact that the thing I crashed into was already broken. It was like a brick wall, and it was already been crashed into several times, right? So it was already broken at the base. It's still smashed in the front of my ute, and I had a bull bar and everything. It smashed everything in. And I had no seatbelt on, and I didn't even hit the windscreen. So like I got an injury from it. I got whipped I do have a shoulder injury from it. I didn't break any bones. I didn't get concussion. I didn't hit my head or anything. I walked away from it. It's like something saved me. What saved me was the fact that people had already crashed into this pillar several times. So when I crashed into it, it didn't actually I didn't hit this solid thing. It's just like this thing went over like that. It still smashed in the front of the ute, like it smashed in. But it didn't actually. Oh, look, I'm sorry I'm talking about this stuff. I really am. Thanks for staying here and being here. I'm just going back. Like now that I've explained that stuff about how frustrated I am about like wanting to get a re-diagnosis, and I'll still do it because I want it to be cleared that, you know, what I went through wasn't like a permanent thing. You know, it was a temporal thing. You know, so many people get through this without like a major mark on their record, whereas I had this thing, and I'm just like, it's not fair. It really isn't fair. I'm just going to go back through the chat real quick, but there's some awesome emojis. That's what I love. I love the emojis, eh? It's good, eh? I can't do. Oh yeah, I can do emojis in this chat, but if there's a YouTube comment, I can't do any emojis, but I can do emojis in the chat. But like, because I've got the microphone, I don't actually type into the chat. Um, yeah, like last I read was like Kat saying, yeah, 2 plants personal use here. Totally grow 2 plants, do it in your garden, but don't blame me if, like, I'm not. You can't blame me if you get in trouble. But do it, like, it's you're allowed to. There's no You're within your rights. And then I just saw that old Hayoka's just got the eyes like cats going, looking to the looking. Hayoka's It's just me out of control. You must be like 2 hours now, Hayoka. Emin Bell says, "Yeah, it's pretty cool. I feel like a criminal. I love their alk, but they don't see how hypocrite they are." That's true. Switzerland. Switzerland was like, you've been like, um, you've been allowed to grow weed in your, you've been allowed to grow like a couple of plants for like 20 years or something. No, not 20 years, like 15 years, something like that. You were one of the first countries to introduce like legal in like totally. Switzerland, like you can grow some herb and it's totally, that's awesome. The whole thing is, as long as you're not like, the thing is, it's like any drug or any alcohol or drug or anything. You treat it with respect yourself, but you keep it away from children, growing individuals. You don't let them have it. You don't let them see it. Or, oh, well, they're going to see it, but you have to educate them. If you're going to grow it, you have to say, look, this is for adults and you don't touch it. Just like alcohol, you don't go near it. They'll, like anyone who grew up and they smoked pot when they were a teenager, they stole it from their brother or sister or their parents who smoked it. They always find a way to get it. There's always a way. But if it's the it's people, it's dealers. If there's a dealer, drug dealer that sells to children, evil. That's wrong. They've got developing brains. They shouldn't be smoking it. Same with alcohol. If you have a legal system that says you're allowed to grow it, you say, this is not for you. This is when you're older, you can have some if you want. You don't have to have it. You tell them the dangers of it. You tell them how, like, same with any drug or anything that changes your system. We live in a world where there's like, there's amphetamines, cocaine, MDMA, um, the list goes on. It gets from there. They're just the normal ones. The rest get like real bad. Like the modern drugs that they're making today are just fry your brain, like real bad. Like we're lucky. Like I grew up in a time when none of these drugs, like even the LSD, when I was like growing up, was real. It was clean and it was real. These days, it's all just fake, and they put all fake shit in there, and it's just mixed up with bad shit. I'm for conscious, like, you know, like when you see drug reform in countries like, Holland and um, Spain, Portugal. Who else does it? There's a few countries that do it. They trialed it in Oregon, in America, and they fucked it up. They didn't actually do anything about it. They didn't actually have any support for people who were on it. So all it did was bring in people that like ended up on the drug. Sorry if I'm talking too loud or um, going on a tirade, but when I get interested about talking about something, I'll go on about it. In Oregon, which they trialed it for 2 years or a year and a half. I don't know how long they did it for. It was a decent amount of time. They didn't actually do it properly. in when they do it in places where they actually treat it like it's it what it does is it stops the it stops the trade of the bad chemical laced bad stuff, and it gives people who have got a dependency the ability to keep jobs and to live their life. It really does work. So there is a lot to be said for that, and that's where I think um, there is a lot of fear within psychiatry and psychology that decriminalizing, legalizing pot is going to be dangerous because they're going to have psychosis everywhere. That's bullshit. It's nothing compared to psychosis from other drugs. The people that end up in like emergency wards with psychosis are from chemicals. That's that's my opinion. That's just my opinion, and I don't know. At the same time, it's like you need to treat it with you need to treat everything with respect. I feel like smoking a cigarette, but I just don't. I can't do it on stream. So can someone have a cigarette for me? Because they were trying to quit cigarettes, and I've been chatting so long. Uh, I went on some tirades. I went on a tirade about my own journey with the mental health system to try and get my um, name cleared somehow, or not cleared, but just reduced, so that my future is not like dependent on this one thing that happened to and which is fair enough. Lots of people go through this. Lots of people go through a first time psychosis, and they start their life again. They go through recovery, and they have to deal with the fact that they've just been given this thing. And it all goes back to the CPTSD. It all stems from that. And in my research, what they say is like 70% of people with CPTSD end up getting diagnosed with some other form of mental condition. And that's because of the CPTSD. And that's why we, as a human race, we need to help cure people, heal people earlier. If we can heal people, say it happens when you're a child, you grow up, it's not until you're an adult you realize, get that healing, then you're not going to go on to have these problems later in life. It's like that Pete Walker book. It took him 20 years and then another 20 years before he like got through. Well, I don't know how long it took, but you know what I'm saying? Like, why we lose all this time because of there's no support for us. And it should be the biggest thing. If 1 in 4 people have it, you know, why isn't it like it's not front page because it's 1 in 4 people. It's so common. It's and everyone's dealing with it, but they deal with it in a different way. And that we all cope. We all have coping mechanisms, strategies, and we all live. It's all based on the same thing, you know. Um, sorry, I've just gone on this massive tirade, and we're at like 5 hours and 52 minutes. So I've gone for a whole hour. I think an hour of just going off about stuff, and now everyone's still here, so that's good. means I haven't offended anyone, and I hope I never do offend people. And if I do go on tirades, just start doing emojis in the thing and just let me know. I'm like, yes, tirade. He's going off because I will go off about shit. I will. That's an Aussie saying, Aoka and Em and Bells. If I go off about shit, if you go off about shit, that's like saying you're like getting loud, being very vocal. I'm going off about shit. It's like Shizen. I don't know how to translate. I'm going off about. I'm like speaking. I'm speaking about the what pisses me off, what makes me angry, upset, and that's what's in Pete Walker's book, right? Chapter 9 or something. Let your anger out. Sometimes it's people you need to let your anger out, and you need to do it in a safe way. And so I hope I'm not like offending anyone. I hope I'm not upsetting anyone. I'm just going to go back to the comments because there's been some awesome comments. Yeah, that's it. Going back to like talking about the alcohol and the pot, Haig says, yeah, business as usual. Yeah, the alcohol has got like a stranglehold on the world as far as like there's no stopping that. It's the number one drug. They won't call it a drug, but it's the number one drug. Yeah, but you still went to work and stuff. I only just dissociate as much as possible all day. Yeah, I think maybe you're talking about me when I was talking about working and smoking. Yeah, but that's okay. I also spent long periods where all I did was smoke and dissociate. I'm with you, brother. I spent I I'm 46 now in I'll be 46 in exactly it's 11:17, so 43 minutes. I'll be 46 years old. So, in my adult life, I've worked most of it, but I've also had chunks where I was on benefits. So, like, and not working. And through those times, I was doing exactly what you said. I was dissociating and smoking, drinking as well, but mostly smoking, you know. Excuse me. We got a lot of 1444, 444 with the alien and the tick. What's the time now? We just missed the 555. It's 5:56 in the live chat. I can't believe we've been chatting this long. It started off me talking about my sexuality and stuff. I'm glad I did that though, you know. I really am because people are assholes, you know. They really are. Like not everyone, but people can be. Like that's what really got to me is just who cares? Like really, who cares? As long as you're not hurting people, as long as whatever your sexuality is normal, as long as it's not like decrepit or sad or um, what's the word, um, against nature, evil. If I'm pretty sort of basic in the middle, you know. Like they're really, pretty simple. Like, um, I think people that dress up as furries, that's fair enough, but like it's a bit weird, like that's sort of where I start to think, you're a bit weird. But they do what they do their own thing. They're not hurting anyone. If they start doing it in public, that's a bit fucking weird. But that's nothing compared to like to me, um, normal straight and gay homosexual is the same thing. There's not that many people who are gay or homosexual. Most people are heterosexual, and there should be nothing even said about it. When people start going off into the fringe shit, fetish and stuff, and weird stuff and illegal stuff, that's different, completely different. And it is strange that we live in this time where people still go around making fun of people for being different. I don't get it. But if you're only different because you're, like, for me, like, I live alone, I don't have a girlfriend, I haven't had one for 10 years. So if someone calls me a poof or gay or some shit, that really hurts me because I don't have any attraction to men. Does that make sense? It should make sense. It's an offensive thing. I have no offense with men who are attracted to men and women who are attracted to women. That is a natural thing as well. That I sort of that's natural. Anything other than that, it's starting to go into the fetish and then illegal bad shit. And there's no question about that shit. I myself was molested while I was a child by adults. So I can fucking tell you right now, that is evil shit. And that shouldn't exist in this world, but it does. It does. Still going on. Why isn't it punished? Why isn't it punished? Sorry, I went on another fucking tirade. I'm sorry. I didn't lose people watching. I was like, but yeah, you got to understand. You understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. It's okay for people to go and, like, I think people should be allowed to go to a sex club and have sex if they really, really want to have sex in a sex club. Let them do it. I've got no problem with that. There's absolute lines where you draw a fucking line, and they need to prosecute. Problem is they have never prosecuted the evil crimes that have been prosecuted, and this goes back thousands of years. But in my time, our time, it's still going on. There are better safeguards these days for children. There really are. There are much better safeguards. It's not free range. When I was growing up, what happened to me was there was no rules. That's why my parents never knew about the shit that happened, right? They had no idea because they put trust in these places. There is more rules and safeguards that will protect against that stuff. It's okay if people want to dress up in leather and do their shit in their own bedroom, you know, as long as you don't push it on fucking children. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry if I'm offending people right now, but like I think there is a point where you don't actually there needs to be strong laws that prevent children from being hurt in this way. I was hurt this way, not like just by the fact that it was unprotected, there was no protection for me. And then I had no way of screaming out and asking for help. Hopefully, these days, there are more protection measures that are placed so that you can put faith in, trust in that, you know, that has like what I'm talking about now is like the difference between what I believe is being. I believe that you know, um, I think it's fine for. Um, I think it's great that gay people, homosexuals, lesbians can get married and have children. They can be great parents. I really do. I think we need to be more protective of certain things, and that there need to be more protection within. Like there needs to be more stronger laws or prosecution or something that can actually stop ongoing systemic abuse. And I think that has stopped in some ways, but in some ways, for all I know, it's still going on. That there is like you think, oh well, what happened when I was growing up was like before all the laws and stuff was in. But who knows? The shit could still be going on today and worse. Who knows? All I'm trying to say is we need to not be fearful. We need to give people liberty and allow people to have their own. But there is a point where you just go, this needs to be stopped. And the problem is that if you talk about this stuff, you get in trouble because there is a big push to try and like make everything okay, and it's not everything is okay. I think I think children need to be children, and they grow up and they learn about all this stuff in in a way that's safe for them, and parents need to know that their children are safe. That's what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that, and this goes for the internet. I don't have children, right? I don't have a partner or children. Um, I would be fearful of what they saw if they were on the internet. I grew up when pornography was Playboy magazines and Penthouse magazines, and now it's like type in a few words and it's there on the screen. We live in a different world, and it's not just that; it's everything. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to go off on this stuff, and I don't want to scare people off. But like, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not like. I'm. What I'm trying to say is, I. I think I get that people like to. Um, I understand people get off on having kinky sex or whatever, or indiscriminate sex. That's their own business. Don't push it on everyone else. That's fair enough. Allow people to have wholesome relationships. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that should be celebrated for people to have proper relationships. Um, I really don't know where I just started off on that tirade. I've had gone on 3 tirades tonight. I was talking about the medical system. I was talking about oh no, I was talking about drugs, like the pharmaceuticals, and I was talking about the mental health system, and then I was talking about like general. Um, I can tell you from personal experience how much it fucks you up when you're a child and you get messed with. It messes your whole life. And I'm going to smoke a cigarette now because I'm so upset about all this shit. I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to. I said I was going to not smoke on stream ever. Sorry I went on that tirade. But I hope you understand what I'm talking about. Is talking about like balance between like allowing people liberty to do what they want to do, and then also there's a point where you just say no, sorry. And the problem is we live in a world where there isn't enough justice for that. And I thought that we would be better at it nowadays. Maybe we are. Maybe they're better at catching this stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to. Johan's here. I don't know if he's still here. Howdy, Johan. Johan rocked in just when I was doing a big tirade. Oh, dude, like I was doing a big tirade. I was telling everyone how like um, I think there's nothing wrong with gay people and gay and lesbians being parents, having families, but I think there's a point where with pushing weird stuff in society. I think society needs to understand that there needs to be barriers. And I don't want to sound like weird by saying all this shit, but like I'm trying to read the comments. Everyone's saying hello. I went on a tirade. I really did. I'm personally affected by this stuff. That's why. So when I grew up, it was a time when it was a corrupt police state, and there was the whole government was corrupt, and um, nothing. So there was no chance of any justice for what happened to me. I like to think that, and like I was saying, I think things have changed a lot nowadays. There's a lot more safeguards in place, but I'm sorry I went on that tirade. It's it's hard for me to not get upset sometimes, and I'm trying to say that I I do give people the liberty to have their own sexual freedom, but there are absolute points where you don't cross that line, and if you do, you're in trouble. You go to jail. Back in the day, they used to just hang people for that stuff, run them out of town. But we I don't know. We live in this different world where it's 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 really scary to um, think about. If you think about, I think about what happened to me, and then I think about what is happening right now. How many, how many? So I've got a lot of, like, the people who do the save people from trafficking and all that stuff. Like, those people are good on them. Good on those people for doing that work, because there's some evil people in the world that are doing this stuff right now, and there's people out there who are trying to hunt them down and save people. And that's nothing compared to what happened to me. What happened to me was just like a couple of experiences, a couple of times. Nothing, nothing compared to what these people go through. People go through years and years of abuse, and that's happening right now. We're so lucky that we live in this world. We have all these luxuries, and yet these bad people still get to go do what they do. Like, I'm sorry, I just went off on that. It just upsets me so much because um, I, f- I feel like there is no justice in the world, and I feel like um, there isn't enough people doing that. I wish there was. Like, if you took all the armies that we have, like every country has got all these armies that are sitting around doing nothing. Send them off to go stop all the predators and the traffickers and the cartels. Why don't you just send them to do that job? Don't worry about war. We don't need a war. We don't need any war. Just go after these people. They're not going to do it, but it would be nice if they did, because it would clean up the world from all this evil that's going on. We can't do anything about it, and All I can think is, and I hope that we get better at protecting the vulnerable. And that's not just the children, it's the elderly as well. I'm I'm very That's why earlier I was talking about with the antipsychotics. The elderly need to be protected just as much as the children because they're the people who built this place and they spent their whole life working for this place. And this is what happens. They're either veterans or they've spent their whole life and they've got nothing now. And they're being left to rot. It's just as much as of a tragedy as the abuse of any child is the abuse of the elderly. And I think that it's something humans we should be doing everything we can to respect them and give them comfort and know that they've lived through so much themselves. We've all lived through stuff, right? But they've lived through more than we have. You know, they've if any person who's like 80 years old now has been around since the end of the World War II. So they've grown up ever since, and it's been war ever since. We've Our whole life has been war. We think, oh, with you know, war's never stopped. It's always been war somewhere, and there's always been like bullshit, like somewhere. You know, people getting murdered and slaughters and everything. Like we live in. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about negative stuff, but we've got to have hope for the future somehow, and we've got to be thankful that we live in a place that isn't that now. We're not living through that right now. So, what I'm trying to say is, I'll stop what I'm saying pretty quickly because I don't want to go on about this stuff. But all of these people who are now 80, 90 years old have given their whole life to try and make a better future since the end of the World War II. And all they've seen is decline. They've seen a bit of growth and then decline, everything go bad. And they are just, their hearts are broken and people have forgotten about them. And they're rotting away in a retirement home somewhere, getting put on antipsychotics so that their dementia, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to like, it's before they get to that point, and if they're in that point, give them something, like give them love and compassion, do something for them. But we can't all do that, you know. I'll give you an example. The last major job I did when I was working for myself, I worked for a couple that had both got dementia, and they had a couple of houses. They'd let their house go to jungle and filled with stuff. And they had their entrance to their house was rotting, and it was dangerous. They couldn't enter their house. They had to go through this other place. I built them a deck, and I did it for virtually nothing. Like, it was the biggest job for me. It was the most money I made in my whole entire life. Halfway through the job, I had to stop what I was doing and build them a handrail and fix their stairs so that they could, because the guy fell down the stairs. He was like eight. He's, I don't know how old he is now. I need to go see them. I haven't spoken to them now for a few months, and I need to go see them because I feel bad. I've I feel like I've left them, and it's only because I've been busy with my own stuff. But I feel like I need to be in their life again. They're beautiful people, beautiful people. They've got such a story. They've lived this life, and they've spent their whole life built like working for the world, and like they both they both um, lived in Papua New Guinea, and they lived there and helped keep the peace, and that was their job for 20 years. And then they came back here, and then once they settled here, they settled, and then they grew old, and they've got this beautiful story, and they told me all these stories, but no one wants to hear their stories, and I've left them. I feel bad. I feel like I need to go speak to them, and I'm going to do that. When I think about them, I think I need to go see them. I had I had to step away from them only because it was too painful for me, because I couldn't give them any more. I was giving them everything I gave, and I was working for nothing, basically. There was no, I was going, they gave me love and appreciation, and they gave me opportunity. I got to a point where I had to step away, and now I feel like I'm neglected them. So I'm gonna do what I can to actually reconnect with them. I know that they're both still alive. They live right near me. Um, and I did tell them when I started stepping away, because I was doing all this extra work. I was doing work for nothing for them. They were calling me up. Oh, can you come and help me with this? Can you help me with that? And I'd go over to the house for nothing. And I kept saying to them, like, you could employ me to be your helper. And they were like, oh, they got lots of money, but I didn't want to actually make a thing of it. I just said, look, I can only do what I can. And I kept giving them without caring, without caring, time, energy, focus, because they are special people. They've already done their work, and I felt like what they were doing for me was um, giving me an opportunity, but they were also giving me knowledge. They were telling me their stories. They were telling me their life and their experience, and I felt like I was privileged to hear what they were doing. It got to a point where I couldn't give any more because I had to actually step back to help my own family. That's the main thing, is that I couldn't give any more. I, but I gave as much as I could, and I appreciated them. And I don't know. I haven't read any of the comments, but I know their comments are going through. But I've been going on a tirade for like a while. And it's a good tirade. I hope I've been like, This couple, elderly couple mean a lot to me, but I haven't seen them now. I do see them every so often when I drive past. They still have their breakfast out in the sunshine. They live near me, and I've been meaning to call them, been meaning to go around to see them, and I haven't done it, and I feel bad for it because I know how much I mean to them. But I did let them know over time that I had to step back because of my own responsibilities. I couldn't do any more for them, and that they could find other people to do what I was doing. And I did everything I could to. I was doing gardening work, so I found another gardener for them. That sort of thing. Anytime they needed me, for a long time after I stopped working for them, I'd be there within a minute. Couple of minutes. I'd get in my car and drive to the house, and I'd be there. It got to a point where I couldn't do anymore, and it's not because I didn't. It's because I couldn't do anymore. And I think of all the people out there that need people. I don't know. Sorry, I just told. I'll. It does make me that these people are special to me. They really helped me out because they gave me, like I said, the biggest job when I was working for myself. They gave me the biggest job I ever worked, and it was building a deck. And it's on my Instagram, pictures of it, and it's I I spent months working on it. I built the whole thing myself. But the whole time, half the time I was actually doing stuff for them, helping them with their television or getting their groceries, um, getting things for them from the downstairs fridge, like simple things. Doing their washing. I was doing their washing for them, like not dishes, but their clothes. I was doing their clothes for them. I wasn't charging for it. So I built this deck for them and I did all this extra work and I didn't care because they gave me the opportunity to do this job, and it gave me the opportunity to build something that I was proud of, and I was able to do it. And while we were doing it, they both have got dementia. So I was hearing their stories as they were losing their ability to function. They're still functioning. I see them. They're still doing what they do. They've got support. They go out on trips. They've got people that bring meals to them. They do have home care package support. They are still both living as strong as they were when I left them. But they're missing me and I'm missing them. So I'm going to actually make a thing where in the next week or two, I'm going to engage. I've been meaning to call them. I keep thinking I'm going to call them tomorrow. I'm going to call them tomorrow. And I haven't done it. We, like they love, we, like whenever we spoke, just, it was just like, like, because I could solve all their problems for them. When you're working with people with dementia, it is very draining because you have to do everything You have to remind them things. They don't realize how much extra work you're doing. I did I did it I did it for love, you know. I built their deck. While I was building their deck, I was doing all this other stuff, and I don't care. I don't care the fact that I didn't make anything. I did make money out of the deck, but in the end, the amount of hours I spent, it doesn't matter because I was giving back to these people, even though they got lots of money. I could have charged them twice as much for what I did. I charged them a cheap rate to build what I built because to me, they gave me the opportunity to do what I did. So I felt privileged to do that. I'm going to reconnect with them. I will. I've just, yeah, that's it. Look, I'm sorry I went on all that tirade before, but Johan, I don't know if you're still here, man, but like, yeah, your comment is true. We do have to speak about it because it needs to be put in. It needs to be put in the spotlight and like stopped. Can't be stopped altogether because it people. There's always going to be bad people out there, but like we need to actually stop the systemic. Just or make things safer. That's it. Ultra Herica says, yeah, 100% cats like, yes, with the turkey. That's it. Herica says, yes, gay couples can get married in Iceland since 1979. That's it. Iceland is very progressive with good policies about stuff. And Finland, Norway, like mental health as well. Cat's got the fish swimming. Ultra Herica's got the snail, and the cat's got the monkey. Herica's got like a and the eyes. I love all these emojis. I'm sorry, after all my tirades about stuff for like so long, I'm glad there's still people here, you know, because but I had to tell that story about that old couple because they really meant a lot to me. And I feel like they're it's the older generation. It's not um the ones that deserve it, especially they deserve to be respected. And it's difficult. We live in this world that they're just neglected. Erica says, If I wasn't in a challenging environment, I wouldn't be. It wouldn't be meaningful work. No, if it wasn't, that's it. I tell you, that's a great one. That's it. That's a really good saying because it's meaningful when it's challenging. And you just put an arrow saying, "Yeah, I saw this and wrote this down recently on the table, on my other table." I think it's so powerful. Yeah, I think it is a powerful one. Kat says on FJ, that's a great quote, so true. The moose. Erica's got the big cat, big heart. Cat's got the big heart. Erica's got the squid and it looks like a spotlight. Cat's got a boat. Erica's got like a moon. Emin Bell's got the heart. Cat's got like the star and going around. Erica's got the heart. Erica's got like Saturn or some space thing. Erica's got the squid. Cat's got like Space Invaders. Erica's got the squid. Johan's got I Love Finland. I'm glad everyone's here after my I've just been tirading for like a while. But I had this story about like this old couple, and I wanted to talk about some heavy stuff before because I'm really passionate about justice in the world, and we don't have justice in this world. People get away with stuff. Well, there's some justice, but not enough. And this old couple I did this work for were they spent their whole life trying to help people. One of them was a teacher, and the other one was a judge, actually. And he spent his whole life trying to decide judgment on people. And his whole thing, and he said to me, his whole thing was to try and give people a chance. He knew people were guilty, but he tried to give them the opportunity to change their lives. And he said sometimes they would refuse to admit to their wrongdoing, and then they would end up in a much worse place. Not because of what he decided, but just because of their own self. So that's something to be learned, is that you listen to people like that. I'm going to go see these people soon. I know they're still kicking around. I just haven't been around there, and I just keep meaning to catch up with them. And it's been months. I tell you what, when I had my thing, when I went through what I went through last year, and I was in hospital, I called I called him up, and he wrote a letter. He wrote a letter for me for the psychiatrist to read, to say how much of a good person I am and how much work I've done for them and how much I care for them. And that was one of the most special things that I've ever had done for me, because I'm there talking to him, saying, "I'm stuck in this hospital. I tried to hurt myself. Like, um, I want to get I want to get out of here. Can you can you help me get out of here? I need to write someone. Write. Can you help? Like." And he goes, "Absolutely. I will write a letter for you." And I said, "Look, I'll look." And I said to him, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not I'm not mental. I just need to get home." And he goes, "I know that. I know you just had a moment." "I'll write you a letter." And he wrote me a letter. And I don't even know if they even read it. But I know he wrote me that letter. It meant so much to me that I had they actually you'll see if you watch my Instagram, one of the first photos on my Instagram is actually a picture from when I was in the um, safety ward. When you attempt suicide, you get put in this special part, and s- they gave a flower to my father, and my father brought it in and put it on the they gave it to me, and I had it on the wall. So it's on one of the. I can't show you right now, but if you go to my Instagram, and you'll see it's one of the first photos on there. There's a flower. And like it's in like a caged wall. That's what this old couple did for me. They fucking gave me this flower. Sorry. Uh, I've got to go see him, eh? I've got to go see him. I haven't seen him for months because I've just been too busy and in my own world and shit. that that means a lot to me. They sent me that flower and they wrote that letter for me. They knew what I was going through. I'd been telling them how I'd been going through all these troubles. And I gave them everything I could. They were loaded plenty of money, and I never charged them. Like I only have I undercharged them because I was more glad to have them around. and they gave me enough work so I could survive. And because they're dementia patients, I'm very conscious on. I would rather undercharge them than to have them worry that I'm charging them too much money. So there was a bit of me making sure that they're being looked after, even though I knew they had lots of money. You know, it's because they care. Like we had a connection, and they spoke to me. They told me their stories. They told me their whole life. I'm gonna go call them tomorrow. I'm gonna call them. I did think about calling them today. I've been meaning to call them for a while, and I did tell them about my mum. That's how I stepped back. I kept saying, "Look, I can't do anymore because I've got to start looking after my own mother, and I can't do it." And so that's how I found other gardener, and I found another carpenter person, people, because I was doing lots of different things. But we had this. But I want to go speak to them, and I want them to tell me some more stories about their life because they had a really interesting life. They lived they 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 lived in Papua New Guinea and helped Australia. It's one of the success stories where Australia actually helped Papua New Guinea become an independent country. So they helped give them basic law practices and to try and make sure there wasn't corruption and that people could go through justice, people could be educated, there was health, all these things, and these were the people that did that. And they get forgotten. Sorry. But they're good people. I don't know. I got onto that topic about that stuff. I'm going to go see him tomorrow. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go watch the sunrise, and then when I get home, I'll have breakfast, and then I'll go see them. I know they have breakfast like about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. They go sit in the sun. They have muesli with like strawberries and um, banana and grapes, and they use like UHT milk. They don't use normal milk. They do that every day. They sit in the sunshine. They really help me out. And I sort of feel bad I haven't spoken to them for months. But they know. I did tell them. I told them I have to step back. I've got my own shit I got to deal with. I used to drive them to their um, card games, like when the old fella couldn't drive anymore because he had dementia, and I couldn't work anymore myself. Um, I'd drive them. It's Ken and Carol. I'd drive them to their card games once a week in their own car. But I kept saying the car was breaking down, and it was broken. It was like leaking oil. The transmission was broken. I had dementia, so they couldn't remember. I kept saying, I can't keep doing this because your car's breaking down. It was burning smoke. You know when the car starts burning smoke out the back? And we did that for a few months, and that kept me going. Money just like for me to just live. I didn't like make any money out of it, but it was just enough money. I'd stopped working at that point. I couldn't work. This was, and then I, I told them like the car's broken, can't work, it's broken. When and they wanted to get it fixed, and I said it's going to cost too much, and we took it to the mechanic, and I said if it's going to cost more than $1,000, it's not worth it. And they said, oh well, we'll see what we can do. They couldn't fix it because it was broken. So I kept driving it for another month or so, and I had to say, look, the car's going to stop at any moment, and we're going to be stuck. I can't do this anymore. I'm really sorry. I can't drive you anymore. And then after that, I did drive I used my parents' car. I did use my parents' car for a few times. And then I had to say, I can't use my parents' car anymore. That was when I was stepping back, and I had to say I can't do anymore. And that was when my mum was getting sick. So it was really painful, and it was one of the most painful things was with dementia is like you tell people something and you explain it, and then they forget it, but they remember everything else, and that's really painful because something that might be important for you and for them, both for you and for them, they might hear it at the time, and then you go back to them the next day and they've forgotten all about that. They can remember everything else, but they can't remember what was the most important thing that you were trying to help them with. But yeah, they're lovely people and they help me a lot. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go see them tomorrow or the next day. I know they're still there, and they only live like 100 meters away. It's it's hard. It's hard. I gave them so much, and they gave me so much. But I could only give them so much. I had to step back. Yeah. Ugh. It's I hope I was coherent in telling that story about my people I love. You know, and Bells. I got love hearts from Johan and from Emin Bells and Kat and Noah Small and Emin Bells saying, "Yeah, I'm sure they're not mad at you for not catching up. They knew you had your own issues going on. Don't be so hard on yourself. Thank you." Thank you. And I will see them. I'll see them in the next day or so. I just keep meaning to call them, and I just haven't done it. All I have to do is pick up the phone and ring them. I know it only takes a short. I can have a 5-minute conversation. And that's why I feel bad because I could have been doing this for the last few months and just keeping in contact. But I did tell them. I told them I had to step back because it's serious, and it has been serious. And I have had a few. There has, like I said, I took Carol to her doctors a couple of times in my mum's car, and I had to say, look, I can't keep doing this because my I can't take their car away from my parents. They need to use it themselves, and it did interfere with them doing stuff. If it was no interference, I could have kept doing it. But I feel bad for not keeping that contact going, even if it was once a month. You know, I'm so glad to have people here listening and talking to each other. And we don't all have, I mean, we don't all have positive memories of things. But these are memories I have of these things. And they were trouble. They were tough. They were tough times. It's not easy looking after someone who's like can't remember stuff, and it was an education for me in how to deal with what I'm dealing with now. Um, and that's why I had to step away because I said, I have to deal with my own mother at the moment, and that's going to go on. That's all I can deal with. They're lovely people. I don't. I had so many stories. Carol, she started a women's group, a women's shelter in Brisbane, and she set up a women's shelter for women who've been affected by violence, domestic violence, and things like that. So they could go to this place. It was a house, and this was like 30 years ago. So she's old now, and she showed me photos of all of that stuff and all the work she did. And you just think about how many women she helped out that had escaped, had nowhere to go. They could knock on this door in this house, stay somewhere. So and not just that, like they did enriching things that just like have women's groups, men's groups. They had enriching things, so it wasn't just a shelter. It was a place where people could go and do things. And she set the whole thing up. I don't know. I've got to go see him. They I feel bad because I just walked away from him, and I did it. I told him, I have to do this. I can't do this anymore. I've got my own responsibilities. I explained, So they understood, and they have got their own support networks. They're not stopping what they're doing. I know they're still active. So I know they're still living and active and doing their thing. But I can't believe it. I've been talking about them for so long, and that's probably because they mean so much to me. I spent so much time there. I worked for them. I fixed 2 doors down from where I live. I fixed up the whole house. Not the whole house, but I fixed up their bathroom, fixed up the driveway, I fixed up the drainage in their side, cleaned up their backyard so they could rent it out. Then when they rent, and I did all this for bargain basement, lowest prices because I cared for them. I didn't want to. I, I didn't want to. I should have charged them fair market rate, but I just didn't because I was like, these are good people. And then I kept working for them, did stuff for the house, and I did stuff for the. But they gave me the opportunity to build their deck. That was a big thing for me because it gave me time at one of my most difficult times in my life, and I got to spend time putting everything was square, everything was true, every screw and nail. I didn't use many nails, but every screw was in the perfect spot. If you can see there up in the thing, see that T, the T there? That's a jig I made to build their deck. So when I put the decking boards down, I could drill to a jig for making this all the screws line up. So every screw on their deck is perfect. And the sad thing is they don't use it because they can't use it. They can't get down the stairs, but they still wanted the deck. They couldn't even use it when I built it. We had one time where we sat there and had morning tea together, but because of they can't actually get there, but they still wanted the deck. So that tea, I've got another jig I made, but that tea up there, that's what that is. I think I screwed 20,000. No, not 20,000. I'm trying to think. Thousands, many thousands of screws. And it meant they were all perfect. I'll get it and show you just because it means so much to me. So it's pretty simple. There's two screws and they're offset, and that's your base back. And you get your board and you pull it tight. While you've got it tight, you can like put your two screws in, and they're all spaced. So it's a simple jig, and this is what I made, and it meant every single screw is perfect on that deck. And you can see, like these ones. I only need two screws here to make it true, but you can see in the light. Look at that. Here we go. I can't do it now. But this is that's why it sits there for me. And I only realised now how much, it's actually a YouTube video of me planing the last boards for the deck. I look for it now while I normally don't use the mouse while I'm doing cuts, but I'll I'll quickly like look for the video so I can show you, and you can actually see the deck I built. That's what I'm saying. There's a video of there of me putting the last boards. I was planing, but so you in the background you'll see me. Here we go. I found the video. You can hear the birds in the background here. It's probably really loud through the speaker. What I'll do is I will copy. I don't know if I can do this in the chat. There we go. You can see the deck I'm talking about right now. And you can see me with my doing my carpentry sit. I just turned the sound off. I just stopped the video. But like I put the link in the chat. So if anyone wants to see me, you can go to my channel and find the video, but you can see the deck I'm talking about. It's so Oh, hey, Oka says I broke my fast and fell asleep. Well, that's all right, mate. You fell asleep. Listen, I went through a tirade for like an hour and a half or something. I started going off about everything, how much I'm upset about the world. And then I remembered, I remembered like, my last main clients that I worked for before I had my mental health incident, and how much they meant to me and how much I need to go see them. And so I've just shared a link, which I don't know if it works. Yeah, it works. So if you ever want to see the deck I'm talking about, just click on the link in the I just posted in the chat, and it will send you to. Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Noah. So I spent so much time on that deck. Everything's like perfectly vertical, and see how it's got like a beautiful, like you can sit on it, and that's before I put oil on it and everything. But like that was like my biggest thing I've ever done built in my life, and that's for this old couple that I worked for. It was good to be able to share that. It's me, like if you're watching the video, it's me using a hand plane, because the last two boards, the whole deck was square, but then when the deck met the existing, the other deck, the other um, area, there was like a 10 millimeter difference. So I had to plane all, I had to even out, I had to make it perfect, and so I did it, and it made those last bits just slot in. So that was the perfect end to like finishing that job, was to actually have to, I didn't have to use a plane on any, oh no, I did. I used a plane on a lot of things, like squaring up, not squaring up, but like flattening um, the joists so that the posts could sit. So the posts posts were cut square, but the joists were all rough. So I had to like plane them level to put the, you know, I was teaching myself as well as learning on the job. It was such a great experience for me. And to be able to, I did the whole thing on my own. And I got to show my parents. And it's the first time my father ever said to me he's proud of me in my life. And it's, that's big, but I wish he said that earlier, but he didn't. He got to see that and say that. Um, because for me, it was a big thing. And the saddest thing is that deck that I built, the people I built it for are so old they can't even use it. And I knew that when I was building it. I knew that they would never use it. So that was really hard for me to actually deal with, because I knew that they couldn't use it, because one of them physically, one of them couldn't get to it. It was too much work for them. So it was like it was what's the point in doing this? Why not? I could have just like not built a deck and just built a ramp across. I wanted a deck, and they gave me the opportunity to do it. So yeah, this is the. There's another jig as well I used. I'm gonna go put it back because that's pride of place that for me. This is the other one. They're pretty much the same. You know what I mean? Pretty simple. You know, doesn't take, but it when you build a jig and you can, reuse it, you can drill the exact spot, and you could just keep doing it until you finish the whole thing. And so my room is full of that stuff. I'll we've still got five. Like everyone's still here. I'll show you. I don't know if my camera's gonna work, but I'll show you. Like I've got like, how I've got this thing behind me, which is like all these squares. I've got this on either side, and they're full of trophies of shit I did. Like so when not shit work I did. So I'll try and. So I don't know if it's clear. These are like these. These are like I did on the wheel. These blocks. From each other. These are from the same job. So these are all the posts. These are the top cuts, like how square they are. They're pretty good. So that's why I place them. These are what I used to do tree cutting. And so these are the wedges. When you cut a tree, you have to cut a wedge. So these are wedges. All different trees. Every time it was an experience. You never want to cut a tree, do something. So I had them placed. These are for me, carpentry. It means a lot. Same thing here. These are cuts. And you can probably see cobwebs. You can see cobwebs everywhere. Look at this. Dusty. I need to clean my room. This is like, see how I haven't touched this? These here's an example. These are from the same job. I actually cancelled these. These were all going to be for the floors of that deck, but I actually changed it using metal bits. All this work I did, I ended up cutting them off, and it worked out perfect. Guess I'm on my cars. We've talked about last. And there's a piece. Here's one of my ceramic pieces when I was in ceramics. So that's made out of soda. And yeah. So that was interesting. I hope that worked. I hope you could see what I was showing. But that really, it sort of explains how much that whole thing meant to me, because they gave me that job. I needed that job. Gave me time. I got to do it perfectly. Everything worked out. It was difficult because there was the old deck. I had to pull out the old deck, and then I had to fix. I had to match the new deck to the existing floor, and that was really difficult. And I didn't know when I was doing the floor bit if it was going to line up. So as I was going, I was like making sure, and I was like adjusting as I went, and it all just lined up. And I was personally going through major trauma recall. I was living through major. So when I started the job, I got the job with this old couple, and I gave them the quote, and we ordered the timber. Timber arrived, and I couldn't actually even start the job for 3 months. I was useless, and I explained to them that I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and they understood, and they said, "That's okay, you'll get to it." They gave me time, and then they started calling me up. When are you going to come around and start doing this job? I said, "Yeah, I'm going to come around soon." So, and then eventually got around, and it was really difficult because I had to line everything up with none of the angles were like the ramp. If you look in that video, the ramp is off on one angle, and it was all difficult. And I had to get my brain working, and I would sometimes go and work for an hour and have to go home. It was lucky that they live around the corner from where I live, so I could just come home and just chill. And I was smoking at the time, so sometimes I'd have a smoke. I could go back same day or the next day, didn't matter. And then slowly over time, I built up momentum until I could actually do some work. And then, like, once I got like the first post in, it was like, yeah, I know I can do this. And then I was there a couple of hours a day. The good thing was I didn't have to work all day. I was working for myself. I could just do a few hours a day, do a few hours, get something done, and then when it wasn't until like I got to the final bits where I could like do like long days and really like finish it, you know. And I got, if you look in that video, um, you'll see. Check, hey Oka man, check out the video I was put in the link. That's like I'm talking about a job I did. With the bench thing, it's all square and it's like right angle cuts. A 45 angle, not right angle, 45s, and it all. Holy shit! Oh, thank you, hey Oka. It's my birthday. Oh, dude, thank you. I didn't not even like. It's my birthday right now, and it's been my birthday for an hour. uh, I've been too busy talking about this job and like this old couple I worked for. Big heart, man. I'm 46. I'm 46 now, mate. How's that? Oh my god. I didn't even realize. I was too busy talking away. I thought I didn't. I had no idea we'd be chatting for this long tonight. I started off talking about me, and then we went off. We all like we had a great chat. Everyone. We went off into like talking about all different stuff. We do that, and that's what I like about these chats. We talk about all different stuff. There's no like set thing, We might start with something and then it just goes off. It is. Hey, Oka, mate, it's my birthday right now. It is. It's been my in where I am right now is like it's been my birthday for 57 minutes. It's 12:57. I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize. I started talking about this job I did and like this old couple I worked for and they got dementia and they're a lovely old couple. And I got deep into talking about how much I spent working for them. And I have to go see them. I will go see them. It is, yeah. It is. Totally. It's my birthday right now. Thank you, mate. Thank you, Noah. I can't believe it. Happy birthday to me. How good is that? I've been busy showing everyone like my room and like, oh, there's more stuff to show, but like we can't just do it all at once. And it's so dusty and dirty. But it's good to be able to have done that. Like hey Oka, I unplugged my computer and like I moved my laptop around the room so people could see stuff. But the whole time I'd just forgotten it's my birthday right now. Right now. It's it's 12:59, so I'm almost 1 hour into my 46th year. I need to get another drink. No, what have you done? You've done nothing, mate. You've like proved you've shown it's my birthday. It's my like that's the best thing for me. Like this is the best birthday I've ever had. I'm sitting here on the internet with like lovely people who are genuine people. Everyone here in the chat, and like there has been people here who have gone now that were here earlier. This is like going for over 7 hours. So like people might be missing this moment now, but they were still here, right? Like this is they may as well be here now because it's my birthday. I didn't even realize this is my favorite birthday ever in my life. Right now, you know, because it's happening right now. It's my birthday. Normally, I don't want. I hate. Like normally, I don't hate. Normally, I don't appreciate or like my birthday because I don't. Not. It's not that I don't care about getting older. It's like I worry. I don't celebrate. I'm going to celebrate this right now. We got to everyone here who's in the chat and talking and listening, watching. Thank you for being here. This is like the best birthday I've ever had. Totally. This is so good. That's all right, man. You fell asleep, but like you're back awake. And M Bells, M and Bells, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's so good. I was there, like I was there just talking and talking and talking and talking, and I didn't even realize it went past midnight. You know what I'm saying? That's a great start. Cheers. Thank you, Noah. It is, and I'm so glad I was talking. I was like really appreciative to show you all this stuff, and to, like after telling you about like this story about this old couple, and like to show you like the um, the jigs I made and like the bits, the offcuts, and that was really special. And it is so good. Thank you for being here. Such a good start. Totally. Like also like I've, I've, I went off on a few tirades tonight about talking about stuff. I hope I haven't like I didn't even realize maybe it was like me building up to my own stress in the world. I think I maybe became like when people have their own birthdays, they become self-centered, and feel like I'm self-centered here. I'm the one streaming, but I'm trying to communicate with everyone here, and we're all. The thing is that the whole point of this channel is to connect people and listen to each other. That's it. That's that's it. I go on tirade sometimes, but I also I want to make it more about the actual chat and the people in the chat having a nice conversation with each other, and I think that happens a lot. It's not I'm like this person in the background. I prefer to be this person in the background, and you can focus on me a little bit, but the more important thing is the fact that you're talking to each other in the chat, and that means a lot to me. That's what's the main thing. I really appreciate that. And that I also appreciate that you are listening to me at the same time, because when we do speak to each other. So if I'm just going off on like some rant talking about like this and that, or telling something, a story about my life, it's not going to affect what you're doing with your conversation with the people in the chat. But it's my birthday. I can't believe it. It's 107. I'm still here. We're still here. Here we go. I unplugged my laptop. I was worried it's going to run out of battery. I was just doing some love huts just to make sure there's people there. I love that. This is like almost a record. I'm so glad that I'm here. Yes, no, no cake actually. I said to my sisters, I said I don't want a cake. I said just get some ice cream. So we're going to have pizza and ice cream. So that's like no cake today. But like um, normally, I don't know. That was normally we always have cake for my birthday or people's birthdays in my family. But I just said, yeah, no cake, just ice cream. Just get some good ice cream. So they've got some really nice ice cream. So same thing. one of my things is usually like I love cakes, but like I'd rather have cake and no meal. Like when I have a big meal and then you have cake afterwards, I'm just like, I can't eat this. I'm too full. So I know I can always have ice cream even if I've had a big meal. So we're gonna have just simple yes, yay. Noah says ice cream is good. Yeah, it is. So it's like they've already got it. They've got like a liter of ice cream, which is enough for the whole family to have like big bowl of ice cream. Hayoka says, "Yeah, I'm still waking up. What is the time there? It must be early. No, late. I can't remember. You're nine hours behind, right? So it is early. You've been up all night, Hayoka. That's why you were like falling asleep, mate. I don't. Where are you, Noah? Like, Emmenbells is in Switzerland. Hayoka's in Germany. I'm in Australia. We're all in different parts of the world. You know what's awesome though? Like, we go through shit in our life and like heavy crap. You're in San Diego, so you're like 21 hours or 20 something hours behind. So it's my math is bad at the moment. I can't even think. What is the time? You can tell me. I don't even know how far because America's so wide. San Diego is on East Coast, right? It's 8:12 a.m. There you go. So if you look at Hayoka's in Germany, which would be much earlier than that. West Coast. See, that's how bad I am. I'm so shocking with geography. You're West Coast. I mean, West Coast. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. You got to understand that. I knew where it was, right? But yeah, I didn't. I'm so bad. You got to excuse me for that stuff, Noah. I'm really bad with geography. I am really bad with geography. And yeah. So you're in you're in the southern part of America. That's what I so you're below Oregon or California. I'm so brain dead for all that stuff. Like you got to understand, like people make fun of Americans for not knowing where places are. You're not alone. Don't be worried that like people, you know, don't be don't feel ashamed that Americans don't know where places are because I'm an Australian and I don't know where the places are. So like you got to understand that I I'm I don't know where all these places are. I'm I'm I've never traveled. and I've been learning about the states in America and Canada as well, South America and Europe, and I still don't know. Like, I still get confused. There's so many in my own country. I don't even know where half the places are. Emin Bell says, Noah Schwab says, like, Vic likes laughing and smiles. Hayaka says, okay. It's like Emin Bell says, I still regret we didn't go to San Diego 10 years ago. We started in Las Vegas, Frisco, and then Highway North 1, fly back from LA. So that's it. You're in that in between. Hayoka says 5 a.m. in the evening. There you go. Yeah, it is the evening. So that's right. You had to sleep during the day. That's right. That's how long this chat's been going for. It was 12 during the daytime, midday when we started. Wow. That's awesome. I mean, yeah, that's it. 5 p.m. Wait, what? Yeah, something like that. It's my birthday, everyone. Hayoka reminded me. Like, I forgot all about it, and Hayoka's just like, "It's your birthday, man. Happy birthday, brother." I'm like, "What the fuck? It's my birthday. It's my birthday." I didn't even realize. I started this stream thinking it would be like, half an hour or something at the most. And I just kept going. Because everyone joined. And beauty about this channel is we're all like us. We're all people that are friendly, kind, and we understand difficult stuff. So we can have these chats and we can enjoy each other's company. That's what I love about it. You know, I really do. And it's so great to have these like conversations. I got to show you, like, tell you the story about like my work and show you the jig and show you the offcuts and sent you a link to the video of me finishing the job so you get to see the deck I'm talking about. Like, that's pretty awesome. And while I was doing that, I forgot all about the fact it's my birthday. So yeah, that's it. So San Diego's south of San Francisco, and then you've got like a couple of states cross, and then it goes down south. You got the real southern part, which is Florida, and so above San Diego, you got San Francisco, then you got Oregon, and then you go inland, you got Colorado, and Las Vegas is closer to you. I'm not sure. and then Cali is like in the middle. I'm not gonna go Google this because this is proof that, like, it's there's so many places in the world. I feel like I'm ignorant, not knowing where all these places are. But San Diego, I remember, like, when I was growing up skating and stuff, like San Diego was like the big place for skaters. There was like heaps of skateboarding in San Diego. That was something I remember. But yeah, I'm telling you what, it's been an awesome night tonight. Evan Bell says, yeah, surfers as well, right? Yeah, that's it. San Diego is further down, yeah, from San Francisco. That's all right. Maybe I should Google it. Should I Google it? So it's in Cali. Like, it is in Cali. There you go. So you're right on the border. Totally. Now I see. Noah, if you're still there, yes, that's it. That's how ignorant I am. I thought San Diego was a state. That is classic. Yeah, totally. San Diego is like the lowest section of Cali, right on the border. That's awesome. That's it. Yeah. You get lost when you're driving if you don't have the directions. And everything's so big now, You go traveling somewhere and it's like it used to be when I was growing up, like there was three roads here and three roads there, and it's like you can't get lost. Now it's like you go the wrong road and suddenly you're like the wrong direction and you've gone backwards. Totally get that, Noah. INFJ says, I never know when to say AM or PM, but I'm on off awake since 2 o'clock in the morning. Wake and bake. Wake and bake, brother. Dude, I'm with you, man. Like, I was wake and bake for many years of my life. Don't you worry. It was my favorite time of day. Wake and bake. AM or PM, doesn't matter. When you wake, you bake. No, but like in the morning, like I know what you're saying. As long as you can still do stuff during the day, that's the main thing. For me, like my thing was when I smoked heavy. It I s- I used to love it. I'd wake and bake, and that was my day. And I didn't smoke anything for the rest of the day. Yeah, that's it. Get some ice cream. Yeah, that's it. It what was I gonna say? The munchy foods. You always need the munchy foods. If everyone's happy to keep hanging out here for a while, I'm gonna go to the toilet and get a drink and then come back in like a minute or so, and we'll keep chatting. I mean, it's my birthday, right? So if people are still hanging out, we'll just keep hanging out. Like, how awesome is that? I wish I had like uh, INFJ Ultra Hayaka. I wish I had like a massive joint right now. So so wish I had a joint right now. I 3 months, 3 months. It's 3.5 months now. It's okay. One day I will have a smoke again soon. I wish I was smoking a joint right now. It would make me feel good. But I feel great having like tonight's been so good. Everyone all through the night chatting. I've gone through. I've had like tonight. I've gone through tirades and tire. Like I've been going through re- talking about. I started off talking about sexuality and stuff, and then I talked about like what did I talk about? All this other shit, like um, social norms and what I think the world should be. Talked about how I think there should be more like tough. Like we talked about everything. We talked about the mental health stuff, my own shit. I talked about like my own shit with like dealing with the world. Talking about like just everything. Then talking about what else we talked about. I talked about that lovely old couple I worked for that got dementia. Yeah, that's it. I'm just catching up on the chat. Yeah, Hayaka says I need to go shopping later. Yeah, get some ice cream or something like Noah says, or something like that. Some treat, something nice for yourself. Get something nice for yourself. Emma, oh, Noah says to Em and Bells, yeah, surfers during my daily walk. That's awesome. So you live right on the coast. You get to see the ocean. So and you're on the west coast, so you get to see the sunset over the ocean. Is that right? And Noah says, yeah, what's on your list, Hayoka? Anything good? Yeah, Hayoka. I've been watching his channel. Hayoka's like gets good butter and carnivore diet. He always gets the important stuff: coffee, tobacco, and meat and butter. They're the main things, and lots of other stuff. But I'll tell you, like, he gets good. He makes sure he looks after himself. Um, yes, Noah says Luke needs herbal refreshment and a birthday. I do. It's been three. It's been 3 months, almost 4 months since I've had a smoke. No, so I'm trying to like stay. I need to. I need to like. I need to. At the same time, like it's. I I I need to have a smoke at the same time. So I'm gonna get a drink though. Hoga Hoga says, yeah, ground beef. Actually, maybe I can't risk. What's that? South Swir. Ultra Hoga says, no. What's birthday sash? Yeah, what is birthday sash? Satin ribbon that goes across your chest body. Oh, nice. I haven't got any sash. I've got it like a. Um, I'll try and find something similar. See what I can find. Evan Bell says, "Yeah, I need to go shopping as well. We'll see what I can make it." Yeah, that's it. Everyone gets some. Everyone gets something nice for yourself today. Whatever it is, like whatever it is you enjoy eating, something nice. Like I'm getting pizza and ice cream. I was like, "Don't worry about cake." I said to my family, "Don't worry about getting the cake. Just get the ice cream." Because I'm always like too full after like eating. I'm always too full for cake. Just get some ice cream. And they're like, yeah, okay, that's good. Hacker says, yeah, I shall wait, I'll get mine quick. Man, hey Oka, have have like an awesome joint for me because I can't have a smoke right now. Have a smoke for me, please. You've made it 3 hours, haven't you? Have like a smoke for me, and then like I'll be happy. I'll be stoned. I'll be stoned thinking of you being stoned. It'll be great. And Noah's like got the tears. Evan Bells, we can't do this. We can do this, yes, with the cross. Noah's like saying to Evan Bells, what are you getting? I'd love to send you my medical herbs right now. Oh, nice. You've got some medical herbs. There you go. Yes. Hayaka's like, yes, nice. We're all intrigued. What are these medical herbs? I'd like some of those. Ultra Hayaka says, yeah, see, I'm such a bad influence. Yeah. No, brother, but hey, I always said I will get back smoking one day. I just need a big break. You are you're not a bad influence. You're a good influence. I'm still gonna keep not smoking for a long time. But I will like I know what I'm saying is I'm not ever gonna stop smoking forever. You know what I mean? Because I enjoy it. I love it. It gives me so much um, calmness, and it's not a bad influence. And I used to smoke like 10 joints a day or more at times. So you know, I used to smoke a lot. So that's it. But you got to have a joint. You got to have a joint, and in my honor for my birthday. It's like, yeah, this one's for Luke. That's it, brother. Evan Bell says, I don't know, I'm out of food. Maybe some fajitas, veggies, and juice. Yeah, that's nice. Ultra haircut. Luke, don't you like your birthday cake? No, mate. This year I just said no birthday cake, you know. And I didn't want to have a birthday celebration at all. At all. So this to me is like the best birthday celebration ever. Like when you reminded me an hour ago and you said, "Hey, it's your birthday, Luke. Did you realize that?" That was the best. That was like the best birthday thing I've ever like. Wow. Like I was just like, "Yes, it's my birthday." I was like, "Wow, you know, that's fucking awesome." Normally I just don't want it. Like I have this thing against. I don't have against birthdays. I love birthdays, but like I don't want to celebrate them for myself for some reason. And um, every year it goes on, like I'm just like, oh, it's my birthday again. You know, like I don't want to do it. So that's why I'm saying this is one of the best birthdays ever. That's it. I'm gonna go get a drink. This is like one of the best birthdays ever. It's like you don't need a birthday cake if you got a smoke or a drink. You know, I'll tell you what, like this is like the best time ever. Yeah, cheers to that. I yeah, I made it like 3 days without drinking, and then I had a few drinks tonight. I haven't had many, but it's been enjoyable. I'd rather have a smoke than have a drink, but it's like a cheers to that. And like I'm so glad to have all these people here, or you people here, and we're all like friends now. You know, like we're having this great chat. Keep chatting for like while I'm just gonna go get a drink, go to the toilet, and I'll be back in like a minute, 2 minutes, and like we'll keep chatting for a bit as long as we can. You know, we'll keep chatting. Not not forever. I've got to go to sleep myself. Oh, actually, I promised. I said to Kat, I said I was going to go watch the sunrise. So I can't. I can only have one more drink. So I've got to be able to get up in the morning. Two, I've got to get enough sleep so I can get up and go watch the sunrise. Because once I've said that, I've got to do it. She's awesome, Kat. Like everyone here is awesome. But you know, like when you say something to someone, I'm going to do this. I've got to do it. That's like Johan. He was here earlier. I said I'm going to go swim. He talked about cold water therapy for like healing, like for your trauma. And I said, "Yeah, I'm going to go. I'll do it. I'll go swimming in the reservoir." I can't do it now for a week or two because it's been raining so heavy. They close the You can't go swimming because all the toxic stuff flows in from all the animals. So you get um, all the poo from the animals washes into the lake. So it's like toxic. You get all the if you can't go swimming. What I can do is I can do cold showers. So I will do that. But you know what I'll do? I'll go get this drink. I'll go to the toilet and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Everyone keep chatting. I love hearing everyone talking about like food, where they're from, and cheers. Hey, Oka, roll a joint and smoke it in my honor, please. It's my birthday. That'd be my birthday wish. Totally. I'm back. It's still my birthday, right? That's awesome. Cheers. Em and Bells. Noah says, yeah, to Em and Bells. Food shopping good. Em and Bells says, what are your weekend plans? And that could be for everyone. Well, mine are pretty minor. I've got like, well, I've got to wake up. Actually, I've got to wake up in 5 hours and 4 hours, 3 hours. Actually, 3 hours. Go watch the sunrise, and then I'll go back to sleep when I get home, depending on if I've got to look after mum. But she's usually good around that time of day. Then I can hang out, chill out until the afternoon, and then I've got like afternoon catch up with my family, which should be okay. Should be good. I always get I always have anxiety with stuff, so it'll be good though. Noah says, yeah, try to stay cool. It's been hot in the 80s. That's, I don't know what that is in centigrade. I can type that in, but that's like hot by the sound of it. The walk on the pier, barbecue this afternoon. How about you? That sounds like an awesome day, Noah. You got the schmore happening. I like schmores. I've been told, I got my neighbour's American and she's made schmores for us. I don't know if like that's your name or whether it's to do with the actual thing you make with the chocolate and the biscuits. Um, but that sounds like you've got an awesome day planned. Stay cool. It's been hot. Walk on the pier in the afternoon, like while it's cool, and then barbecue. Oh yeah, walk on the pier during the day, and then barbecue in the afternoon. That sounds like an awesome day. Ultra Harrica says, "No, that's so classy." Yeah, it is. And I was like, "Yes, love it." From Harrica. M Bell says, "Same here. Heat makes me sleepy hard because it's summer there too in Switzerland. I'll go to the public pool and river is too dirty." Yeah, that's it. Like I want to go swimming in the reservoir, but it's like all the rain has made it dirty. I can't go swimming. So I got to wait a week or two because it was so heavy rain. Maybe it'll be okay in a week, but you don't want to go swimming there and get like ear infections and stuff like that. I used to go swimming there even when they had banned. It was like no swimming, and I'd walk past the signs and just go swimming. And like I didn't get sick from it. So I'm lucky I did that and I never got sick, but I could have done that and gotten really sick from it. So it was silly to do. I know why they do it because they don't want the public to get sick. I was like, yes, Amber Bells, the public pool is good. Jetty River floating is only good if you have tons of beer. So you go floating in tubes and stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Tubing is a big thing in America with old truck inflatable tubes. You go down the river. Is that what you're talking about? Or just floating in the river, just swimming, going down the river? We do have like a river here near where I live where you can do that. You can get in the river and swim down it. I've never done it. It'd be good to do one day. Yes, tubing, bunch of drunks in a dirty river. That's awesome. I watched like I watched a video of it recently, and it was like a drone footage of people going down like the river, and it followed like one person, and it had like all the tubes, and it just had everyone just going around them, and they were just like going for ages. Like that sounds like awesome fun. We have all these like we you can do that in a river near like the river that's on my city. But it's not a thing. It should be a thing, people should do it more. Like they do it in kayaks and canoes and stuff, but it should just be like everyone gets in it and just goes as far as you can go. I don't know why it hasn't become a thing here. Because we do have like this massive river that go it's just like in America. Like you could go for like hours and it would be a great thing to do. I just don't know why it hasn't become a thingy. I always wanted to do it myself, but we got a place just near me where we could take kayaks and stuff. I got some kayaks, but since I crashed my ute, I my new vehicle, my new ute doesn't have. I can't carry the kayaks on it, so I can't even use the kayaks I've got. It's really upsetting. Um, I'm grateful that I've got another vehicle. Very grateful, but I can't use the kayak. I have two kayaks sitting here, and I can't use them. I used to go like using them all the time. I do have flippers, Noah, and that's yeah, I can do that. I've got flippers. On the last stream, I grabbed them and showed everyone because that's what I said I was going to do cold water therapy and go swimming in the reservoir while it's freezing cold because it's winter here now. That's why I'm wearing a beanie. Like we're similar to like your um, Brisbane is very similar to California. We get very hot summer. We get mild winter. Beautiful. Our winter in it is beautiful. In um, for a month or two, we get the best weather. And right, like it's cold, but it's not too cold. So I'm like, I'm wearing a t-shirt, not a t-shirt. I'm wearing a shirt now. It's like, yeah. I used to go swimming in the reservoir with my flippers, and it was awesome. I used to like finish a day's work doing gardening or whatever, and then I'd get in my ute, travel like 2 kilometers, not even that, 1 kilometer to the place, and I would go for a swim. with the flippers. And I even like, I'm fat and I'm like really conscious of my man boobs and like my belly and stuff. And I actually went swimming. I got so fit that I went swimming with my shirt off twice. I was really proud of that because I was able to go swimming without my shirt. So I'm so conscious of my body. That was a big thing for me. I actually did that. Now I'm so fat, it's just like, well, I'm not that fat, but I've put on weight. I can hear the possums. We have possums in Australia. They're like animals. Yeah, they're like banging on the roof. I was like, what the hell's that sound? It's like possums. I had to go check. Yeah, actually, the other day, like it was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Like we have possums that live at the top of the stairs, and like there's like at the top of the stairs, there's a little cavity above the stairs, and ever since they built the house, there's always been possums living there. They just sleep there every night, like it's like their home. And they have to like, excuse me, they have to exit their home. And sometimes this happened, like it must have rolled over during its sleep in the afternoon and fell on the ground. It's bad because it hurt itself, but like possums are so strong because they live, that they climb trees and they climb high up in trees. So this possum fell out of the thing and bang, 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 and hit the ground. It was so loud, and then like it made the biggest noise trying to get back up to the house where it sleeps, because like possums sleep during the day and they awake at night. So they like during the daytime they're like they can't see properly and stuff. It was pretty funny. It was funny because the possum didn't hurt itself, because they don't like most. It's sad because possums get hit by cars all the time. That's sad. But when you hear like a possum fall out of a tree or something and then get back up again, it's not so sad, because they don't, their bones in their body, they don't break bones. Like they can fall out of trees and hit the ground, splat on the ground. Sort of like cats can do that same thing. They can fall from a great height, but possums can do it from like two, 3 stories high, bang on the ground, and get up and then walk off and then run up a tree. It's amazing. Like, and their stomach must have, like, they must have this special stomach so their organs don't get like smashed up. But a tree, like, they can get hit by cars and survive it. But cars, like, they usually just kill them. Possums walk across the road and get hit by cars. It's pretty sad when you see a possum like that. And I've rescued baby possum. A couple of years ago, there was I was driving along the road nearby, and like a mother possum had just been hit by a car, and it was still like shaking around, like dying. And I went up to it, and I looked at it, and I was like, "Oh no!" And then I looked at its belly, and I saw there was a baby, because possums and marsupials, they carry their babies in their belt. They have like a pouch, and like I looked at it, and I was like, "Oh no, there's a baby in there." And then like I opened it, and the baby like crawled out and like crawled into my hands, and I came home. I carried the baby possum in my hand, and I just held it like that. And I drove home with one hand on the gear stick, like this, like doing this, getting home. I get home, and I'm typing. I get on Facebook, and I'm like, type in quick, anyone help me? I need someone. Where can I rescue a baby possum? And someone goes, oh, go to this place. And then I carried the possum in my hand like 10 k's away, with five. No, it was maybe, yeah, 10 k's, 6 7 miles away. And I had to I had to carry the thing the whole time, and I kept it warm and kept it. And I get to this 24-hour vet, and I give it to the person, and they look after it, and hopefully it survived. I don't know what happened to it, but it was like an ordeal. It was like, because you see them get hit all the time, and there are carers out there that actually care for these baby possums, and they rear them up and let them go. Same thing for kangaroos, because kangaroos get hit, and the baby joeys are in the pouch, and the baby joey's still alive. So yeah, I just remembered that. Tell them that story about the possum falling out of the thing. It just reminded me about the other time. And I was carrying this baby. It was like this little thing, this little big, not little big, like it was tiny, and I was like keeping it warm, and it was okay. It was still alive, and it was okay. I was like patting it and stuff, and I was driving. I got it to the rescue place and gave it to the. I hope it survived. You know, like in Australia, possums are everywhere. And we have two types, main types. We have ringtails and brushtails. Brushtails are the common ones, and that's the one that I rescued. So they're bigger. And you have mountain brushtails, which are big. They're like much bigger. They're heavy and big, and they climb. They're much bigger. And ringtails are only tiny. They're this big, and their little babies are like little tiny things. Like ringtails eat fruit. They're like vegetarian, and like they'll just eat fruit. And um, brushtails eat fruit mainly as well, but like they eat everything. Whereas ringtails only eat like fresh fruit, and they're much rarer. And ringtails get eaten by cats easier because they're slower. They're much slower, and they're smaller. Whereas brushtails, my cat, from years ago, it used to sit back, because I used to put the cat food outside the house. We used to have like a veranda, like a outside area, and the cat food was always like kept there. And the possums used to come up and eat the food, and my cat used to just sit back and just be like, and totally do these looks at me like, yeah, look at me, going, yeah, I know. Just sit back, just going, yeah, this. I'm not doing anything. I'm just gonna let this, because possums have these they have these claws that are just, they rip shit out of cats. They have big fights. Cats and possums have fights, and my cat just knew not to fight it. So I'm sorry. Oh, I'm just reading Hayoka. If you're still here, yeah, you're still here. Like, totally. I am stoned. I'm totally stoned. That story about the possums, it's like I'm like smashed right now. You just experience like me just going, oh man. And like, yeah, totally. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Green lights. Yeah, that's it. Yes, yes, totally. It's the possum. Give the possum gladiators broccoli. Totally, the possum. Small says, yeah, the possums are the ones with no head and red eyes. The ringtails have red hair and they have less hair, but they still have fur, but they have red eyes. And brush tails have got dark eyes and they're bigger and furrier. In America, you have the opossum, which are they're relative of the same, but they've been separated for like millions of years, type thing. But they are related. But the possums in Australia are really like the opossum in America is very docile, and the opossums in Australia are pretty docile, but they're cunning. You know, they are cunning. They're not like squirrels. Um, Cunning. You know, not cunning like squirrels or smart. They are smart, but they also are like it's hard to describe how they are. They're this they're, the ringtails are very slow and very slow. They walk really slow, and that's why they get eaten by cats and stuff because they're slower and they're smaller. Whereas the brush tails are bigger and they got bigger claws and they'll fight. They can they can fight off, and they have big fights amongst themselves. When possums are mating, you hear them all around in the trees around here. That and they fall out of trees. Even when you have baby possums, what happens is the mother possum, when they're teaching the baby possum to go out on their own, they will like push them away and like get them to like explore, and they'll sit back. It's just awesome. I've watched this so many times. They'll sit back high up in a tree, and the baby possum will just like be wandering around, crawling down the tree, and they'll just be watching. And like the baby possum might fall out of a tree onto the ground, and they won't do anything. And I've seen that. Like they'll fall out of a tree onto the ground, and they won't pick them up. They'll wait for them to like work, like like they get half knocked out, and they'll like work out where they are, sniff around, and like they can smell it. Their mother's around, because they get really strong smell and stuff, and they know that they're safe. And the mother might say, "Psh, psh, 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 psh," like, "I know, I'm still here, psh, 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 but I'm not coming to get you. You just keep doing what you're doing." And so the baby possum keeps exploring, and they explore like all the ground. So they're teaching them how to. They live in trees, but they also like explore the ground, like squirrels and things like that. It's amazing. And so they let them do their thing on the ground, and um they don't like go down and rescue them, even if they fall out of a tree. Like, they let them learn how to fall out of a tree. It's pretty, like, it's rough. It's rough, and I've seen it, and I've gone, "Why aren't you?" I'm like looking at the mother, going, I'm like, Why aren't you go get your baby?" And they're like, "Nah, nah, I'm sitting here." It's like, "Nah, I got to learn this shit. It's tough. It's tough shit." Possums, like, they fall out of big trees and they don't die. They've got like bodies that can like and like get up again. They're amazing creatures. Give the possum Hayoka's gladiosus broccoli. Totally. That would be interesting to see a like a stone possum. Stone possum would like their eyes are already popping out of their heads anyway. That's it. It's here with the fire in the eyes going. Hayoka. Hayoka says no, sure, 100%. Yeah, it is a possum. Yeah, I went and got. It was a possum for sure. I thought it was like anytime I hear sound, I go check mum, and it wasn't mum. It was possum. I knew straight away it wasn't mum, but I had to go check her as well. It's the possum, 100%. They can be vicious. Like, if you actually scare a possum, they can attack you. They can attack you. Um, it's very rare. Most possums will run away, but if they will attack you or try and chase you, they'll treat you like a tree and they'll scratch you, and it's not nice. And they've got like bacteria in their claws. I've had that and been had an infection from it. It's not good. Just because the possum crawled up me, and yeah, I had a infection for a long time. Took a long time to heal. Still got a scar from it. So possums are. That's because they live in the wild. Um, it's like, yeah, get ready. Noah's like, yeah, our possums are here. Look vicious. Never seen baby possums, but they maybe they're cute. Yeah, I'm sure they are. And they move like funny because they're like nocturnal animals, and they're like, like, Erica says, I took you into the realm of the possum. You did, brother. It's all part of the herb and the like transcendental intercontinental connection between like I'm not smoking, you're smoking, but I wish I was smoking. And you're telling me the story of the herb. I'm telling you the story of the possum. You're telling me the story of the herb. Like, we're just connecting. Oh, that's it. Noah, they are sure. Says Erica. Big hearts. Noah says, yeah, maybe one day I'll see a baby possum. I'd like to see kid squirrels boxing each other. Squirrels are awesome. Hey, like I've watched all those videos on YouTube, baby squirrels, or just like people rescuing squirrels, baby squirrels, and like raising them and stuff, and also just squirrels in general, running around. Oh, they're smart little critters, eh? And they look at you, you know, yeah, they're fast. They're really fast. They just like that. Yeah, that's it. Hayoka's got that the heart with the squirrel. They're just like, so good. We're almost at 9 hours. I can't believe this. We started off me talking about like other stuff, and we kept talking. We keep talking. I'm glad I did though, because that shit really hurts me and really means a lot to me. Like I'm not afraid to talk about that stuff. Um, Something that people have always made fun of me and or questioned me, and I don't care. I don't care what people are into as long as it's like normal. You know what I mean? Like, and what I say is normal is like there's an acceptable thing that is fair, and I can tell you personally that there are things that are not right and that they should not be acceptable, and those things should be dealt with, not people making fun of people because they're a bit different. Why make fun of someone who's a bit different? Why not go after like the sickos? You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I don't want to go on a tirade again. I will go on a tirade, and I will like talk my shit, and I'll be getting angry. I won't. I don't want to upset anyone here. But you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I can't believe it's almost 9 hours. 9 hours. I am gonna have to like go to sleep sometime soon. If I've promised Kat that I'm gonna get up and watch the sunrise. So I've got to do that. I didn't really promise her, but I said I'm gonna do it. So I really have to do it. And it's 2:19 now. I think it's 6:15 or 6:30, something like that. When the sun, I've got to be there at 20 minutes, half an hour before the sunrise. So that means it's 2:19 now. If I go to sleep in the next half an hour, I've got 3 hours sleep, and then I can get up and watch the sunrise. I can get up and go and watch the sunrise. That would be awesome, right? And then I'll put the photos on Instagram. I know it's not on Instagram, but you can still go there and look at my Instagram. You don't have to be a member. You can look at the sunrise photos. Same with Noah. If you're not on Instagram, you can still like click on my bio on YouTube and then go to Instagram and then look at that. And you can see the photos from tomorrow's sunrise. That would be awesome. Yes. 3 hours nap is good before sunrise. It's just enough. Just enough, you know. I had coffee before and then I had some wine. I know I've been meant to be sober, but I had triggered this week. I got triggered and I I've had a rough couple of days. Real rough couple of days. Like it took me a long time to like get through the last few days. Like major shit. And it took me a lot to deal with. Like, the worst thing with um, dealing with complex post traumatic stress disorder is when you get triggered, you get really triggered. It's not like someone who gets upset about something. When you get triggered, and it's a big one, it floors you. It like throws you back and it throws you. It throws you. And that's what happened this week, man. Yeah, it's something else, man. It's it, you can't describe it. It's like your whole body's taken over. Your mental capacity, your heart, your feelings, your emotions, your whole body just taken over. You can't do anything about it. And you try and fight back. You try and fight back to like gain momentum or like just get back into your movement, whatever. You can't do it. You're taken over at that point. But I made it through and I dealt with it. I think I dealt with it all right. I spoke about it with my dad, and the way I spoke to him, it's almost like he was worried about me. And I had to say, look, no, you got to listen to me. That I'm being clear about this. That I'm not actually saying. All I'm saying is what triggered me was something that was so upsetting. I can't explain it without it sounding like without it sounding like I'm not dealing with it okay, you know? So he would think that he's worried about me, and I'm fine. I'm okay. Um, and normally it's tough because we're all going through all this stuff at the moment, and I don't want to be the person that's like causing more stress. I want to be the person that's like doing good stuff and making grounds, making progress, but it's not easy because I'm still going through a lot of stuff. So it's having people sitting here listening. Well, I'm sitting here. I don't know. Like you're all. I hope you're enjoying tonight. We've had a great conversation. We've had an awesome conversation. We're still having an awesome conversation. I like to think, and it's my birthday. I can't believe it. Hayoka just reminded me like a few hours ago. It's my birthday. I didn't even. I just forgot all about that. Totally. I'm just. Like it's been so good tonight. I've still got this thing on this. One of my jigs, which I was showing everyone earlier, with the where you drill through the holes to make the. So I made two of these. It's still sitting on my bed, and I was just like, I looked over, and I'm like, and it just reminded me of like the conversation we had. We had these conversations that just went on, and it. I was crying talking about like this old couple that I've been working for, and I will go and see him. Um, Sometime soon in the next. I know, yeah, sometime next week. I got my diary here. I'm gonna write it in. There we go. I've got that. I've got it written in. So I'm gonna do it. I've been meaning to do it for months, you know, and I know they want to hear from me, but at the same time, like I understand I couldn't speak to them. So hey, okay, man. I hope you're having a good joint. I hope you're having a joint for me. It's my birthday. You're having a birthday smoke for me. I hope you are. I really do. Because it's going to be months before I can have a smoke. So it'll happen. I will like enjoy a joint sometime in the future. I just can't right now. And I'm battling not drinking. Like I had a few days off it this week, and I've been meaning to stop it completely, and I will. But like, I got major triggered the other day, and I had to have something to drink to get me through. So I've had a few wine. I had some coffee and wine tonight, so I'm a bit wired, and I feel like I'm gonna sleep. It's gonna take a bit to get to sleep, but I'll get to sleep. Just have a joint for me for my birthday. Please do it. If you're not doing it now, do it tomorrow or the next day because it means a lot to me. Emmett Bells is back. Happy birthday, Possum. That's awesome. That's awesome. You're back. We're winding down now, Emmett Bells. We've passed over. We're at 9 minutes and 9 hours. No, 9 hours and 9 minutes. That's epic. That's pretty epic. That's pretty epic. And it's been productive and good. Like, I always try and in these live streams make it about the chat. Erica says M Bells. Oh, did you go shopping? Yeah, that's it. She was off somewhere. No, wait, I didn't feel like this long. No, wait. No way. I didn't feel like this long. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Sorry. That's good. Things have been good. Like, we've had a good chat while you've been gone, but you've been back. But we're winding down. Like, we're all like, I've got to get up, Emin Bells. I've made a like a promise, not like so promise, but like I said, I was going to get up and watch the sunrise, and I've got to do that. And it's 2:33 a.m. here in Australia. Yeah, Hayaka says I still have to go shopping. What's the time there? Do the shops stay open pretty late? I'm sure they stay open late in Germany. Evan Bell says, no, I took a cold shower. I got 1.5 hours left and they closed. Look, that's what I've got to do, Evan Bells, because I can't. I said to Johan, like in the last video live stream, I said I was going to go swimming in the reservoir, And I got flippers. I was going to show you before. Like I got flippers. I used to go swimming in the reservoir, but we had rain all week, so I can't go swimming because it's like polluted now because all the stuff flows in there and you get like infections. I'm going to do cold shower instead in the meantime. I'm trying to push myself to do this shit, even though I'm scared of it. Like, I'm scared of cold water. Like, scream. I scream. I'm getting better at it. When I go swimming in the reservoir, I normally have to like step in and like go in there real slowly and like adjust, and then I finally go for a swim. I can't just jump into the water. I'm scared of it. You have a cold shower. Like, I've got to do that. I've got to learn how to have a cold shower. What I do is I have a hot shower and then I turn it to cold water at the end, and I like have a cold shower at the end. I do a cold shower at the end of a hot shower. So it's sort of like sauna and get into the cold water. I can't just have a cold shower. If I just go in a cold water shower, I'm too scared. It's not I'm scared. I'm just like I haven't adjusted to it. And I need to push myself to do that. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to push myself to do that. You know, but you've still got time to go shopping. But I've got like, what's the time now? 2:36. I've got like, I've got 3 hours sleep, and then I'm going to get up and watch the sunrise, and then I'll come home and have like 3 hours sleep, and then I've like got the rest of the day. So it's going to work out. I wish that I was had some joints right now. Hey, okay, it's tempting me so badly. I wish I was smoking, but I need to have a break for another month or two. I do, but at the same time, it's good for you if you haven't. You know, it's medicine. It's difficult. It's one of the few things that gives me peace and calm. You know, and so I feel like I wish it has helped me so much. It's unfortunate that I'm at a point where I just have to have a break from it for a while. I can't believe this. It's like 9 hours and like almost 20 minutes. That's that's crazy. It's 9 hours and 20 minutes. I've never done this. I've had conversations that have lasted this long, but it's very rare. And this is a conversation that's lasted this long. Emin Bell says, "How are you feeling now?" Is that like me? Like there's just you, me, and I think it's a couple of us here now. I'll tell you how I'm feeling now. I'm feeling awesome. I'm feeling like um, I've had all these amazing people here with me sharing my birthday with me, and I've even forgot that it was my birthday. I started off talking about my own personal shit, and then I kept talking, and then we kept talking, and then kept talking, and then it got to midnight, and like we got up to midnight, and Hayoka's like, "It's your birthday, dude. Do you realize it's your birthday?" I'm just like, "Fuck, it's my birthday." Totally. So I'm feeling pretty awesome, and I know that I'm gonna like um, have a great day tomorrow. Um, my mission is to wake up. I've got my alarm clock, my old phone, and it's set up over there, way up high, and so it's gonna wake me up. So I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna have to get out of bed and like scramble over there like a possum, like a possum in the night, because it'll be dark. I've got to wake up. I can see this. You know, I got to turn this phone off, and I'll turn it off, and it'll. I've set my alarm for 3 times, so it'll go off, and then like it'll wake me up. I might go back to sleep for a minute, and it'll wake me up 2 minutes later, and it'll wake me up another 2 minutes later. So there's no way I'm not gonna wake up, because I have problem like I have problem with like snoozing. You snooze it, so this is gonna wake me up, and then I'm gonna go watch the sunrise. And that reminds me, before I forget, I'll get the battery out of here and put it on charge so I can take my camera, even though I'm going to be probably too tired to actually use it. But I'll put the camera on charge. Where's my other one? I'm not even going to take the other one. My other camera is like my favorite. Well, that's great. I got given that, but and I did work for it as well. But like I did get given it for my birthday. But my other camera I used to use for work, which is my trusty. I don't even know where it is now. Here it is. It's my old work camera. So when I used to do work, I'd take a photo of a job, and the beauty of it is you can just go like this. You don't need a phone. You don't need a smartphone to do that shit. You can just go take a photo and put it in your pocket. This is a good camera, like so. I'll I'll take this. I'll put this on charge anyway, even if I don't take it. And I bought this years ago. 5 years ago, I think I bought this. 4 years ago. It still works. Battery's taking a bit to get out of there. Here we go. Got the battery. So the two batteries. This is what happens with cameras. You got to have batteries and you got to have cards. They're different to a smartphone, but I tell you what, like they have a bonus effect. And this was like I bought this years ago, and it still works like a champion. You know what I mean? The autofocus doesn't work as well as it used to. You know how like your eyes get a bit sore and tired as you get older. Autofocus doesn't work as well as it used to, but hey, I don't care about that. It still works. It still takes good photos, and I've already paid for it. I've already spent the money on it, and all I have to do is charge the batteries. I can put the card in my computer, and I can even doing that. Even like the process of doing that, like it makes part of the whole thing. I don't know. Erica says me, yeah, because that's it. Em Bells, I think she was asking all of us, how you feeling right now? I think she was asking all of us. I hope you're still here, Em Bells. I'm sure you are. Um, Hayaka says me? Question mark. I just cleared my floor and slowly, surely prepping to go outside in one. What's the time? 1.5 hours. Oh, dude, nighttime, 6:45 p.m. in Germany. That's what I just looked it up. So yeah, you're looking. That's me, man. Nighttime, night walker. I'm scared to go out during the daytime because I'm so anxious. When I go, when I, ah, I'm not talking. I'm not saying that's you, but I'm saying that's me. I used to be everywhere all the time, but now like I don't like going out during the daytime. I'm too anxious for some. I don't know. When I do, it's like I'm just go to the place, go there, and then I go home. I wish I wasn't that anxious about stuff. But yeah, that's cool, man. You're busy. Hey, okay, you clean your floor. That's it. I do that. That's my morning. Like not every morning. Sometimes I wake up and there's just shit everywhere on my floor, and I've just got to like. Sometimes I don't do it straight away, but like when I get around to it, it's like a great thing to get done. I pick up all the things I've got to do, and then I like scrub everything. I don't have much floor area in my room, but yeah, I made a point like my all my shit in my all my stuff in my sorry all my stuff in my room is dusty. I've let it go dusty, but my floor I keep clean. I need to like start going through bit by bit every bit and just do it one. I can't do it straight away. One, yeah. Hayoka says 1.5 hours. That's what. It's a miracle that I did it. The amount of dirt in my flat, almost comical. Oh, so that's how long it took you. 1.5 hours. You've been busy, brother. You've been busy. So you've been able to listen to me chat and looking at the chat while you've been busy. That's awesome. How good is that? Like you've been productive. That's big, you know. That's big. That's like living, and that's doing, and that's like enjoying. You're like no, you're not just like doing what you need to do. You're participating in like an awesome experience because to me, this is my birthday, man. So I hope you're having a joint. Like if you haven't had a joint yet, when you finish cleaning your floors, you got to have a joint for me. You got to. It's like part of the. You got to. I can't because I can't smoke for another couple of months. You got to have good smoke for me. Oh, maybe in a month, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's a few months. I don't know. But if you can have a joint in my honor, that would be I would that would be my birthday present for me from you. Please, thank you. Miracle. It's a miracle that I did it, and the amount of dirt flat. It's almost comical. I read that one. I said, but yeah, it's the same here, man. Don't worry about it. I've got the same amount of dirt here. I live where my room is. It goes outside, and it's like under trees, and you, I can't. I bring dirt into my room without. I can't even escape it. You know. Um, Aoka says, "I'll take a cold shower before I go, though. Before I go, yeah, cool, man. I won't like before I go to watch the sunrise. I'm not going to take a cold shower. I'm just going to get up in the same clothes I'm wearing. I can't do the same, but I'll do that sometime soon. I'm going to do the cold shower because I can't go swimming in the lake. Aoka says, feeling disassociated enough to do this. And then with the grinny face, and then the alien and the check mark. Yeah, we only come out. We only come out at night. I remember that from your video. I can't even remember who sings that song. That's this is from my trauma. I used to know all these musicians, all their songs, all the albums they made, lyrics from their songs. I can't remember it anymore because I've gone through too much trauma. But when I hear something like that, it just reminds me. It's like, yes, I know that, but I don't know where it. I don't know where it. But I used to know it. It's like, but then I remember when you say that, I was like, I remember you. I remember watching your video, and you're like, yeah, that's it. Because that was me for a long time. Like I would only like leave the house at night time. I would only go shopping at night time, and I used to go bushwalking at night time. I used to go bushwalking in the middle of the mountain, up the mountain, not far, like 10, 20 Ks away from me, with a flashlight and a sound recorder, and I turn the flashlight off and just stand there with the sound recorder going like this, and it would scare the shit out of me because I would be listening to the sound of the like I'd listen to the sound of the nature with no light, and then I'd get scared and I'd turn the flashlight off. What's this going on here? And then I'd be go, it's okay, it's okay. Turn the flashlight off. And I just like sound. That's me. I used to do that. I got to get back into that. I It was such a great experience to do that. We're all winding down here. Like it's been like such a long night. Um, it's been a great night. I think it's I'm hearing my back crack because I've been oh did it again. Neck cracking, cracking again. I've been sitting like hunched over. That's what something I've got to practice is like to sit upright. I just get used to like hunching over. Not good. And I can sit like this, with I can sit like this for a long time. I just get in the habit of like not. So it's almost 3 o'clock. It's 2:57. I have to go to sleep soon because I'm going to get up and watch the sunrise. I would like to thank. I don't know who's in the chat. If you're in the chat now, let us know. It's INFJ Ultra Hayok is here. Evan Bells is here, I think, and someone else. They don't have to like. There's three of us, four of us. You don't have to tell us you're here, but I want to say to you, whoever's here, thank you for being here. I've enjoyed this. This is like it turned out. I forgot. I didn't realize, and we ended up chatting so long. It became my birthday. So this is like the best birthday that I've ever had. Having this conversation tonight. So Noah's back. Noah's here. You didn't just you're not just back. You were here. Just like again. Happiest birthday to you. Thank you, Luke, for sharing. Big thumbs up. Thank you, Noah. Thanks for being here. It's good to know. Like now, I know like not just like how ignorant. I felt so ignorant thinking San Diego was a state and it's like Southern California. I'm so stupid. Like I should have known that. And I really love the fact that you're going to have a walk on the pier and you're going to have barbecue this afternoon. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to sleep for 3 hours and I'm going to go watch the sunrise a couple of kilometers up the mountain from where I live. And you're going to see a video of that. I'm going to do a video and you're going to see it on YouTube. Sunrise, birthday, Luke. It's going to be like in 5 hours. No. It'll take me longer because when I get home, I'll be too tired to like upload it and stuff. It might be like later this afternoon when I do it. You never know. Maybe when I get home, I'll still be wired and I'll put it up. I'll upload it and it'll be there within, because it's sunrise in 3.5 hours, 5 hours time, 6 hours time. It might be there. Otherwise, I'll be asleep and then I'll do it later. But that's my plan. Is I'm gonna get up, watch the sunrise, and I'm gonna share it with you all because we've shared an awesome night tonight. Like just chatting, sitting, talking. You've heard me talk about everything. Possums, my old boss, like people I worked for, the old lovely old couple. They've got dementia now and they're still living. And I couldn't work for them anymore because it became too painful. Um, I talked about all this other stuff, especially when I started. And we started this chat that just, we all talked about all this stuff. And it was all personal stuff people all wanted to talk about. And that's what means a lot to me, is that we have these conversations that it doesn't matter where it starts, it goes somewhere and then goes somewhere else. And then we all talk about it and people will talk amongst us. I love it. To me, this means this is the greatest again. Noah says again, happiest birthday to you, Luke. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for that. That's awesome. It's my birthday. I forget. I keep forgetting. Yes, Emma Bell's here. Yes, big smiley face. Noah says, yeah, set up siren sound alarm. Oh, totally. I've done that. I actually like, yeah, I've done that. I've turned my um, I've turned my ute into a siren sound with a sound alarm back in the day before I like had my um, before I lost my shit. But I did that. I set my guitar amp on the back of my ute and I put a microphone and I had it dangling in the back of the ute. You know how microphones feedback against my guitar amps and stuff. So it was making like a siren. I did that as an art piece, and it was awesome. So I did that. I set up like. It's really unfortunate that like afterwards, like I had my mental breakdown because that was like really like a major thing that I actually did that, and it was really fun and peaceful, and um, I like that. I love your comment because it reminds me of the joy I had from doing that. Like I made like a frame so the microphone could swing, and so it could swing in front of the microphone, and like so it made a siren sound. So when I drove around, it was just like it sounded like a siren, but it was like off. It was awesome. And I could turn it off and on. I had like the switch in while I was driving. I could switch it off and on. I had it all wired up. Back when I was like, I was in. It was a manic. I was in a. I was in a depressive state. They call it manic depressive. I was in a state where I was so depressed and um, was making art, and I was just living life. And I did that, and it was lasted for about 6 months. And then at the end of that, I got to the point where I was sick, but I had this great time in between that. So I'm grateful that I'm now living peacefully and comfortably, and I can reflect on those times. So when I read that comment, it brought me back to that, and I was able to think about it and like remember that time, because I spent so much time. Like I spent like 2 days making the setup and doing the thing, and it was all about driving in the bush in my ute with the amp and the microphone and making the noise, the sound of the feedback, like and like feedback sounds, and it was like epic. And I spent 2 days making the frame and setting it up and like planning it and then doing it. And then when I did it, I was driving back the whole way, which was like about 80 k's away from home, and I kept turning the microphone. I kept turning it on and off, just like whenever I was driving past houses, I was like, I'd turn it on. So but it was like a siren sound that you'd never heard before, because no one could ever replicate the sound. I had this some greatest time. It was so good. It was so fun. And it was just unfortunate that, that manic state that I was in for a period of time, because I was so depressed, got to a bad point. But I'm still here. Can you, like, we're here. I'm growing as a person. I've got I have difficulties with family, but I love them and they're still around me and they love me. Um, I have food and shelter. I'm growing as a person. I'm learning new things. So whatever thing I went through, I'm actually, so I'm just going back to what you were just saying there, Noah. I don't want you to no, yeah, Noah, yeah, because you said the siren sound. I'm talking about that. I don't want you to think anything like other than how positive it is for me to talk about this, because it was something I went through that was really positive for me. And then I went through trouble and now I'm back good again. And now that I'm good again and I've survived troubled times, difficult times, the next chapter of my life is just going to be awesome. It's going to be stable. It's going to be like, there's going to be ups and downs, but I'm, I love the fact that I've gotten through that, and I can actually go back and talk about that time because I can't watch it yet, but like I that was a thing that I did as an art piece, and it's too close now for me to watch. But one day I will watch it and I'll be able to look back at it and go, look at what you that was awesome. You like it was a pendulum microphone with the feedback and it made the siren sound, and like it was the fact that I was driving through the bush was making the thing go like, but with all the like it was epic. Like it was something I did, and I hope it was like even I yeah, totally. Thank you, Noah. That's it. You're doing so good. Thank you. And Evan Bell's good with only 3 hours. I think even if I like make it, even if it ends up as 2.5 hours, I'm still going to make the sunrise. Like I'm going to do this. I'm going to make sure I do this. It's going to happen. Like when I used to have insomnia, like I would just go the whole night through. But because I've had I had a few glasses of wine, I can't do this now. Like I have to sleep and wake up, be a little bit fresher. I would never be over. I wouldn't be over the limit. I haven't had that much to drink, but um, I do need the sleep just to be able to make it. Excuse me for burping. That's one of my things with my gastro. I've got this gastro problem, and I just keep burping. I just burp and burp and burp. I need, yeah, I do need to sleep. I tell you what, like it's been an awesome chat. Like we've had like awesome chats. Hammond Bells, INFJ Ultra Heyoka, Noah Small. I don't know who else is here. Like whoever else is here, like you're welcome, and like we've been chatting for hours. We've been chatting. It's been good. And it's my birthday. So it's been special for me. I didn't even realize that. And then I was reminded by Ultra Hayoka, he's like, it's your birthday, dude. I'm like, what? So yeah. This is like I'm writing this in to my diary. Write it in. Sunrise, 6:30. Wake up, 5 a.m. There we go. It's going to happen now. Noah says, yeah, have a wonderful day. Emin Bells and INFJ Ultra Hayoka. Ultra Hayoka says thank you, Noah, for you as well. That's awesome. That's it. We're winding down. I'd have to go for a walk in the sun gets before the sun gets me. Have a good birthday, possum. Oh, isn't that, yeah? That's an Aussie saying. Have a good possum. It's an Aussie thing. It's like saying love or darling. If you say happy birthday, darling, it's like happy birthday, possum. That's beautiful. It's like nine. Where like, ah, I don't think we should like let it go to 10 hours. That's too long. We will stop it before 10 hours because we're winding down right now. We're all saying goodnight to each other. Um, that's way too long. I can't believe it's been that long. 9 hours and 54 minutes. We've been sitting here chatting. But you know what? That means we're having a good conversation. We wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for that. So that means something. And it means something to me, It means something hopefully to you as well, because like we're connecting. I'm isolated, I'm lonely, and I haven't got many friends, and I consider you all my friends now. As I've met you all, I consider you friends, and not just friends. I consider you friends that I know, and I know a bit about you now. And we shared our stories. We, you know, um, we are connected, and hopefully we keep a conversation going. And we do have a connection. We have a connection that we have all gone through difficult times in our lives. And that's the main thing, is that we're only here because of that. Not only be here because of that, but we are here and we care for each other because of that. And I think that's something else. So we we listen to each other. We want to share our knowledge with each other. Not just knowledge, we just want to communicate. And that's the most important thing, is that we just want to talk to each other, and we enjoy each other's company, and we've been able to do it for this many hours. Most of us have been here for the most of this time. That's a long time, and that means something. It means something to me that we can actually be in each other's presence and share. Like, it's been a continual conversation. I've only just been the person talking. It's been about the chat. That's always been about the chat. Emin Bells is here. She says, "Thank you, Noah, and enjoy your walk and barbecue later." That's awesome. I like to think that, I like to think that we're going to see that, and I hope you have a great day too, Emin Bells. I don't know what you're going to do. I think Ultra Hayoka said he's going to go shopping, but he doesn't know. But he's going to have a great day, or like cook up a massive feed, enjoy coffee. You've been here, like we've all been here for like this long. I think we all need to sleep, or do something. If I hadn't had wine, I would stay up all night and like just go and watch the sunrise. because I had wine. If I was smoking pot, I would just stay awake and like go watch the sunrise. I have to sleep. Evan Bells, INFJ, Ultra Haircut, Noshmore. Thank you all for being here. Being in the chat and like contributing and having a great chat amongst yourselves. It's my birthday. So like this is like my birthday party. So thank you for being at my birthday party. And we've been talking about possums and all that stuff. So I'm gonna end the stream in the next minute. It's 9. Should I end it at 10 minutes exactly? Not 10 minutes, 10 hours. I'll end it. We all got to say goodnight to each other because I'm going to end the stream in 30 seconds, which will be like 10 hours. Oh, we got someone from Australia. Well, I'm in Australia, brother. We're at 10 hours and we've just been chatting. You know, this is like we're all got complex trauma here. We're all just a friendly chat. You only just joined. Dude, you joined like right. We're about to shut the chat down. I'm going to keep it going after 10 hours now. He's joined way too late. I was going to shut the chat down at 10 hours exactly. But now we got like someone from Australia join. Everyone's saying goodnight to each other. We're friendly chat. No, stay here for a bit, brother. Like it's a friendly chat. We're all just like, I started this channel making art stuff years ago, and then I've got complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and like I started talking about my life and all my struggles and shit, and then I had some awesome chats starting, and we made it at birthday. Like this is my birthday now, but like we made it like a thing where we chat. It's my birthday today, Crusoe, right now. But it's we all got like post-traumatic stress disorder, like complex post-traumatic stress disorder here. So we're very careful of each other. We don't like we talk about trauma and difficult stuff, but we try and have friendly chats about whatever. You know, the chats we talk about all different stuff, which is great. And it's great to have you here right at the end of the chat. Like we're about to shut the live stream down, so you've joined right at the end. It's like you're Crusoe's the guy who rocks up to a party right at the end of the night. He's like, where everyone's partying. You're like, what's going on? And everyone's like, oh yeah, we're all just like, it's the end of the party, mate. Because we've been chatting for like 10 hours. And like I've got to get up and watch the sunrise, Crusoe. And you know, you're from Australia. Like I've got like, you know, it's 3:30, 3:24. So like, no, we're still here for a bit. We're here for a few minutes, man. So it's all about people who've suffered from trauma, and we don't want to give up on life. We want to like keep going, and it's where my big thing about this channel is we are open to all religions. So you're clearly Christian, and we respect that and open, and we love that. So I love that your love, and you want to share that. You know, we're open to all religions, and also people who don't believe in religions as well. So we're open to everyone, all religions, and the main thing is also when we talk about anything religious, as you're religious yourself, we talk about how much all religions share the same things. And even people who don't believe in religions have the same philosophies or beliefs anyway. You know, like scientists and stuff who are atheists, and they end up having the same beliefs. So we all share the same things. We all want to. It's all about like no barriers between. We all love each other in the fact that we are all people, and we also, the main thing about this channel is, we all, a small group of people that have had major trauma in our lives, and we're living through difficult times, and we're just enjoying having company, because we may have been, I'm isolated, we have disconnection, and we're trying to connect through the internet. So it's great that you've just arrived here right now at 10 hours when we've been chatting for so long, and you got to hear me explain. But that's basically it. Like, we talk about esoteric stuff here. We talk about non-religious stuff. So it's not, but at the same time, we respect people of all faiths. And so, and we don't talk about politics. That's one thing we don't talk about, because that's a very divisive thing. And we don't really talk about religion, because that's another divisive thing. We respect that we do talk about religion or beliefs, but we don't talk about things that could make people upset. It's complex thing, but we respect everyone. It's good. We'll keep the chat going. Look, as long as I get 1 hour sleep, we'll keep the chat going. I've got to go to the toilet. I'm going to put these batteries on charge so I can charge my cameras. And it's great that we've got Crusoe here, because it's great to have someone new here, you know. And as long as you understand, complex post-traumatic stress disorder is something very traumatic for people, and we do get triggered, but we get upset by people or things, but we don't. None of us here in these chats, we don't upset each other. We can have these chats. So it does work, if I make sense. So you're welcome here, and I'm really grateful to have you here right now, Crusoe. Like, keep chatting. It's great. I'll keep this chat going. Like, I was going to shut the stream down, but you joined the stream. So I'll keep the stream going. If people want to keep chatting here because you're interested, and but you're Aussie, so I'm interested to know which part. I'm in Brisbane, Crusoe. You're obviously somewhere in Australia. But yeah, you don't know much about it. But complex post-traumatic stress disorder is basically you've had major trauma in your childhood that has extended for a long period of time. Most maybe some part of your childhood or your whole childhood, and it's through your developmental era. So it's affected your body, you're growing, and it's something difficult. So you understand that. You're Robina, yeah. So you're Brisbane, close to Brisbane. I know Robina. When I used to work at Springbrook, I used to go to Robina Station every time to go back to Brisbane. That's it. But you understand, like what I'm saying is that we're all we've lived through complex, and it the thing about it is that it may have, in my case, it extended my whole life. So I've been stuck in a state of trauma most of my life, and I haven't been able to like enjoy life or relax or be comfortable, you know. So these things are difficult. So we don't really talk about how difficult it is. It's more about like talking about other stuff. And because I'm the one hosting the channel, I'm talking about my life, myself, whatever, you know. So it's good you've joined. Um, we probably will only keep the stream going for another 5-10 minutes because I've got to get up and watch the sunrise, Crusoe. I've made a promise to get up and watch the sunrise, and it's now, as you know, it's 3:32, and you live on the coast, so it's even earlier for you. So I've got an extra like 20 minutes, maybe. Oh no, maybe where I go watch the sunrise is probably about the same time it rises. But I don't know. Maybe look, I'll tell you what. You know what? It's probably a better idea. I'll put the batteries on charge in a minute, but like we'll just end this video stream. I think it's really nice that we've had a new person come here right here tonight at the end of the video chat here, and he's a nice person, interested, and understands. I've explained. I do feel it's important because um, with especially with YouTube, I make sure in my um, streams that I put in like complex post traumatic stress disorder as a thing. Oh, okay. It's my birthday. I thought your question was why is it important that you joined? Well, I think it's important that you joined, that you joined right at the end of the stream. So there's two questions there. The other, and you didn't even ask that question. To watch the sun on this particular day, it's my birthday. So it's and also we've had rain for the last week or the last 5 days or 4 days. So I haven't been able to do that or watch the sunset. So that's why it's important. It's important because it's my birthday, and it's like um, haven't had a chance for the last week, and it's something I like to do. So the sun is what gives us energy and love and light, and makes the food grow, and it's special. So, and it's my birthday. So yeah, that's it. It's special for me in that as well. And I've had all these people here tonight, and they've become close friends. Like, we've got to know each other, and we're all from across the world, and we all have different beliefs, but we all share the same beliefs. If you know what I mean, like we all have the same care and understanding, and we've gone through difficult times, so that's something we share as well. So it's like and the beauty of this YouTube is that it's like we only have a small amount of people together, so we can have conversations where we can actually talk to each other, and that's special as well. It's like we're all in a small room of people. We're not in a big crowded room of people trying to talk to each other, and like no one knows what each other's saying. We're getting to know each other, and that's special as well. So um, we're learning where everyone lives, and we're getting to know each other, and it's only because we share these common things of trauma as well. So we've been connected because we've gone through difficult times or going through difficult times, and we can talk about difficult stuff, but we can also step back and not even care about talking about difficult stuff. We're talking about fun things. Um, it's hard to describe, but um, I'm really grateful that you've just joined here. Right, thank you for your happy birthday. You know, and all your comments. Like, we're all winding down. We've been chatting for 10 hours. That's probably why no one else is chatting. Like, Em Bell says, "Yeah, which city you come from?" And you said Rabina, which is Gold Coast. Em Bell's the Gold Coast, and so it's right near Brisbane, which is where I come from. So on in Queensland on the east coast. Um, but yeah, join. I try and do a live stream once a week. Um, we do talk about confronting things. So as long as you're happy with hearing people talking about confronting things or things like that, that's great. That's a great invite. Go for a bushwalk or coffee or something. Thank you. You know, um, I do have a lot going on at the moment, so I can't necessarily make times, but definitely join. I mean, that's a great thing. Bushwalking is one of my favorite things to do, my friend. Um, Definitely join another time. I'll be doing another live stream in a couple of days. I usually do one on a Sunday night. We just talk. We talk about anything. It could be anything. You don't know, like, what we're going to talk about. Um, we don't know what we're going to talk about. It just happens. So, and the beauty of it is we're all friendly. We don't judge, and we do share something that's we have gone through struggles or are going through struggles, so we do understand each other's situation. That's the only other thing. So you're welcome. Please join the next time you see us. You're welcome to watch back through live streams. Sometimes they could be confronting, sometimes they could be enlightening. We're about to like wind up the live stream now because Em Bell's here. Yeah, this is so cool. It's your birthday and you meet someone nearby who likes to walk as well. Exactly. Crusoe, we will go for a bushwalk one day. I want to start. You will like if you didn't like this is like I am literally studying to start a company so I can do therapy for people taking bushwalking. It's my dream job. Ultra Hayaka's got the big heart there. That's it. How good is that? Like that is what I'm working towards. And you're like, yeah, let's go for a bushwalk. That's exactly what I want to do. And I am offering free bushwalking for people in spring, like to go bushwalking with them and to trial out how I do it. So if you want to go for a bushwalk near me in Brisbane, I can't travel to your place. If you want to come to Brisbane and follow, I will give you a. I'm doing this serious because I want to actually do it as part of it, like a this. I want to make this my job somehow. I want to take people who don't get to go out in nature and take them out into nature, take them bushwalking. So, like, if you want to go for a bushwalk, we'll do this and we'll meet and we'll do it formally. And I'll have I'll have a form you can fill out, email, all that stuff. We'll work it out. We'll talk sometime. We've got time because I'm planning to do this in spring. So this is beautiful. How good is this? YouTube just brought someone to this channel right before we're about to shut the live stream down. Crusoe joins and he's like, yeah, so what's going on here? And I'm like, yeah, well, we're just chatting. So that's so good. That's so good. Yes, it is there. That's why you go bushwalking. You know it. You know that it's getting close to nature is being you're a man of faith, and it doesn't matter what faith or belief you have, it's God, nature is the same thing, you know. It it's it gets you right in the heart, and you become part of nature, and you know that nature is it's something bigger, and you're part of it, and it becomes part of you. So that's what's beautiful about it, and it can bring people together from all faiths or beliefs, or people who don't have any belief, and they just see everything as what they see it. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It's connecting the same. Nature is beautiful, and nature being close to nature is the best thing for everyone. You know, I don't like. Um, I wish I could get out in nature every day, and I should. I'm going to try and do that more often. I'm going to try and do that, even if it's for 10, 20 minutes a day. I have the opportunity to get to nature close to where I live, but it can't be like when you're in the city, you can't, it's not the same. You have to actually be amongst the birds and the trees and the water and the mountains and stuff. The cities it's not nature. You have to get a little bit further out, and then you can do it. But how good is this? Like, I've got a client who's going to help me trial my stuff because I've been working on this. I've been working on like inviting people to do a free bushwalk or watch the sunset. And I've made a thing that during the spring time, which is coming up, September to December, like into through November, um, is that I will offer a few free experiences where we go bushwalking, watch the sunset, or something like that. And I do it in a way where I'm trying to learn how to take people on these journeys. And then I'm going to do a course. I'm going to do two more courses. I'm doing a course at the moment, but I'm going to do two more courses where I actually um, can learn how to do it as a business somehow, where I can like pay, get people will pay for this. So like we can do this as friend and for free, but I think that people will pay money to do this through, especially if it's through a um, organization that wants to help people. They will pay for it, and it will still be free for the person that gets to do it. And my goal is to make it free or affordable. I can't do it for nothing. You know, I have to actually somehow charge money if I'm going to do that. But I want to make it a business. Yeah, it is. And there are businesses out there doing it already. But I've got a method, and I've been. So if you want to be one of my test clients, come to, yes, exactly, NDIS. And through definitely through, um how many people have never watched the sunset? How many people have never gone and sat and just watched the ocean for an hour or 2 hours? So I just want to be the person that helps them do that. And for people on NDIS, which is the disabilities um, network in Australia. So Crusoe, we'll keep in contact. In the next month or 2 months, we'll go for a bushwalk. If you want to come to Brisbane and meet me, we'll meet somewhere. We'll watch the sunset. We'll go for a bushwalk, and you'll have to write a little thing about how you enjoyed it or didn't enjoy it. Whatever. Give me feedback and how I did. Like what I did wrong, what I could do better, because I want to actually learn how to do this. So let's make this happen. This is like the best birthday gift. I've got someone who's going to help me. But you've got to come to me. I'm not going to go to Robina. I know. Look, I used to work at Springbrook, and that's a beautiful place to go bushwalking. But if you want to come to my mountain, which is glorious, you know, there's yeah, dude. Yeah, man. We'll make this happen, man. And I want to make this business open. The same thing as like this channel. I want to make it so that it's open for everyone. I don't want to make money out of it. I want to make it a not for profit. It's not about making money. If I can, like, it's going to take me years. I'm gonna spend hundreds of hours learning how to do this. I'm not going to make any money out of this. You understand? Yeah, you'd understand. It's about doing it for the people. But if I can actually end up working and doing this, it's going to be the best thing for me because I could have a job where I could be taking people for bushwalks and watching the sunset, sitting around a fire at night, cooking something. Like it's all about doing something simple. Lots of people already do this. It's not like I'm inventing something new, but it's my own version of it. You understand? I'm so glad everyone's here, and you joined here right at the end. We'll keep in contact. I'm like, I've got to get up and watch the sunrise tomorrow, and it's almost 4 o'clock. So I've got to end the stream. I've already made it a thing. I've got to get up for sunrise tomorrow. So, and it's my birthday. So thank you everyone for being here. How good is that? Um, I don't know who's here still. Ultra INFJ, you're a legend. Thank you for being here. Emin Bells, Noah. Like, we've all had a good chat tonight, and you know, sorry I went on about like my business idea, but it's not really a business. It's not about that. It's a not for profit. It's like a charity. So it's more about being being something that can help give back. That's it. Yeah, Crusoe. Yeah, we'll keep in contact. I'll like somehow if you're on Instagram, you can find my Instagram through my YouTube link on my bio. Then we can chat there and I can give you my email address and then I can email you some details. Otherwise, you can just join the chat again. I'll be here Sunday night. Um, but it's great. How good is this as a birthday present for me? Is like I've got a new client that is willing to test out my idea. That's pretty awesome. There's plenty of good walks there. You're happy to drive. It's like it's a long drive to get here, but then you still got a 40-minute drive up the mountain. So as long as you got a vehicle, you will meet at the car park, and then we go on the walk. And we pick a time, and you'll know how long the walk is, all that sort of stuff. It'll be great. It'll be great. I've been working on this, wanting to take people on bushwalking, and someone joined right at the end of the chat who's like, "Yeah, man, go for a bushwalk." And I'm like, "What?" And you're like in Rebecca, "Yeah, what?" If you want to go for a bushwalk, we can go for a bushwalk. I've sent out 15 emails to like people I know that live near where I live about doing. I want to take you on a guided journey through the nature, and I've had some good response back. and this has just popped up right at the end of the chat. So, Crusoe, I really look forward to that. Look, if it's a rainy day, it doesn't matter. Just bring boots or shoes that you can. Mount Glorious doesn't matter what the weather is, sunny, rainy, whatever. It'll be good. Even if it is rainy, it's probably even better sometimes, or a little bit of rain, because it does rain there often. But I think it'll be great. And for everyone who's here tonight and has been here, like, this has been the best birthday present for me ever. Like, we've had this amazing chat tonight. Emin Bells, Ultra Hayoka, Noah. I don't know who else is here still. Crusoe's here. It's been awesome. I can't thank you all enough for being my great company tonight. I have to go because I have to get to sleep, because I have to get up and watch the sunrise. I have to do this. I've already said everyone I'm going to do it, so it's going to happen. So I'm going to end the stream, and we'll do it. It's going to happen again. I'm going to do a stream, like my Sunday night stream, which I usually do at the same time. So I hope to see as many of you all there again. It's only it's great. What I love about this channel is it's all friendly people, and we're all very caring for each other. So that's a big thing. It's not a big channel, and we're non-secular, and we appreciate everyone's beliefs. And a big thing that unites us all is that we've experienced severe trauma, prolonged trauma, complex trauma. So we are cautious, but we'll talk about difficult things at times. So things could be triggering or discomforting to hear, but that's what it's about. And it's my birthday, and I'm just so grateful to have everyone here tonight, and to be reminded that it was I forgot it was my birthday. Emma Bell says, "Thank you so much, Luke. Enjoy your sunrise and your birthday, of course." Thank you. Oh, it's going to be awesome. It's only 2 hours away now. It's 3 hours away. It's 3 hours away. And have a nice evening, everyone, from Emin Bells. That's awesome. With a big star, circling star. That's awesome. We've all enjoyed it, hey, Emin Bells. I think we're all winding down and signing off. So thank you all. And it's been the best birthday ever, Ultra Hayoka, thank you so much for reminding me it's my birthday. I would have forgotten all about it. Much love to everyone.